No, senior brother, I wasn't lazy. Mou was instantly worried when he heard Duanling Tian and spoke out hurriedly, as if he was deeply afraid that Duanling Tian would be disappointed with him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Martial Ant Xianxia. Mou has indeed not been lazy, and with the cultivation environment of the stalactite cave, he has already broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Xianxia smiled as she spoke to Duanling Tian. I was just joking. Duanling Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Mou react so intensely. Actually, early on when he first glanced at Mou, his spiritual force had already detected Mou's current cultivation, and he knew that Mou was already a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. Even though Mou's improvement was extremely inferior when compared to his, but as things were now, amongst the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only he, Zishang, and Long Yun had surpassed Mou. Even if it was the other genius martial artists amongst the 5 great young masters like Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, they didn't have such achievements when they were around Mou's age. If the sect leader was still alive, he would surely be extremely gratified from seeing your current accomplishments. Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something, and he sighed. For a time, the atmosphere became silent and heavy. After a short moment, Xianxia broke this silent atmosphere. You asked about the Azure Forest Trisect earlier. Up until now, we still don't know the reason the Azure Forest Trisect formed into one. But the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect swarmed out 4 months ago and arrived at our 7-star sword sect. Duanling Tian's brows raised. What did they come here for? Could it be that they wanted to set up the Azure Forest Trisect here? As he finished speaking, cold lights flickered within Duanling Tian's eyes. No, they seemed to be looking for something. Moreover, their group only ascended the main peak of our 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak. Xianxia shook her head and continued. During that period of time, I and Elder Peng had once wanted to go find out what actually was going on. Yet we were stopped. Fortunately, Elder Peng's speed far surpassed them. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me and Elder Peng to escape from them. Have they left now? Duanling Tian asked. He'd directly come to the peak of Migres Peak after arriving at the 7-star sword sect, so he didn't know of the situation on Dubhe Peak. Yes, they've left. Xianxia nodded. They stayed on Dubhe Peak for 3 months, and they just left a month ago. With me and Elder Peng present, they didn't dare just leave people here. So besides me and Mou, there's usually no one else on the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect. They've been bustling about for 3 months? Could it be that they're scheming something? Duanling Tian frowned. I and Elder Peng went to look at Dubhe Peak after they left. Yet we didn't notice any clues, said Xianxia. I want to go take a look, said Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian turned around, he instead noticed that he'd forgotten Feng Tianwu at the side, and he was instantly slightly embarrassed. He hurriedly introduced Xianxia, Elder Peng, and Mou to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, this is Peak Master Xianxia, a senior of my sect. This is Elder Peng, the sect-guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. As for him, he's my junior brother Mou. Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Peng. Feng Tianwu hurriedly greeted these 2 seniors, and her words were slightly respectful. Nice to meet you. In the end, Feng Tianwu looked at Mou and lightly smiled as she greeted him. This is. Xianxia looked at Feng Tianwu and revealed a surprised expression. In terms of appearance, the woman before her wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her personal disciple, Ku-Er. Moreover, unlike Ku-Er's beautiful and humble bearing, the woman before her stood there and naturally emitted an aura that caused her to obviously seem like someone of extraordinary birth. She's called Feng Tianwu, and she's a friend of mine. Duanling Tian smiled as he introduced her. Elder Peng nodded lightly, yet Mou's gaze lit up instead as he glanced deeply at Duanling Tian before saying via voice transmission. Senior brother, this ought to be another sister-in-law of mine, right? Fuck off. What nonsense are you speaking? Duanling Tian glared angrily at Mou as he replied via voice transmission. Xianxia greeted Feng Tianwu, and with a single glance she discerned that Feng Tianwu had feelings for Duanling Tian, causing her to be unable to refrain from sighing in her heart. Ku-Er, your man is really good at chasing after women. but his remarkableness is indeed sufficient to attract many outstanding women to fall for him. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but think in her heart, if I was another 20 years younger, would I also be moved by this violet-clothed young man before me? She didn't dare guarantee this. If it was during that time when she was young and she encountered such a remarkable man, she believed that she'd probably have no ability to resist. But unfortunately, during the time she was young, even the most outstanding man by her side wasn't much stronger than her. Eh? Where's senior brother Xianxia? After standing at the side of the peak of Migres Peak for a long time, he hadn't seen Xianxia make an appearance, and Duanling Tian couldn't help but be slightly curious. After he saved Xianxia in the cage battle arena of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago, he'd asked the little gold mouse to send Xianxia back to the stalactite cave on the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak. So logically speaking, Xianxia ought to be here. But Duanling Tian's spiritual force had instead noticed that Xianxia wasn't within the stalactite cave. Xianxia is busier than us, as he's in charge of searching all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for the surviving inner court disciples and external affairs elders of our 7-star sword sect and gathering them together. He returned once 2 months ago, and he said that he'd already found more than 30 survivors. Xianxia said to Duanling Tian, but because the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect were likely to be assaulted by the Azure Forest Trisect at any moment, they were placed somewhere else and didn't return to the sect. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In the future, they don't have to go into hiding any longer, because I've returned. Duanling Tian silently thought in his heart. I'll go take a look at Dubhe Peak. In next to no time, Duanling Tian recalled his intentions from earlier. Senior brother, I'll accompany you over. When he heard Duanling Tian wanted to head to Dubhe Peak, Mou hurriedly offered himself up as assistance. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded. Before long, the group of 4 led by Duanling Tian and coupled with Elder Peng had flashed towards Dubhe Peak, and they ascended Dubhe Peak after a short moment. Dubhe Peak hadn't changed much when compared to before. If one really wanted to note out the differences, then it would be none other than numerous traces of dried blood all along the way. Besides containing the blood of many of our 7-star sword sect's disciples, the traces of blood on the ground also contain the blood of many Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Xianxia noticed Duanling Tian was looking at the traces of blood all along the way, and she spoke slowly. Subsequently, Duanling Tian found out from Xianxia that when Elder Peng returned to the 7-star sword sect that day, he'd launched a slaughter and killed all the Azure Forest Trisect disciples that were garrisoned in the 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng, thank you. Duanling Tian stopped suddenly, and he raised his head to look at the rock that was flapping its wings as he bowed respectfully. Thank you for what you did for the 7-star sword sect. When she saw Duanling Tian's actions, a wisp of surprise suffused Feng Tian Wu's peerlessly beautiful face. She was extremely clear about what kind of person this big brother Duan of hers was. That day, Duanling Tian didn't bow even when facing the supreme emperor of the Darkhan dynasty, and it was sufficient to show how proud and unyielding Duanling Tian was. Yet now, when faced with the sect-guarding demon beast of a tiny imperial kingdom, Big Brother Duan of had instead bowed and expressed his gratitude. This touched her rather deeply. Ling Tian, don't forget that the 7-star sword sect isn't only your sect. Elder Peng's aged voice sounded out in Duanling Tian's ears. No matter what, everything you've done for the 7-star sword sect is worthy of being respected by all the disciples of the 7-star sword sect. Duanling Tian spoke with a serious expression. The gazes of Xianxia and Mou flashed when they heard Duanling Tian, and then they bowed successively to Elder Peng. Elder Peng, thank you. Subsequently, Duanling Tian heard Xianxia speak about the numerous times Elder Peng went to cause trouble at the Azure Forest Trisect and specially targeted the weak. He sighed with emotion toward this. With Elder Peng's speed, so long as there isn't a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in the Azure Forest Trisect, then practically no one was capable of chasing after Elder Peng. So in this way, the Azure Forest Trisect's inheritance hasn't strengthened during these past few years, and it has instead shown signs of weakening because of Elder Peng's frequent visits? Duanling Tian asked with slight surprise. Yes. Xianxia nodded, and then she said, sometimes even I don't know exactly why they're three great sects and combined. Based on their current conditions, the development of their Azure Forest trisect is even slower than before they combined with each other. And it's simply as if they'd raised a rock and dropped it on their own feet. It ought to not be so simple. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed as he spoke with a low voice. Since they chose to combine into one, and were even willing to abandon the sect their ancestors left behind, there's surely something they're seeking. Perhaps Dubhe Peak is able to tell us the answer. Yes. Let's go carefully inspect it. Qin Xiang nodded. I and Elder Peng only roughly inspected it the last time, and we didn't notice anything being off. Perhaps if we inspect it deeply, we can notice something. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to inspect every corner of Dubhe Peak. After the first round of inspection, they were without the slightest discovery. Even the plants on Dubhe Peak weren't damaged by the Azure Forest trisect, and even the 9 halls that were situated atop the spirit points stood intact. Truly strange. Could it be that they stayed here for 3 months for the sake of looking at the scenery? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was sure that the matter was absolutely not so simply. Let's carefully inspect it again. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started bustling about again. This time, Duan Ling Tian was even more serious than before. Wait! As Duan Ling Tian stood at the former Mizar Hall's pavilion and was reminiscing the days of him drinking tea and chatting with the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, he finally noticed something that was off. I felt something was off when I came here the first time earlier. It felt as if something was missing. Now, I can be sure that there's something wrong with the spirit points on Dubhe Peak. There was a total of 9 great spirit points on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, whereas a hall stood on each of the 9 great spirit points, and Mizar Hall was one of these halls. When he was at the 7-star sword sect in the past, so long as he approached these halls that stood atop the spirit points, Duan Ling Tian would be able to sense extremely dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, yet he didn't feel anything today. Even if he stood on Mizar Hall, Duan Ling Tian wasn't able to feel anything different from the other places on Dubhe Peak. In this way, there was only one possibility: something was wrong with the spirit points. Disregarding all the other spirit points, there's surely something wrong with the spirit point beneath Mizar Hall. I'll go look at the location of the other spirit points. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian moved to leave Mizar Hall. In next to no time he'd arrived at Alcade Hall, which was Qin Xiang's former place of cultivation. When he arrived at Alcade Hall, Duan Ling Tian didn't sense dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Continue. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian headed over to Fekta Hall, Merak Hall, Dubhe Hall, and the other halls that included the places of cultivation of that belonged to the former Elder Ming and Elder Xin. In the end, he obtained an answer. The 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak were completely crippled. For months ago, all the experts of the Azure Forest trisect swarmed out to this Dubhe Peak for an entire 3 months. During this 3 months of time, it was sufficient for them to use special methods to extract the spirit energy of heaven and earth that circulates within the spirit points and cripple the spirit points. Duan Ling Tian's expression was slightly unsightly. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards spirit points. A spirit point was a comparatively common place of cultivation on Cloud Continent that was superb, and so long as one stayed atop of a spirit point and cultivated, one's cultivation would advance at a tremendous pace. Moreover, spirit points were closely related to origin stone veins. Without exception, all origin stone veins were actually a tiny spirit vein. Because the spirit vein ceaselessly absorbed and gathered the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, after accumulation for a long period of time, the spirit energy would turn to liquid and solidify, and this was how origin stones were formed. Of course, not all spirit points had the chance to transform into an origin stone vein, and it was only those spirit veins that weren't noticed by others or weren't used by others that had the chance to transform into origin stone veins. Not to mention anything else, and just speaking about the 9 great spirit veins of the 7-star sword sect. If these 9 great spirit veins had always been left unused, and no one seized the spirit energy of heaven and earth that was accumulated within it, then it would surely form into 9 origin energy veins after a few hundreds, or even over 1,000 years later. But once someone cultivated atop a spirit point and absorbed and practically seized away the dense spirit energy within the spirit point to cultivate, then it would limitlessly slow down the speed the spirit points transformed into an origin energy vein. Actually, many people knew of this principle. But if one was asked to leave a spirit point unused and think for the sake of their descendants from another few hundreds or even over 1,000 years later and help the spirit point transform into an origin stone veins, it was impossible. After all, no one could be sure that after a few hundred or 1,000 years later, the benefits of the spirit point they left unused wouldn't be reaped by another. No one was willing to take the risk, so no one was willing to leave a spirit point unused. Not to mention the spirit points in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are scarce. Even the spirit points in the Darkstone Empire are far from being sufficient for all the martial artists of the Darkstone Empire. The Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was capable of possessing an origin stone vein because the imperial family had been passed down for a few thousand years. Moreover, it possessed many spirit points. This was the reason that it was capable of leaving behind an origin stone vein for its descendants. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The hearts of men were full of greed, and no one was willing to easily let go of a benefit they could reap in the present. Unlike the Darkhan dynasty, there are numerous origin stone veins in the foreign lands, and the reason it was like this was precisely because there are spirit points all over the foreign lands. The stronger a power was, the longer it had been passed down for. And because it didn't have any lack for spirit points, the ancestors of those sects would leave behind many origin stone veins for their descendants. Because of their long history, the spirit energy within some of these origin stone veins had accumulated to the extreme, so many mid-grade origin stone and even high-grade origin stones appeared within them. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were gradually restrained back to the matter at hand. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the spirit energy accumulated within a spirit point to be completely absorbed by another. Even if 1,000 people cultivate on the same spirit point, it would at most slow down the speed they absorbed the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Yet it would be impossible for it to affect the spirit point itself. Because once the spirit energy within a spirit point is absorbed to a certain extent, the spirit point will weaken its connection with the outside world on its own and recuperate. This was something Duan Ling Tian found out from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. If one wanted to completely extract the spirit energy within a spirit point and cripple the spirit point, then one can destroy it from the outside. Exactly what have the members of the Azure Forest Trisect done? Duan Ling Tian's expression became even more dark. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian, who'd caught his breath, gathered up with Feng Tianwu, Xianxia, Mou, and Elder Peng before he revealed what he'd noticed. No wonder I kept having the feeling that something was missing. So that's what it was. Those members of the Azure Forest Trisect are truly ruthless. They've actually destroyed the roots of our 7-star sword sect. Xianxia spoke with rage. The 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect could be said to be the roots that the 7-star sword sect stood on. It was even to the extent that the reason so many experts were born from the 7-star sword sect in the past, and the 7-star sword sect was publicly acknowledged as the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for an extremely long period of time, was because of the contribution of the 9 great spirit points. Yet now, the spirit energy accumulated within the 9 great spirit points had been completely extracted, causing the 9 great spirit points to be completely crippled. If they were made to slowly recover, it would at least require more than 100 years for them to recover to normal. Azure Forest Trisect. Mou's expression was unsightly to the extreme as well. As for Elder Peng, he was flapping his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky as he floated in midair, and his pair of sharp eyes flickered with ghastly hatred. The Azure Forest Trisect had gone too far. Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Peng, Mou, follow me to the Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Ling Tian's tone had suddenly calmed down at this moment. The calmness of his tone revealed oppression. All right, we'll go to the outer area of the Azure Forest Trisect and kill a few ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect to take some interest for the debt they owe us. With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to chase up to us. Xianxia agreed, and she leaped up onto the spacious back of the rock at the first possible moment. I want to kill some Azure Forest Trisect disciples as well, and take revenge for the other disciples of our sect that have passed away. Mo followed up the rock's back as he gnashed his teeth and spoke. Kill some Azure Forest Trisect ordinary disciples? With the speed of Elder Peng, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to chase after us? Duan Tian neither agreed nor disagreed with what Xianxia said. Never had he thought of only killing some ordinary disciples when he headed to the Azure Forest Trisect this time, nor did he think of relying on Elder Peng's speed to escape. His target was to completely annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. All those years ago, he was like an ant before the group of experts of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he couldn't withstand a single attack. Now, he had the confidence to annihilate the entire Azure Forest Trisect. Sect Leader, Peak Master Zhang Fan, Elder Bai, Senior Sisters Wuqing, watch properly. Give me a few days and I'll surely completely remove the name of the Azure Forest Trisect from the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Tian looked up into the sky with a gaze that flickered with a frightful and fierce light as he silently thought about all these familiar names in his heart. At the same time, numerous familiar figures that were heroic and tragic flashed past his mind. The reason he was able to survive during the calamity the Seven Star Sword sect faced was entirely because of these people laying down their lives. If they didn't shed their blood and lay down their lives in that battle, it would have been impossible for him to survive. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Bang! Under his extreme rage, Duan Tian's legs suddenly stomped onto the ground as he propelled himself up. Instantly, the ground was stomped apart by him, causing numerous cracks to seem to form a spider web as they ceaselessly spread towards the surroundings, and they spread for over 10 meters before slowing and stopping. Big Brother Duan. As she looked at the savage cracks on the ground, Feng Tianwu was able to sense Duan Tian's feelings of rage, and she didn't say anything before silently soaring into the sky and following by Duan Tian's side. Duan Tian, come up onto Elder Peng's back with your friend. Elder Peng's speed is faster than. Xianxia spoke out to notify Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu, and she originally wanted to say that Elder Peng's speed was faster than them, but she was dumbstruck when Duan Tian's figure instantly vanished before her. So fast! Mo couldn't help but cry out with shock. On the other hand, the sharp eyes of the rock looked at the direction Duan Tian left towards while revealing traces of astonishment. His Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. Never had she imagined that Duan Tian's speed would be so swift, and he seemed to be even faster than Elder Peng. Could it be that he has already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? This thought had only just arisen within Xianxia's heart when it was suppressed down by her after a short while, and she felt that her thinking at this moment was too absurd. Whoosh! In next to no time, the red-clothed young woman followed Duan Tian and vanished before Xianxia's eyes, causing Xianxia's expression to turn to shock once more. The speed of this friend of Duan Tian's isn't inferior to Elder Peng as well? Could it be that I've really become old, and I'm seeing things? What a swift speed! Mo cried out in shock once more. Never had he imagined that the red-clothed young woman that looked to be 5 or 6 years younger than him would actually possess such a swift speed. In the blink of an eye, she'd vanished within his field of vision. Swish! The rock's fierce eyes revealed traces of disbelief at this moment, and his wings that seemed like clouds that covered the sky shook before he flew swiftly to follow up to Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu. After they passed through the vast clouds and mist and arrived even higher in the sky, an enormous sword appeared before the rock, and it caused the pupils of the rock to constrict. That's... As she looked at the enormous sword that floated in the horizon, and especially when she felt the suffocating aura that was faintly emitted from it, Xianxia's expression went pale. Because of his cultivation being low, Mo's loss of composure was even worse than Xianxia. He was directly pressed down onto the back of the rock by the aura emitted from the enormous sword, and he was unable to catch his breath. Right when the rock's body stopped in midair, and he looked nervously at the enormous sword with Xianxia. Elder Peng, come up. A familiar voice entered into his ears. Senior brother? Mo, who laid weakly on the back of the rock with a pale expression, couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this voice. After the rock heard Duan Tian's voice, he continued to soar into the sky, and he quickly saw Duanling Tian, who stood on the enormous sword. Besides Feng Tianwu that he'd already become acquainted with, there was another unfamiliar middle-aged man and old man by Duanling Tian's side. When he saw the middle-aged man and old man, the rock's sharp eyes revealed a strand of dense fear. Even though he was unable to see through the cultivations of these two people, as a demon beast, he subconsciously felt that these two people weren't simple, and they were existences that he couldn't afford to offend. Whoosh! Along with the approach of the rock, the enormous sword that lay across the sky expanded explosively once more, and it enlarged to be able to accommodate the rock that was like a small mountain to land on it. Under Duanling Tian's gesturing, the rock carried Xianxia and Mou to descend onto the enormous sword. After he descended onto the enormous sword, Mou heaved a sigh of relief and felt that the terrifying aura that pressed onto his body had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia and Mou arrived successively by Duanling Tian's side, and they looked at Duanling Tian with bewildered expressions. This is Uncle Feng, Tian Wu's father. This is Elder Kong, a senior of Tian Wu's as well. In next to no time, Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he introduced Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong to Xianxia, Mou, and Elder Peng and vice versa. Both parties nodded and smiled at each other as a form of greeting. Peak Master Xianxia, where's the Azure Forest Trisect located? Duanling Tian asked Xianxia. The Azure Forest Trisect was combined and formed from the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, the Origin Convergence Sect, and the Snow Moon Sect. He'd only gone to the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect and didn't know where the other two sects were located, nor did he know where the combined Azure Forest Trisect was located. The Azure Forest Trisect was originally located in 3 places, which were respectively the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, the Origin Convergence Sect, and the Snow Moon Sect. But because of Elder Peng's frequent visits during these past few years, it forced everyone from the Azure Forest Trisect to gather at the location of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Xianxia spoke slowly. The Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge? Duanling Tian nodded. He didn't know where the Snow Moon Sect and Origin Convergence Sect were located previously, but he clearly remembered where the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect was located. Uncle Feng, over there. Duanling Tian notified Feng Wu Dao as he glanced at the east, and then Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to tear through the sky to head towards the location of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Swoosh! The enormous sword traversed the sky with a speed so swift that it caused Xianxia and Mou to be unable to help but go pale. Even the eyes of Elder Peng, who stood at the side of the enormous sword, couldn't help but be once again suffused with traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart when his sharp eyes glanced unintentionally at Feng Wu Dao. Duanling Tian, who exactly is this Uncle Feng of yours? Xianxia took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. Senior brother. Mou looked at Duanling Tian as well as he asked the question in his heart via voice transmission, and it was a similar question as Xianxia. They're experts from the Darkhan dynasty. Duanling Tian replied one by one via voice transmission. Experts from the Darkhan dynasty? The pupils of Xianxia and Mou couldn't help but constrict instantly, and they nodded at the same time. If it was like this, then everything could be explained. It was naturally impossible for an expert from the Darkhan dynasty to be simple. Your cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the Void initiation stage? After she calmed down the shock in her heart, Xianxia recalled the speed Duanling Tian revealed earlier, and she couldn't refrain herself from asking. No. Duanling Tian shook his head. No. Xianxia was stunned, and then she frowned. But the speed you revealed earlier has obviously surpassed Elder Peng. How can you not be a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void initiation stage? I'm indeed not one. Duanling Tian shook his head once more, and then he spoke unhurriedly. My current cultivation isn't at the 7th level of the Void initiation stage, but it's instead at the 9th level of the Void initiation stage. 9th level of the Void initiation stage? Xianxia was completely stunned when she heard Duanling Tian. Doesn't this mean that this little fellow's current strength has already left me far behind? Even she was only barely able to break through to the 6th level of the Void initiation stage half a year ago. At the same time, Xianxia recalled the accomplishments Duan Tian had achieved all along the way while he was in the Seven-Star Sword sect, and when she thought about Duan Tian's current strength, at the same time that she was extremely shocked, she couldn't help but sigh. The little fellow whose name had once shaken the Seven-Star Sword sect and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect since it was established had already stood at a height that was difficult for her to reach after a few years. After all, besides the Void Interpretation stage founding ancestor of the Seven-Star Sword sect, the number of existences that had broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in the history of the Seven-Star Sword sect could be counted on one's fingers. I originally thought that I still had to wait another 10 years or so before you'll possess the strength to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. Yet never had I imagined that after a short few years, you already possess a strength that's sufficient to take revenge for the Seven-Star Sword sect. Xianxia looked at Duan Tian with an extremely complicated gaze as she muttered. In next to no time, you found out about Duan Tian's current cultivation from Duan Tian, and for a time he similarly fell into endless shock like Xianxia and was unable to recover from it. In Mou's eyes, his former master, the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he was already in existence that caused Mou to look up to. Yet now, this senior brother of his actually possessed a strength at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and Duan Tian had even far surpassed the master he respected the most. For a time, he was both shocked and excited. The enormous sword shot through the sky with a speed so swift that it was unimaginable for ordinary people. It wasn't long before a gorge that was like a demonic lotus appeared before the eyes of Duan Tian and the others, and it grew closer and closer. Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Duan Tian stood on the spacious and enormous sword as he looked down at the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge beneath his feet, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He had a piece of memory in this place. All those years ago, he'd followed the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, to arrive at this place that originally belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect and participated in the martial competition between the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. That time was also the first time he displayed extraordinary talent and became famous throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He still remembered that the first time he saw Long Yun was at this place, whereas it was precisely because he defeated Long Yun that he became famous. It's here. When the enormous sword arrived in the sky above the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, Duan Tian spoke out. Instantly, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to stop, and at the same time it slowly descended. When it arrived at a low spot in the sky, the jade sword instantly vanished with a command in his heart, whereas Duan Tian's group stood in the air before slowly descending towards the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. When they approached closer and closer to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, Duan Tian frowned. At this moment, he felt a vast and overbearing aura sweeping out from the north of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, and it filled the entire demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. What happened over there? Feng Tianwu looked at the north of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge with a surprised expression. At this moment, the sky was covered in a red glow, and it seemed as if it had become a crimson-red world. The vast and overbearing aura was precisely coming from there. Ling Tian, didn't you say that the strongest martial artist in the Azure Forest Trisect is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage? Feng Wudao seemed to have noticed something, and he couldn't help but ask Duan Tian. Duan Tian obviously noticed something as well, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Feng Wudao's question. I don't know what happened either. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Tian, Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong flew in the air by themselves, whereas Xianxia and Mou stood on the rock's back and were barely capable of following the speed of Duan Tian and the others. Senior brother. Meanwhile, Mou had completely recovered from his shock. His gaze flickered as he looked at Duan Tian's back, and his body even started to tremble with excitement. At this moment, he felt the figure of this senior brother of his was so tall and mighty, to the point he could only look up at this senior brother of his. At the same time, he felt extremely excited. As far as he was concerned, with his senior brother's current strength, the revenge of the sect would surely be accomplished. Master, senior brother will take revenge for you and the various peak master and elders today. If you can sense it in the netherworld, you can rest in peace. Mou silently thought in his heart. After a short moment, Duanling Tian's group arrived in the sky above the northern area of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, and they stood in the air as they looked down at the scene below. All the disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect are gathered here? Xianxia couldn't refrain from speaking with surprise when she looked down at the dense crowd below her. At this moment, a group of middle-aged men and old men stood in the sky and floated at a low altitude in the air, and they surrounded an enormous rock that was like a small mountain. The rock was completely crimson red, and besides emitting a scorching aura, it also emitted a vast and overbearing aura that struck fear in one's heart. Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, and the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Duanling Tian, looked at the group of middle-aged men and old men that stood in the air while surrounding the crimson red rock, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. All those other people as well. All of them were present when they annihilated my 7-star sword sect. All of them are culprits. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian's eyes were tainted with a wisp of crimson red. His face was enveloped in a layer of killing intent, and the origin energy on his body had unconsciously started to leap about, whereas the rage of Xianxia, Elderpun, and Mou weren't any less than Duanling Tian at this moment. Even though he was enraged, Duanling Tian's spiritual force still descended to sweep through the group of higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he quickly detected their cultivations. Humph! The strongest is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. A group of useless fellows. A few years have passed yet they actually haven't improved in the slightest. Unknowingly, a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. The strongest amongst them was only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Merely he alone was sufficient to completely slaughter all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect. In next to no time, Duanling Tian's spiritual force encountered the crimson red rock that the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had surrounded, and there was actually a formidable force stretching out from it. Moreover, this force was ceaselessly increasing in strength. At this moment, the entire attention of the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect was on the Crimson Rock, otherwise they'd probably have noticed Duanling Tian's group that stood in the nearby sky. Long Wei. Lu Yuan, the sect leader of the former Origin Convergence sect, looked towards the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Could it be that the spirit energy of heaven and earth we've poured into it isn't sufficient? Long Wei frowned and looked at the nearby middle-aged scholar. Logically speaking, it ought to be sufficient. Shui Rui, pour a bit more in to try. The middle-aged scholar was precisely the sect leader of the former Snow Moon sect, Shui Rui. Shui Rui nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a dense milky white sheen appeared in his hand. Along with his origin energy being poured into it, spirit energy of the heaven and earth that was almost liquid gushed out from the pearl and ceaselessly fused into the crimson red rock. Whereas the crimson red rock seemed to be a greedy kid that welcomed everything, and it swallowed all the spirit energy that came its way. This is the final origin drawing pearl. If the spirit energy of heaven and earth within it is still insufficient, then I can only extract the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of our old sections. Shui Rui frowned when he saw the spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl about to be completely consumed. Long Wei, didn't you say before that the origin energy accumulated in the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect would be sufficient? Now, not only have we utilized the spirit energy within the spirit points of the 7-star sword sect, it even seems to be insufficient. Lu Yuan's expression sank slightly. Could it be that you intend to extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of my Origin Convergence sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect? Let me be frank. Even if we have to extract spirit energy from our spirit points, we have to first extract the spirit energy in the spirit points of your demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan, what are you talking about? Your Origin Convergence sect? Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect? Our demonic Lotus Blade sect? Don't forget that we've long since combined into a single sect. Or perhaps you intend to withdraw from the Azure Forest Trisect. If it's really like this, then I and Shui Rui will absolutely not stop you. Long Wei mocked. Long Wei. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. What do you mean by this? Want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Don't forget that if you didn't have the assistance of my Origin Convergence sect all those years ago, Would your demonic Lotus Blade sect and Xuerue's Snow Moon sect be capable of annihilating the Seven-Star Sword sect? I naturally have not forgotten the assistance of the Origin Convergence sect. Long Wei said indifferently, but the words you spoke earlier was spoken while considering yourself to be the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Don't forget that you're currently a sect leader of our Azure Forest Trisect. So long as we're able to successfully open up this fire breath rock, our Azure Forest Trisect will soar into the sky, and it'll even surpass the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if we enter the Darkstone Empire or the Darkon Dynasty, there will be a place for our Azure Forest Trisect. Remember, look far into the future. You want to do great things with your petty character. Long Wei wasn't the slightest bit courteous with his words. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and didn't flare up in the end, and he mocked. I only hope that it's really successful. No matter what, all of you are on the same boat. This won't do, it still needs some more. The origin drawing pearl in Xuerue's hand had already transformed into a crystalline and translucent crystal pearl at this moment, and the dense spirit energy accumulated within it was completely gone. Whoosh! At the same time, the aura emitted from the crimson red rock became even more vaster and tremendous, and it brought about an enormous pressure towards many Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations went pale as they hurriedly withdrew to the borders of the gorge and didn't dare approach any closer. Lu Yuan, Long Wei, and Xuerue's discussion resounded out within the silent gorge, and it completely entered the ears of Duanling Tian's group that stood high up in the sky. Their three great sects combined into one and annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating our Seven-Star Sword sect as well. All of this was for the sake of the spirit energy of heaven and earth accumulated within the spirit points of our sects. Xianxia's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Now she finally found out the reason the three great sects had combined all those years ago. It was for the sake of extracting the spirit energy of heaven and earth within the spirit points of the Seven-Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect and pouring it into the crimson red rock via the origin drawing pearls. The crimson red rock seemed to be some sort of fire breath rock. Origin drawing pearl? Duanling Tian's face sank. I finally understand why the spirit energy within the 9 great spirit points of the Seven-Star Sword sect would be completely gone. This origin drawing pearl is indeed capable of extracting the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points. Origin drawing pearls were an extremely special type of treasures, and they were capable of extracting the spirit energy contained within origin stones and spirit points, but the spirit energy extracted couldn't be directly utilized to cultivate. Otherwise, one's body would explode from the violent energy. After all, the spirit energy accumulated within the origin drawing pearl was spirit energy that had turned into liquid. So long as origin energy fused into it, the liquid spirit energy within would directly gush out, and the meridians within the bodies of martial artists below the martial monarch stage were utterly incapable of enduring such a force. Even a martial monarch stage expert wouldn't dare rashly take the risk and utilize liquid spirit energy to cultivate. The Mountain Split sect and the Seven-Star Sword sect were only sacrifices for the sake of opening that fire breath rock. Suddenly, Duanling Tian clenched his fists tightly as the cold lights within his eyes grew colder to the point of seeming to be waiting for a chance to swallow his enemies up. I truly never imagined that there's actually a fire breath rock of legend in this tiny imperial kingdom. Feng Wu Dao stared fixedly at the crimson red rock in the gorge, and his eyes lit up. Father, what's a fire breath rock? Feng Tian Wu asked curiously. You'll know soon enough. If I'm not wrong, this fire breath rock only requires a little more liquid spirit energy to be poured into it before it'll open up. Feng Wu Dao kept Feng Tian Wu guessing, and it caused her to be both angry and irritated. Ling Tian, what do you intend to do? Do you want to go down and meet your acquaintances now? Or do you want to wait a while more? Feng Wu Dao asked Duanling Tian. Let's wait a while more. I've already waited a few years, so there's no rush. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile as cold lights flickered within his eyes, and it seemed as if he was waiting for something. All right, it's more interesting like this. Feng Wu Dao's calm face revealed a rare smile. Besides Elder Kong, Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiang, and Mo, you had perplexed expressions. as Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wu Dao were keeping them guessing. As for Elder Peng, he seemed to have not heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wu Dao at all. His sharp eyes were staring fixedly at the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect. So long as Duan Ling Tian gave the order, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to pounce down and launch a bloody slaughter. At the same time, the numerous Azure Forest Trisect disciples in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge had remained silent since the beginning. At this moment, they were staring at the 3 sect leaders and all the elders in the sky with burning gazes. Of course, even more of them were staring at the crimson red rock. Long Wei, you ought to extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect now, right? Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and said indifferently, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge is one of our Azure Forest Trisect's bases, and it's close at hand. Take it. Lu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Long Wei, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with white lights appeared in Long Wei's palm before shooting towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his hand to receive it, and his pupils constricted as he gazed at the pearl in his hand. Origin Drawing Pearl? Moreover, it's filled with liquid spirit energy. Long Wei, where did you get this? Hasn't the spirit energy extracted from the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and 7 Starsword sect already been used? You can be at ease. It wasn't extracted from your Origin Convergence sect's spirit point. The spirit energy within is from the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Long Wei mocked. Lu Yuan's face froze and he felt slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he was still displaying his displeasure towards Long Wei, and he said that if the liquid spirit energy was insufficient, then Long Wei should extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Unexpectedly, Long Wei had extracted the spirit energy within the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect long ago, and he seemed resolute to pay any price for the sake of his objective. Lu Yuan quickly, I feel that when the spirit energy within this Origin Drawing Pearl fuses into the Fire Breath Rock, then it ought to be enough. Shui Rui urged Lu Yuan. If it isn't enough, then we'll extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the Origin Convergence sect. Long Wei, I wasn't convinced of your ability in the past, but I admired your resolution today. Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and spoke sincerely. Enough. If the Origin Drawing Pearl in your hand isn't enough, I still have 2 more. The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge has a total of 7 spirit points, and I've extracted the spirit energy from 3. I originally thought that it was better to be prepared, yet I never imagined that it would really be of use. Long Wei spoke indifferently. 3. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui glanced at each other as their pupils constricted. Never had they imagined that Long Wei would be so resolute. This was the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the base of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that he used to be the leader of. It possessed a total of 7 spirit points, yet he'd actually extracted the spirit energy from 3 of them? For a time, they could feel Long Wei's resolution. I'm inferior to him. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui sent a voice transmission to each other. Yet they spoke the same thing, and it caused them to be unable to help but be stunned. After a short moment, they glanced and smiled at each other once they recovered from their shock. Lu Yuan didn't dally any longer and poured his origin energy into the Origin Drawing Pearl in his hand. Instantly, dense liquid spirit energy gushed out to once again fuse into the crimson red rock, whereas the crimson red rock continued to greedily swallow the liquid spirit energy, and the crimson red sheen on its surface grew darker and darker. When the half of the liquid spirit energy in the Origin Drawing Pearls was swallowed, the enormous crimson red rock had finally stopped swallowing, yet it suddenly expanded to the point it seemed it was soon to explode, causing it to seem extremely peculiar. Bang! Suddenly, a clear sound resounded out and a crack had appeared out of thin air on the surface of the crimson red rock. Bang! 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 After the first crack appeared, the clear sounds continued to sound out. Over 10 cracks appeared on the surface of the crimson red rock, and their densely interwoven surface seemed to form a spider web. It worked! When they saw this scene, the gazes of all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect lit up, and some of them even couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. Amongst them included the formed demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, Long Wei's body lightly trembled as he gazed at the crimson-red rock that was covered in cracks, and because of his excitement, his firm face was suffused with a bloody flush. The gorge was deathly silent. Everyone had held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the crimson-red rock that vibrated intensely, and the cracks that were like a spiderweb on the surface of the rock had spread all over it in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a vast and overbearing aura swept out from the rock, and it rose ceaselessly in strength, giving rise to waves of terrifying airwaves that transformed into piercingly cold gales that blew towards the surroundings. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations were directly blown onto the ground. Even though the others weren't blown onto the ground, yet these waves of terrifying gales that assaulted their faces caused them to be unable to refrain from instinctively closing their eyes. Even the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had moved back slightly. Bang! Finally, an enormous sound that was like a thunderclap resounded out abruptly, and the crimson-red rock that was covered with cracks had exploded open. All the crimson-red rocks that exploded out were enveloped by crimson-red flames before completely transforming into powder. Along with the gradual disappearance of the gale that assaulted their faces, most of the people present couldn't help but open their eyes, and at the first possible moment, they looked towards the place where the crimson-red rock had exploded open. In next to no time, a figure that was sitting cross-legged appeared before their eyes. This was a black-clothed middle-aged man with disheveled hair. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged at a low altitude in the air, and his body revolved ceaselessly. A crimson-red flame that shot into the sky enveloped his body, and it emitted strands of vast and overbearing aura that caused one to feel oppressed. Suddenly, the black-clothed middle-aged man opened his eyes, and his eyes contained strands of scorching flames that leaped about within, causing others to not dare lightly look him in the eyes. The scorching flames in the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes gradually dispersed, and replacing it was a perplexed expression. He looked into his surroundings as he frowned and muttered, "What place is this?" "Ancestor." Long Wei was the first to react. His figure flashed out to arrive right before the black-clothed middle-aged man in a short moment, and he knelt to the floor with a thump before speaking with a humble and trembling tone. "Ancestor." After Long Wei, the group of higher-ups that belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect followed to kneel down. All of their bodies trembled, and their faces flushed red as they were extremely excited. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" At the same time, Lu Yuan, Shuerue, and the other higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect descended from the sky and knelt on the ground as they respectfully greeted the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged there. When they saw all three sect leaders and all the elders had knelt down, the remaining disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect didn't dare dally and knelt down, and the faces of most of them were filled with excitement. Even though they were mentally prepared since long ago, but when they really saw a living person appear from within the crimson-red rock, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" For a time, the entire gorge was filled with sonorous sounds of respectful address. The crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples that surrounded the gorge bowed, and the dense mass of them made an extremely magnificent scene. "All of you are disciples of my demonic Lotus Blade sect?" The black-clothed middle-aged man was silent for a moment when facing the scene before him, and then he looked at Long Wei, who was the first to kneel before him, and asked indifferently. At the same time, the billowing flames on the black-clothed middle-aged man's body gradually restrained themselves before finally condensing into a lotus seat that appeared beneath him. Whoosh! The black-clothed middle-aged man slowly descended onto the lotus seat, and he seemed like a supreme emperor that had ascended his throne. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's 52nd sect leader, Long Wei, congratulates Ancestor on awakening from your slumber. Long Wei knelt on the ground as he spoke respectfully. 52nd? The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flickered with flowing lights when he heard Long Wei, and then he asked after a short while, "How long has it been since I established the demonic Lotus Blade sect all those years ago?" "Over 1,300 years. Long Wei replied respectfully. "Established the demonic Lotus Blade sect?" Even though Lu Yuan, Shuerue, the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and all the disciples had heard Long Wei mention it before, but when they saw it with their own eyes and heard it themselves at this moment, they couldn't help but be shocked. He's the demonic Lotus Blade sect's founding ancestor. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as his heartbeat quickened. I never imagined that the legends were true. The fire breath rock is really capable of allowing one to slumber for 1,000 years and remain without perishing. Shui Rui gasped. The black-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. In the past, there'd always been a legend in the demonic Lotus Blade sect. This legend was precisely related to the fire breath rock in the forbidden area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Supposedly, the fire breath rock in the forbidden area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had already existed since the establishment of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. It was even to the extent that the legend said the founding ancestor had no choice but to rely on the fire breath rock to slumber and recuperate when he suffered a heavy injury, and in the end, he'd practically fused into one with the fire breath rock. In the legends, the fire breath rock was capable of allowing one to slumber for 1,000 years without perishing, whereas if one wanted to allow the person slumbering within the fire breath rock to leave it, one must gather a huge amount of liquid spirit energy and pour it into the fire breath rock to force it to split open by itself. If one were to forcefully split it open, then even if the fire breath rock was shattered, the person that was slumbering within would be blasted into pieces and die as well. If one wanted to gather liquid spirit energy, one's first required to be in possession of origin drawing pearls, as only origin drawing pearls were capable of storing liquid spirit energy. During these past 1,000 years, the demonic Lotus Blade sect had always been working hard to search for origin drawing pearls just for the sake of awakening the founding ancestor that was slumbering within the fire breath rock. Because of the uniqueness of the fire breath rock, the person that slumbered within the fire breath rock was completely separated from the outside world, and the person wouldn't decay along with the passage of time. Even though the cultivation environment within the fire breath rock was extremely bad, and the person within could only passively cultivate, but after being within it for so many years, the cultivation of the person that slumbered within would surely receive an extremely great increase. So all the successive sect leaders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had wanted to awaken the founding ancestor from many years ago. They knew that so long as the founding ancestor awoke, he would surely lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to a new stage. Needless to say, Long Yun was lucky and chanced upon 18 origin drawing pearls, and it was equivalent to obtaining the keys to opening the fire breath rock. Yet he possessed the origin drawing pearls but lacked the liquid spirit energy. Because of this, the subsequent events had occurred. Due to being unsure if the spirit energy accumulated within the 7 spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect would be enough, Long Wei had looked for Lu Yuan and Shui Rui to combine their sects and plan this matter. In next to no time, they'd aimed their sights at the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect. Whereas, the reason Long Wei had chosen Lu Yuan and Shui Rui was because the sect leaders of the 7-Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect were more impervious to reason and conservative. Along with the combining of the 3 great sects, they attacked mightily to first annihilate the Mountain Split sect and then the 7-Star Sword sect. Because of this, they obtained the 7 spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and the 9 spirit points of the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, after they poured the liquid spirit energy accumulated within the 16 spirit points of the 7-Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect into the fire breath rock, coupled with almost 2 spirit points worth of liquid spirit energy from the demonic Lotus Blade sect, they'd finally successfully opened the fire breath rock. When he saw the fire breath rock explode and a black-clothed middle-aged man appear from within it, Long Wei knew that everything he'd done for these past few years wasn't done in vain. I truly never imagined that it has actually been so long since I entered into the slumber in the fire breath rock that day, but you've done extremely well to actually open the fire breath rock and awaken me. After he found out of the course of events from Long Wei, the black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Ancestor, this was my duty. Long Wei lay prone on the ground with a trembling body, and he was still unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. From today onwards, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist. In next to no time, the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes were like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Lu Yuan and Shui Rui before speaking slowly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was established by me, and I won't allow it to vanish in the annals of history. Do the both of you have any objections? No. No. The instant the middle-aged man's fierce gaze swept over, Lu Yuan and Shui Rui were suppressed to the point they were incapable of catching their breaths. and they hurriedly shook their heads when they heard the black-clothed middle-aged man. What a joke! How would they dare have any objections at a time like this? Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded, and then he continued. Now I'll give both of you two paths. One of them is to become vice leaders of my demonic Lotus Blade sect and serve under Long Wei, and you'll cut all ties with the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect for eternity. The second is to bring your people along and fuck off back to your Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sects. I'm willing to become a vice leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. When faced with the two choices given by the black-clothed middle-aged man, Lu Yuan and Shui Rui didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke out hurriedly. Even though they would be lower in position than Long Wei because of this, they didn't mind. Because the current demonic Lotus Blade sect was already not the former demonic Lotus Blade sect. With the strength of the founding ancestors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that stood before them, it was sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to have a place in the Darkstone Empire and even the Darkhan dynasty. At that time, even if they were only vice leaders, it would be far greater than a sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, and then he raised his voice. All of you remember, from today onwards, the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect is still Long Wei. I, Jia Hong, will obey the supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. As soon as the black-clothed middle-aged man finished speaking. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. With Long Wei, the new sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect in the lead, everyone in the demonic Lotus Blade sect bowed as they cried out respectfully. Good, good. Ha 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 ha. Jia Hong laughed happily as he looked at the generations of disciples before him. 1,000 years had passed and he'd finally awoken from within the fire breath rock. Ancestor, I wonder what your current cultivation is? After a short moment, Long Wei looked at Jia Hong and asked with slight anticipation. With my current cultivation, it's sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to possess a place of its own in the Darkhan dynasty. Jia Hong's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. The Darkhan dynasty? Long Wei's face was once again suffused with a flush of excitement when he heard Jia Hong, whereas Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the crowd of disciples in the surroundings were exceedingly excited as well. From the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom directly to the Darkhan dynasty, and it directly crossed over the Darkstone Empire, the demonic Lotus Blade sect could be said to be soaring into the sky with a single leap. Of course, they knew clearly in their hearts that the reason the future of the demonic Lotus Blade sect was bright was because of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them. When one man becomes powerful, those around him rise up alongside him. It was nothing more than that. Are those people above members of our demonic Lotus Blade sect as well? Suddenly Jia Hong frowned and slightly raised his head to look up high into the sky. He'd noticed there was a group of people in the sky since the moment he'd emerged from the fire breath rock. But he didn't know the origins of these people at that time, so he paid no attention. After that, everyone in the demonic Lotus Blade sect from the sect leader Long Wei had bowed and addressed him respectfully, yet that group of people remained indifferent, and it caused him to realize that the group of people ought to not be members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with Jia Hong speaking out, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples including Long Wei, Shui Rui, and Lu Yuan raised their heads to look up. With a single glance, they noticed the group of people that stood in the air. If it wasn't for Jia Hong calling attention to the group of people, they wouldn't have noticed the group. We've been noticed. Mou frowned high above in the sky as he glanced at Jia Hong with slight fear, and then he looked at Duanling Tian and couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, is this Jia Hong really the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Obviously, Mou had heard what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader Long Wei had said to Jia Hong earlier, and he knew the sequence of events from the three great sects combining to the annihilation of the Mountain Split sect and Seven Star Sword sect. This caused him to be both infuriated and anxious. If he possessed the sufficient strength, he would have made a move long ago to wipe out the people below. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. The fire breath rock has always been a miraculous thing. A person that slumbers within it is indeed capable of experiencing 1,000 years without perishing. So, Jia Hong is most probably the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Gulp. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, Mou difficultly gulped a mouthful of saliva. Then his cultivation. It's all of you. Mou hadn't finished speaking when he was already interrupted by another. Swoosh. 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 The higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, led by the sect leader Long Wei, soared into the sky and arrived at the altitude Duan Ling Tian and the others were at in the blink of an eye, before surrounding Duan Ling Tian's group within. Many demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples of the void-prying stage had soared into the sky successively and surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group as well. Xianxia and the detestable rock. Long Wei's gaze descended onto Xianxia and the rock at the first possible moment, and a ferocious light flickered within his eyes. Since all of you have come today, then don't dream of leaving. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect that even you've come. We let you escape 5 years ago, but don't dream of escaping today. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frenzied smile on his face, and it seemed as if Duan Ling Tian was a piece of meat on the chopping block. Even if the rock wasn't present today, all of you wouldn't be capable of fleeing. Shui Rui's face was covered with confidence, and it was confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor. Escape! Duan Ling Tian started laughing as he glanced indifferently at Lu Yuan, and then he glanced at Long Wei, Shui Rui, and all the figures he knew in the surroundings. All these people had participated in the annihilation of the 7-star sword sect. All of you really think highly of yourselves. I need to escape from good-for-nothing trash like all of you? As he finished laughing, the brilliant and bright smile on Duan Ling Tian's face turned into a cold smile, and he brazenly ridiculed all the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. You dare be disrespectful to the 3 sect leaders and all the elders? I'll kill you. Right when the expression of Long Wei and the others sank, a demonic Lotus Blade sect elder flashed out to suddenly pounce towards Duan Ling Tian, and a spirit saber appeared out of thin air in his hand before a saber light bloomed into existence. Whoosh! When this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder attacked, an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared above him before another few thousand ancient mammoth silhouette appeared. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. Half-step advanced saber force. Besides that, it was a low-grade spirit weapon that was like trash in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian. OM. The demonic Lotus Blade sect arrived before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye before the sword light in his hand whistled out to envelope Duan Ling Tian, and he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian with a single strike. In the eyes of all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, the speed of this elder could be considered to be extremely swift, yet it was pitiably slow in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Trash! When the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder was extremely close, Duan Ling Tian spoke a single word indifferently before suddenly raising his hand. He didn't even utilize a spirit weapon or concept as his palm formed into a blade and slashed out, and his origin energy skyrocketed on his palm as it moved to intercept the spirit saber in the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's hand. Bang! Duan Ling Tian's palm that was formed into a blade easily blasted away the spirit saber in the hands of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder. And then it didn't slow down in the slightest as it directly struck towards the elder's head and shattered it. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian retracted his hand, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth was unable to condense into form in the sky above him since the beginning. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew by, and it caused the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members to feel their hearts go cold. The skull of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder that attacked Duan Ling Tian had shattered open, causing fresh blood to spray all over and plunge to the ground. Bang! His corpse emitted a loud bang as it descended onto the ground. Silence. The entire clamorous gorge instantly became deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the gorge recovered from their shock, and their expressions went grim. Who dares come to our demonic Lotus Blade sect to kill our members? He even killed an elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. No matter who it is, he's dead for sure. Exactly. Not to mention our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has already appeared. Even during normal times, no one dares to be so presumptuous in our demonic Lotus Blade sect. That rock seems to be the 7-star sword sect's guarding demon beast. Many of our peers have died at its hands in the past. He won't be able to flee today. Perhaps the sect leader's speed is inferior to it, but if the ancestor wanted to kill it, it would be as simple as cutting a blade of grass. Of course, the Supreme Elder is an existence that's capable of leading us to obtain a place of our own in the Dark Han dynasty. The Supreme Elder is at least an expert at the void interpretation stage. Moreover, it's likely that the Supreme Elder isn't an ordinary first-level void interpretation stage expert. The void interpretation stage, according to my knowledge, even if it's the Darkstone Empire, only the Imperial family possesses a void interpretation stage expert, and he's the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps our ancestor is even stronger than the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. The crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples discussed animatedly. As they spoke, their confidence grew greatly, and they were filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's Supreme Elder. At this moment high above in the sky, all the demonic Lotus Blade sect members that had surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group had successively recovered from their shock. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent is really monstrous. 5 years ago, when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated, he was only a nascent soul stage martial artist. 5 years later, he's actually capable of killing a 7th-level void prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Fortunately, he has come now. Otherwise, if another 10 or 20 years passes, then our demonic Lotus Blade sect might not be capable of enduring the flames of his rage. I don't think so. So long as our demonic Lotus Blade sect's Supreme Elder is present, even if we give Duan Ling Tian another 20 years, he might not be capable of doing anything to our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Then how about another 30, 40, or 50 years? After all, he's too young when compared to the Supreme Elder. You're right, but since he has come today, he's dead for sure. The crowd of void-prying stage demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group couldn't refrain from whispering in discussion. The gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian seemed as if they were looking at a dead man. Duan Ling Tian. Long Wei's gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Needless to say, your current strength has really surprised me. You're worthy of being the #1 genius in the history of the 7-Star Sword sect, and the young expert that's capable of suppressing the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Sect Leader Long, you're too kind. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If I was you, I would continue enduring. If you waited another few tens of years, you would perhaps be capable of taking revenge for the 7-Star Sword sect. But unfortunately, you chose to make an appearance now. Even if the rock is present today, it's impossible for all of you to escape. Slight ridicule appeared on Long Yun's face. All of you are really good at choosing the time. You didn't come earlier nor later, but just happened to choose the time that our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has returned to the world. With the ancestor present, this rock of your 7-Star Sword sect can only dream of gaining an advantage over us in terms of speed. Lu Yuan sneered. Is something wrong with your ears? Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he asked indifferently. Ha! Duan Ling Tian's words caused everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be stunned. Didn't you hear me call all of you good-for-nothing trash? Could it be that all of you thought that those were words spoken out of rage? Or perhaps all of you thought I'm only calling all of you good-for-nothing trash and didn't include that 1,000-year-old freak in. Duan Ling Tian ridiculed. As he looked at the expressions of the members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that became darker, he felt delighted. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens, just because you're capable of killing a 7th-level void-prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect? If I, Lu Yuan, want to kill you, it's even simpler than stomping an ant to death. Lu Yuan's gloomy expression tensed up as his eyes flickered with a ferocious light, and the origin energy on his body leaped up into appearance. In the next moment, he took a stride forward before pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian. Lu Yuan's strength was on a completely different level than the 7th-level void-prying stage elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect from before. Practically the instant Lu Yuan strode out, he'd already arrived before Duan Ling Tian. Bang! With a raise of his hand, his palm descended with earth-shattering force as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian. Lu Yuan attacked Duan Ling Tian with merely his palm, and he didn't utilize any spirit weapons. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Tian wasn't worthy of his utilizing a spirit weapon. In next to no time, he realized that no matter if he utilized a spirit weapon or not, the outcome would be the same. When faced with Lu Yuan's palm that struck towards him like a bolt of lightning, and as he felt the piercingly cold winds emitted by Lu Yuan's palm that assaulted his face, Duan Tian didn't dodge as he raised his hand and pointed out. Tempest Point! A strand of material origin energy point force shot out from the tip of Duan Tian's finger, and its surroundings were coiled by a strand of azure-colored energy and a strand of violet-colored energy. They were precisely Duan Tian's 8th-level wind concept and 3rd-level lightning concept. Lu Yuan's palm that struck towards Duan Tian couldn't be said to be slow. Swish! But unfortunately, the speed Duan Tian pointed out with his finger was even swifter, and it easily penetrated Lu Yuan's palm. Then it didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced him between Lu Yuan's brows before he has the chance to let out a shrill cry. Instantly, a savage and terrifying bloody hole appeared between Lu Yuan's brows, and it ceaselessly gushed with dazzling and resplendent blood. You! Lu Yuan's body trembled for no reason as his penetrated palm fell limply at his side, and he struggled to glance at Duan Tian with eyes that were filled with extreme terror. In the next moment, his body couldn't hold on any longer, and it plunged to the ground. Bang! Lu Yuan crashed onto the ground, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. For a time, no matter if it was within the gorge or in the sky above the gorge, the entire world had fallen into deathly silence. Sect leader Lu Yuan has been killed. My God! Exactly who is the person that has come? He seems to have only used a single attack to kill sect leader Lu Yuan. It's too far away, I'm utterly unable to see that person's face clearly. Alas, if only I possessed a cultivation at the void prying stage or above. I can only stand here and look from afar, yet be unable to see anything. It's truly depressing. The crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the gorge went into an uproar once again, and most of them were astonished by what had happened. Lu Yuan was the vice sect leader of their demonic Lotus Blade sect and possessed a cultivation at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. But it was exactly an existence like this that was killed in a single move, whereas the group of people led by the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader Lu Yuan were completely dumbstruck. They glanced down from afar at Lu Yuan's corpse before being unable to refrain from raising their heads to look at the violet-clothed young man in the distance. For a time, only disbelief and shock remained within their gazes. Duan Tian killed Lu Yuan with a single move? If they didn't see the scene before with their own 2 eyes, who amongst them would believe that everything that happened earlier was real? Now, they finally understood why Duan Tian was so confident from the beginning until the end. It turned out that he'd already possessed a strength at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Even though the phenomenon of the heaven and the earth couldn't completely condense into form in time when Duan Tian attacked earlier, they were practically able to be sure that Duan Tian was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. If he wasn't in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, would he be capable of killing Lu Yuan, who was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, with a single move? Will the next be you, or perhaps all of you? Duan Tian's gaze flashed past Long Wei before descending onto Xuerui, and then it finally descended onto the guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. All these old fellows were existences at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. When the 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago, Long Wei, Xuerui, and all these old fellows were the culprits. It could be said that practically all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had died at their hands. Of course, there was also Zhao Ming and Tanghua, but those two were trapped within the inscription formation at the Darkstone Empire at this moment, and it was impossible for them to escape in a short period of time. Long Wei, Xuerui, and the guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect looked at each other when they heard this, and their expressions were livid, yet none of them dared answer Duan Tian. What a joke! Even Lu Yuan was killed by Duan Tian with a single move. Even if there were people with strength stronger than Lu Yuan amongst them, it wouldn't be much stronger. They were sure that if they dared go against Duan Tian, it would surely result in certain death. So they didn't dare make any movements. Long Wei and the others looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. 5 years ago, when they led the Azure Forest Trisect to head to the Seven-Star Sword Sect and annihilate it, Duan Ling Tian was only a nascent soul-stage martial artist, and he was weak like an ant in their eyes. 5 years later, when they met Duan Ling Tian once more and saw Duan Ling Tian kill a 7th-level void-prying stage elder of their demonic Lotus Blade sect with a single move, they couldn't help but be surprised by this. They were surprised by Duan Ling Tian's improvement in these 5 years. Subsequently, Lu Yuan had attacked Duan Ling Tian, yet he was still killed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move. At that moment, they had the feeling as if they were dreaming. Yet their strained nerves were telling them at all times that they weren't dreaming and all of this was real. At this moment, the other higher-ups and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group couldn't help but retreat slightly, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with terror. Especially the ground of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. Earlier, they were whispering in discussion and felt that so long as their ancestor was present, then it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to do anything to the demonic Lotus Blade sect even after another 10 or 20 years. But when they witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, they instead didn't dare think about it anymore. What a joke. If a young expert that was capable of breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in a short 5 years of time was given another 10 or 20 years, they wouldn't be surprised even if he broke through to the void transformation stage. Xianxia and Mo Yu stood behind Duan Ling Tian, and they couldn't help but reveal a smile of happiness. At this moment they felt proud and elated. Even the sharp eyes of the rock that circled in the air couldn't help but be suffused with a slightly gratified expression when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He suddenly felt that the group of experts of the Seven-Star Sword sect laying down their lives to send Duan Ling Tian out of the sect 5 years ago was such a wise decision. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian was able to survive. 5 years. A mere 5 years of time. Yet the youth from all those years ago already possessed the strength to take revenge for the Seven-Star Sword sect, a strength that even he had to look up to. If the people in the scene who were the calmest were noted, then it would surely be Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong who stood at the side. They'd only followed Duan Ling Tian to watch the show. Of course, they wouldn't stand idly by if Duan Ling Tian encountered something he wasn't able to deal with. Duan Ling Tian, even though both of us are standing on opposite sides, I have to admit that you're indeed an unparalleled genius in the martial Dao. In a mere 5 years of time, you transformed from a nascent soul stage martial artist into an expert at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Your natural talent is sufficient to look down upon all the geniuses of the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. Long Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Your Azure Forest Trisect. Oh wait, I almost forgot, all of you aren't the Azure Forest Trisect any longer. Your demonic Lotus Blade sect has an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with me. Don't dream that a few words of praise will make me stop. Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Wei as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian, Xuechen said with a low voice. We admit that your strength is extremely strong, and it's even stronger than all of us. If it was before, our demonic Lotus Blade sect would perhaps be annihilated at your hand. But our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has appeared today, and even if you've broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, you're dead without a doubt. Perhaps to emphasize Shui Rui's words, the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged on the lotus seat at a low altitude vanished along with his lotus seat in the blink of an eye. When he appeared once again, he'd already appeared before Long Wei, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression. You broke through from a nascent soul stage martial artist to become a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist in 5 years? Jia Hong's words contained no lack of a questioning tone. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong and then he shrugged with a slight lack of interest. Old fellow, don't talk to me with such a tone. I'm not one of your demonic Lotus Blade sect's disciples. Presumptuous. Duan Ling Tian, how dare you be disrespectful to the supreme elder of my demonic Lotus Blade sect? Practically the instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Long Wei, Shui Rui, and another few guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim as they shouted out angrily. Presumptuous? Disrespectful. Duan Tian laughed with disdain and ridicule. I was presumptuous and disrespectful to him. So what? Could it be that all of you want to make a move against me? You. The expressions of Long Wei and the others were extremely unsightly when being ridiculed like this by Duan Tian, yet they just happened to not dare reply or make a move. If you don't dare make a move, then take care of your own mouths. Trash. Duan Tian laughed coldly as he trampled upon the dignity of Long Wei and the others. Trash. The expressions of Long Wei, Shuirue, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect darkened. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, even if they were humiliated by Duan Tian like this, they could only endure and not dare flare up. Duan Tian's strength was too strong to them, and it was far from something they could go against. Once they made a move against him, the outcome would be no different than Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha. Right when Long Wei and the others wanted to ask the Jiahong to make a move against Duan Tian, Jiahong had suddenly burst out in laughter. Duan Tian frowned. This old fellow of the demonic Lotus Blade sect wouldn't have gone mad, right? Little fellow. Jiahong looked at Duan Tian with interest as he said slowly, I heard from Long Wei earlier that you only spent 5 years of time to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage from the Nascent Soul stage. Needless to say, you're a man of great potential. Duan Tian still paid no attention when he heard Jiahong, and his eyes that flickered with cold lights and emitted killing intent stared fixedly at Long Wei and the others. Duan Tian's killing intent caused the expressions of Long Wei and the others to become extremely unsightly, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. Little fellow, since the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated, it can only be said that the 7-Star Sword sect is useless and doesn't possess the qualifications to become your sect. How about you take me as your master? Jiahong looked at Duan Tian and publicly tried to poach Duan Tian from the 7-Star Sword sect. Duan Tian's expression finally sank, but Jiahong instead seemed as if he didn't notice. So long as you take me as your master and so long as you're willing, I can even allow you to become the new sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Otherwise, you can be an enforcement elder that reigns supreme over the sect leader and you'll only be below me. How about it? Supreme Elder, he killed Vice Sect Leader Lu earlier. He's an enemy of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Jiahong's words caused a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to become anxious, and he looked angrily at Jiahong. But in the next moment, the countenance of this guardian elder instantly turned extremely pale as his hands grasped tightly onto his throat and fresh blood sprayed out from his throat to taint his hands red. Why? The guardian elder's gaze seemed distant, and he looked at Jiahong with an unwilling expression at the moment before his death before losing all signs of life and plunging down to the ground. Bang! The corpse emitted an enormous bang when it hit the ground. For a time, there was a corpse laying at the exact center of the gorge. How swift! Duan Tian's brows raised as he revealed slight fear from his eyes. He was actually unable to see Jiahong attack in the slightest, and he only had an extremely slight and brief sound of the wind, and at the instant when the howl of the wind vanished, the demonic Lotus Blade sect guardian elder was already killed. Is there anyone else that wants to question my words? Jiahong's piercingly cold gaze flashed past Long Wei and the others. Instantly, Long Wei and the others went silent. Even though there were many people in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, yet not a single person dared speak at this moment. They were able to discern that the Supreme Elder had taken a fancy towards Duan Tian's monstrous and peerless natural talent, and he wanted to take Duan Tian as his disciple and inheritor of his mantle. Humph! Duan Tian grunted coldly with disdain when he saw Jiahong look over once more. Old fellow, if I want to suppress all of these people, it's extremely easy with my strength. Why would I need to borrow your might? Jiahong didn't get angry when facing Duan Tian's disdain, and he nodded instead. You're right, but you've forgotten something. If you don't agree to be my disciple today, then you're dead. You won't have the chance to deal with them or even annihilate my demonic Lotus Blade sect. When he spoke up to hear, the smile on Jiahong's face vanished and it was covered in a layer of ice instead. I'll give you 2 choices. Either kneel down and become my disciple or die. Die! Jiahong's voice was like a resounding thunderclap that suddenly exploded out in the sky of the gorge, and it caused all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples present to be unable to help but feel a chill run down their spines. They knew that the Supreme Elder was enraged. The eyes of Long Wei, Shuirue, and the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect flickered with bright lights as they hoped in their hearts that Duanling Tian wouldn't submit. If Duanling Tian submitted, then it would also mean that they would have this kid reigning supreme over them in the future. This was something they weren't willing to accept. Of course, if Duanling Tian really submitted, then even if they weren't willing, they had no other choice. The true master of the demonic Lotus Blade sect now was the Supreme Elder that had just risen to power in the sect, and it wasn't them. Duanling Tian didn't have any reaction when faced with Jia Hong's threats. Yet Xianxia and Mo Yu had already gone pale. At this moment, the vast and overbearing aura that stretched out from Jia Hong's body swept over and caused them to feel extremely suffocated. Marshall and Xianxia, senior brother, really has the confidence to deal with this old freak? Mo Yu felt slightly terrified when facing Jia Hong, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to ask Xianxia. He ought to. Xianxia was slightly unsure. Swish! The rock circled around in the sky above Duanling Tian, and his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky had spread out to cause surging waves of air and sharp howls of the wind. His pair of sharp eyes were staring fixedly at Jia Hong, and so long as Jia Hong dared attack Duanling Tian, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to pounce down. Even though he knew that he was far from being Jia Hong's match, yet he would lay down his life to protect Duanling Tian. He was willing to use his corpse to pave a path towards survival for Duanling Tian. I'm truly sorry. Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged when facing Jia Hong's threats, and he had a carefree expression from the beginning until the end, as if everything before him was utterly unrelated to him. I don't want to choose either of the choices you gave me. Don't want to choose? Duanling Tian's words entered clearly into the ears of every single person present. Duanling Tian, our Supreme Elder thinks highly of you, and that's why he wants to take you as his disciple. Don't be ungrateful. Instantly, many members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect in the surroundings snapped at Duanling Tian. At the same time that Long Wei, Shuirue, and the demonic Lotus Blade sect elders snapped at Duanling Tian, they couldn't help but feel fortunate in their hearts, fortunate that Duanling Tian didn't agree. Unknowingly, a wisp of a smile had appeared on the corners of their mouths as they were able to sense the rage that rose ceaselessly on the Supreme Elder. Whoosh! Origin energy gradually arose in Jia Hong, who sat cross-legged on the lotus seat not too far away from Duanling Tian, and then it started to become raging and leaping about. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him as numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down from above. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes was still rising unceasingly. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Fourth level. Fifth level. It's still increasing. Xianxia's expression became more and unsightly. The body of Mo Yu, who stood at the side, shivered as his pupils constricted. And there was only a single thought that remained in his heart. We're finished, we're finished. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, never have he imagined that the strength of the 1,000-year-old freak from demonic Lotus Blade sect would actually be so terrifying. Finally, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Jiayong didn't increase anymore. Meanwhile, 100 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes were clearly visible before the eyes of every single person present, and it gave them a strong visual impact. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Long Wei couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Supreme Elder said he can lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to obtain a position in the Darkhan dynasty. With Supreme Elder's current strength, there are probably only a few people that are a match for him in the Darkhan dynasty. Shuirue was extremely excited as his body trembled lights, and he'd slightly lost his composure. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. At the same time, no matter if it was the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples standing in midair or the disciples standing within the gorge, all of them couldn't help but seethe with excitement. They were naturally extremely clear about what 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meant. the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Their Supreme Elder was actually a formidable existence at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Everyone was excited. Little fellow, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really unwilling to take me as your master? Jia Hong, who had 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him, stared at Duanling Tian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning. And he seemed as if he would directly make a move against Duanling Tian if anything wasn't to his liking. Duanling Tian's expression still remained the same when facing Jia Hong, who revealed a strength at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage and ridiculed. Old fellow, did you think I'll be afraid of you and even directly take you as my master just because you revealed at strength at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage? Since it's like this, then you can go to hell. Jia Hong's patience was completely exhausted and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He shouted out explosively before his sleeve flashed as he raised his hand and a deafening howl of the wind exploded out. In practically an instant, waves of terrifying gales swept out from the place Jia Hong stood, and it blew out in all directions to the point of causing some demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with low cultivations to move back in retreat. Whoosh! Jia Hong pushed out his palm, and it seemed to be slow yet was extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, his palm was already extremely close to Duanling Tian's chest, and so long as he continued forward, Duanling Tian would die for sure. Right at this critical moment, a shrill cry appeared out of thin air, and it caused the smile that had suffused the faces of Long Wei and the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to instantly freeze. Originally, they were already able to foresee the scene of Duanling Tian being killed. But right at the instant Duanling Tian was about to die, they saw to their shock that at this moment, the arm of their demonic Lotus Blade sect's Supreme Elder, the ancestor that had established the demonic Lotus Blade sect more than 1,000 years ago, had used to attack Duanling Tian was severed, and his severed arm was thrown out by momentum to vanish into the distance in the blink of an eye, whereas the place Duanling Tian stood at earlier was completely empty now. At this moment, Duanling Tian had suddenly soared up into the sky, and there was a fiery red figure by his side. This was a middle-aged man with a cold and dignified expression. His sharp eyes seemed to look down upon the heavens and the earth, and he emitted a formidable sense of pressure as he stood there with his hands behind his back. Who are you? After Jia Hong stopped the blood that sprayed from the place his arm was severed, he had a rather pale countenance as he looked at the middle-aged man in fiery red-colored clothes and asked with slight terror. Earlier, it was precisely this person that had severed his arm. This person hasn't utilized a spirit weapon when making a move against him, and the middle-aged man had only used pure origin energy that was condensed into the form of a sword to easily sever his arm before he could react. Even though the middle-aged man attacked in a flash and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky couldn't condense in time, Jia Hong could be completely sure that the fiery red-clothed middle-aged man before him possessed a strength that far surpassed him. Meanwhile, the gazes of everyone in the demonic Lotus Blade sect descended onto the red-clothed middle-aged man. They'd noticed this red-clothed middle-aged man since long ago, as he'd always stood close behind Duanling Tian with another red-clothed young woman and a gray-clothed old man. Originally, these people were survivors of the 7-Star Sword sect as well. But now they realized that they were wrong, extremely wrong. Would a survivor of the 7-Star Sword sect possess the strength to sever the arm of their demonic Lotus Blade sect's Supreme Elder, a dignified 7th-level Void Interpretation stage expert? If the 7-Star Sword sect possessed such an expert, how could it have been annihilated by them? Senior, this is an enmity between us and the 7-Star Sword sect. I hope that Senior doesn't interfere. If Senior has any needs, our demonic Lotus Blade sect will spend every effort, and I guarantee that Senior will be satisfied. As the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Long Wei was an astute person, and he clearly noticed the terror that suffused Jia Hong's eyes when Jia Hong looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man. So, he chose to make concessions in order to gain an advantage. Unfortunately, the red-clothed middle-aged man seemed as if he'd utterly not heard Jia Hong and Long Wei as he spoke indifferently. Ling Tian, do you want me to cripple his cultivation before you kill him yourself? Or do you want me to end him directly? The red-clothed middle-aged man was precisely Feng Wu Dao, the eldest master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Feng clan, and the number on expert in the Feng clan that stood supreme above the two ancestors of the clan. Feng Wudao's tone was calm, and it was as if he was speaking of a trivial matter. Jia Hong's expression went completely pale when he heard Feng Wudao, whereas the pupils of Longwei and the others constricted instantly as well. Exactly who is this red-clothed middle-aged man? He actually seems as if he utterly doesn't take our demonic Lotus Blade sect's 7th level void interpretation stage Supreme Elder seriously. He wasn't present when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day. Uncle Feng, I'll trouble you with it. Duanling Tian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong before speaking slowly. Even though Duanling Tian didn't provide a direct choice, but his words had obviously made a choice indirectly, and Feng Wudao had discerned the meaning within. Jia Hong's expression went ghastly pale when he saw Feng Wudao nodding, and he instantly stood up from the lotus seat. Bang! With a raise of his leg, Jia Hong's origin energy skyrocketed as his fire concept erupted out like a shadow behind it, and it caused his origin energy to seem as if it had transformed into a ball of flames that fiercely crashed onto the lotus seat. Instantly, the lotus seat condensed into form from origin energy, and fire concept instantly shattered and transformed into nothingness. Swoosh! At the same time, Jia Hong had already relied on the force of this impact to shoot towards the distance like a bolt of lightning, and he obviously wanted to flee. The scene before them only occurred in the blink of an eye, and everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect, including the sect leader Long Wei, didn't even have the time to react. Swish! A sword howl that appeared for a brief moment entered clearly into the ears of the group of martial artists at the Void Initiation stage or above and possessed shocking hearing ability, whereas martial artists below the Void Initiation stage seemed to have heard nothing. And then they saw the distant figure stop for a moment before splitting into two. Jia Hong, who had fled, was split into two from up to down, and his severed corpse crashed onto the ground while accompanied by dazzling and resplendent blood that covered the sky. Silence. No matter if it was in the sky or on the ground, the entire ground was in deathly silence. Ancestor. Supreme Elder. Everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect was dumbstruck in unison as they looked at the severed corpse on the distant ground, and their faces were filled with disbelief. On one hand, they were in disbelief that their ancestor would run away from battle and abandon them for the sake of living, and on the other hand, they were in disbelief that the Supreme Elder who seemed high, mighty, and matchless in their eyes would be killed so easily. But these numerous scenes that occurred before their eyes charged at their tensed nerves at every moment, and it told them that all of this was real. I'll leave the rest to you. Feng Wudao nodded to Duanling Tian before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already returned to Elder Kong and Feng Tian Wu's side. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wudao's expression remained unmoving like the water within an ancient well, and he seemed as if killing a 7th-level void interpretation stage expert was nothing to him. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded, and then he revealed a frenzied smile as he pounced towards all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups led by Long Wei like a tiger that pounced into a pack of wolves. Sword drawing arts. A violet-colored sword light that flashed briefly in the sky easily swiped past Shui Rui's throat, and the sect leader of the formed Snow Moon sect had died just like this at Duanling Tian's hands. Duanling Tian held his sword as she stood in the sky, and drops of blood dripped ceaselessly from atop his sword as he thought in his heart. The collection has just begun. Shui Rui's death was like the wick of a candle, and it instantly jolted Long Wei and the others awake. Since it's impossible to flee, then we'll join forces and kill him. Long Wei glanced fearfully at Feng Wudao, who stood in the distance, before shouting out explosively to call over all the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Whoosh! But right when they were intending to make a move against Duanling Tian, they unintentionally noticed the over 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had appeared in the sky above Duanling Tian, and it caused them to be flabbergasted. The strongest person amongst them only possessed the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons when exerting his full might, and it was to the extent that not a single person possessed the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. He isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he's at the 9th. This demonic Lotus Blade sect's elder's gaze had always been on Duanling Tian, and he'd clearly witnessed the scene of the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensing into form one by one in the sky above Duanling Tian. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. A single sentence from this elder caused all the higher-ups, including Long Wei, to go pale, and all of them stopped moving, as they didn't dare take a step forward. If Duanling Tian was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, they might have been capable of dealing with him after joining forces. But a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist wasn't someone they could go against. Duanling Tian, I'm willing to join your 7-star sword sect, and give both my life and loyalty to the 7-star sword sect. Suddenly, a guardian elder stood out and spoke to Duanling Tian with panic. Instantly, the expression of many demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups, including Long Wei, went livid, and they glared angrily at the guardian elder. Swish! A sword light that appeared briefly in the sky easily penetrated the throat of this guardian elder. When the guardian elder held tightly onto his throat, a violet-colored figure had appeared before him like a shadow, and it was precisely Duanling Tian. Why? The guardian elder looked at Duanling Tian with a puzzled and dazed expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. As far as he was concerned, he'd already submitted and was willing to join the 7-star sword sect. Logically speaking, Duanling Tian ought to not kill him and welcome him into the 7-star sword sect instead. He was convinced that the current 7-star sword sect surely required experts to hold down the fort, and it was precisely because of this that when facing life and death, he chose to endure a bad name and join the 7-star sword sect. But unexpectedly, Duanling Tian seemed to be utterly disdainful towards allowing him to join the 7-star sword sect and had directly killed him. I won't allow anyone whose hands are tainted with the disciples of my 7-star sword sect to live in this world. Duanling Tian spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanling Tian flashed out. Whirlwind. He vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once again, he was already amidst the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups, and every single sword strike that flashed out took the life of a demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-up. Since only death awaits us no matter what we do, then let's fight with our lives. Kill! The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples that had participated in the annihilation of the 7-star sword sect all those years ago charged towards Duanling Tian as if they'd gone mad. The fate of resisting was death, yet the fate of not resisting was death as well. So they chose to resist. But they didn't have the slightest ability to strike back when facing Duanling Tian, and all of them died one by one beneath Duanling Tian's sword. In next to no time, Duanling Tian was numbed by the slaughter. Sect leader, are you watching? I'm making the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect repay 100-fold for what they owed us. The figure of the former 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jinhong, flashed within Duanling Tian's mind. Even though he didn't have a long relationship with Ling Hu Jinhong, the numerous ways Ling Hu Jinhong supported and thought highly of him caused Duanling Tian to be moved. As the saying goes, a woman will doll herself up for the man she loves, just like a gentleman will die for the one that recognized his worth. Ling Hu Jinhong was a person that recognized his worth. Swish! A violet-colored sword light that flashed briefly in the sky had penetrated Long Wei's chest easily, and it came out from the other side, causing instantaneous death. As soon as Long Wei died, many people were completely devoid of battle intent, and they fled in unison. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, the Rock and Xianxia joined the fray, and they slaughtered all the higher-ups of disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that were fleeing for their lives and devoid of battle intent. Under the circumstances that Duanling Tian was suppressing all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the two of them slaughtered their way unopposed in the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect members. Peak Master Zhen Fan, if you're conscious in the heavens, then watch as I take revenge for you. The sword in Duanling Tian's hand struck out to kill a 6th-level Void Initiation stage elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Elder Bai, your little phase master, yet I wasn't able to protect you properly. I really don't know how to tell little Fei when I see her in the future. A beautiful woman's figure appeared in Duanling Tian's mind as he revealed a wisp of sorrow, and the sword in his hand killed another 6th-level Void Initiation stage guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Senior Sister Zuoqing. All of you as well. Numerous familiar figures flashed within Duanling Tian's mind. In the past, all of these people were alive and standing before him, Yet they died 5 years ago at the hands of these people before his eyes. Swish! 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 At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura, and there was nothing but slaughter in his world. It wasn't long before all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage or above had fallen. Duan Ling Tian didn't stop because of this, and the sword in his hand pointed towards the other higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect as he flashed out to slaughter them mercilessly. Shrill cries rose and fell without end. No! Spare me! Spare me! Duan Ling Tian. I'm willing to be your slave. Just spare me. Spare me. Everywhere Duan Ling Tian passed, all the higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect were without the slightest intent to battle and fled in all directions, and they didn't forget to beg mournfully with mercy as they fled. But Duan Ling Tian disregarded them. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Unknowingly, the violet clothed on Duan Ling Tian had been completely tainted by blood, causing him to seem as if he'd become a person made of blood. Of course, there wasn't a single drop of his blood amongst this blood. Brother Duan's intent to slaughter is too heavy. Elder Kong frowned as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that was covered in blood from afar. It isn't good if this goes on. It's very likely that he'll experience chi deviation. He needs to vent now. It's useless even if we stop him. We can only hope that he can keep his heart firm. Feng Wu Dao sighed. Big brother Duan, I'll help you. A wisp of worry appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face when she heard the conversation between Elder Kong and Feng Wu Dao, and then she flashed out to go help Duan Ling Tian kill. For his sake, she was willing to share the sins of slaughter without the slightest regret. Blood flowed into rivers within the entire gorge. The rays of the setting sun seemed blood-red as they made the blood that tainted the gorge to become more prominent, and it seemed as if only one color remained within the entire world, and it was a dazzling and resplendent scarlet red. Unknowingly, the commotion and shrill cries had already vanished. A group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples stood within the gorge with terrified expressions as they looked at the 4 figures in the sky that were like gods of slaughter, and their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, causing it to be difficult to move in the slightest. They didn't dare flee, because they knew they were unable. Perhaps they had the chance of escaping death if they stood here. As the wind blew by, an extremely dense smell of blood pierced into their nostrils, causing their expressions to go pale, and their bodies shivered. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. This was a young man whose clothes were completely tainted with blood, and the sword within his hand was still dripping with blood, causing him to seem like a peerless god of slaughter. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went ghastly pale when they saw the young man in bloodied clothes approaching. It was precisely this person that had wiped out the 3 great sect leaders of their demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the other few 6th-level Void Initiation stage Guardian Elders had died one by one at his hands as well. The other elders and the senior disciples of the sect had all died at the hands of the companions by this young man's side. Duan Ling Tian stood at a low altitude in the air above the gorge, and he looked down upon the survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Feng Tianwu and Qin Xiang followed like a shadow behind him, whereas the rock even followed by his side and ceaselessly flapped his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky as his sharp eyes stared at the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. All of you that were already disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snowmoon sect before the Azure Forestry sect annihilated my 7-star sword sect, stand out from the group. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently, and his voice seemed calm, yet actually contained killing intent. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, many people went ghastly pale. These people were already members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snowmoon sect 5 years ago, and some of them had even participated in the annihilation of the 7-star sword sect. Now when Duan Ling Tian asked them to step out, they were naturally able to guess what intentions Duan Ling Tian held. So none of them dared stand out. 10 breaths of time. I'll give all of you 10 breaths of time. Duan Ling Tian continued. If no one stands out after 10 breaths of time, then all of you will die. When his calm words entered into the ears of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and it was like a voodoo chant that caused their faces to go pale. For a time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were in disorder. A disciple that joined the Azure Forest Trisect later on pointed towards another person by his side and said, "I know you. You were already a Snow Moon sect disciple before the Seven Star Sword sect was annihilated. Go out quickly. Don't get all of us killed." Instantly, it drew public outrage. Go out. Go out quickly. For a time, this person became a common target of everyone. And in the end, he walked out of the crowd with long face and stood alone outside. There's still another 7 breaths of time. Duan Ling Tian continued. I remember you as well. You were an Origin Convergence sect disciple 5 years ago. Get out. You get out. 4 years ago, when I just arrived at the Azure Forest Trisect, you were flaunting before me about how many 7-star sword sect disciples you killed. In next to no time, almost 100 people were pushed out from the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, whereas the countenance of the almost 100 people were extremely pale, and as they stood outside the crowd, their bodies shivered as if they had already guessed their fate. The time of 10 breaths is up. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the almost 100 people that were pushed out, and the billowing killing intent on his body swept out to envelop them. Instantly, the expressions of these people went deathly pale. Duan Ling Tian, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Even though I was a Snow Moon sect disciple since long ago, but I didn't head over to the 7-star sword sect on that day. Me too. I've never been to the 7-star sword sect. Spare me. More than half of the almost 100 people that were pushed out started speaking out in panic with pleas of injustice. But Duan Ling Tian utterly paid no attention to them. At this moment, he would rather kill someone wrongly than let anyone off. Otherwise, he would let down the numerous souls of the deceased from the 7-star sword sect. Whoosh! Mou, who'd been watching the events since the beginning, had descended to Duan Ling Tian's side at this moment. Senior brother, leave them to me. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse Mou's offer to undertake the task at hand. Go ahead. He knew clearly in his heart that Mou was unable to endure since long ago. When they made a move to deal with the higher-ups and void-prying stage disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, he'd once send a voice transmission to restrict Mou from joining in the battle, as he wouldn't allow anything to happen to Mou. Mou was the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. Presently, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples before him were martial artists that hadn't even stepped into the void-prying stage, so they were incapable of posing any threat to Mou. Mou ought to vent his feelings now. Mou's eyes lit up when he obtained Duan Ling Tian's permission, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand as he flashed out like a shooting star that descended towards the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 7-star sword technique. Mou directly executed the sect-guarding sword skill of the 7-star sword sect, and 7 material sword lights whistled out to kill 7 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the blink of an eye. As the closed-door disciple of the former 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and coupled with Duan Ling Tian being not inclined to take the position of sect leader, Linghu Jinhong had fostered Mou as the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect long ago. When Linghu Jinhong had passed the minor 7-star sword technique to Mou, he'd already passed the 7-star sword technique to Mou as well. Mou didn't disappoint Linghu Jinhong's high hopes, and had smoothly cultivated the 7-star sword technique to the mastery stage under the guidance of Xianxia during these past few years. Swish! 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 Along with Mou attacking, 7 sword lights formed into a group that flashed out as if it had transformed into the scythe of the god of death, and every single sword light took the life of a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. The crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples either fought Mou with their lives or flew for their lives, yet none of them were capable of escaping the same fate. In a short amount of time, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were well and living had fallen to the ground, causing blood to flow into rivers. Thump! Under the gazes of everyone present, Mou knelt on the ground that was tainted in blood as 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes, and he looked up into the western sky as he said with a loud voice, "Master, are you watching? I've taken revenge for you and taken revenge for all the peak masters, elders, and senior and junior brothers and sisters, All of you can rest in peace in the afterlife. After he finished speaking, you made 3 resounding kowtows on the ground before standing up once again. All of the remaining people must establish a vow with your blood. If any of you had joined the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, or Origin Convergence sect 5 years ago, then you'll be blasted to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian's fierce gaze descended onto all the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples as he spoke with a low voice. Instantly, many people in the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went pale. These people were disciples that had joined the 3 great sects 5 years ago, yet they didn't take step out themselves earlier, nor did the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples know of their history, so they'd escaped the earlier calamity. They thought that they would be able to survive, yet never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be so vigilant and ask them to establish a vow under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, some people held hopes of being lucky in their hearts, and they felt that establishing a vow was nothing great. Even though the 9-9 heavenly tribulation was the publicly acknowledged oath tribulation of Cloud Continent, but the 9-9 heavenly tribulation was only an illusory legend to most people. They didn't think that an oath tribulation could do anything to them, whereas these people quickly found out how naive their thinking was. Along with numerous drops of blood charging into the sky and numerous vows escaping the mouths of the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, waves of continuous thunderclaps sounded out in the horizon. The thunderclaps grew in frequency and seemed like firecrackers. As soon as all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples finished speaking, balls of dark clouds condensed at the horizon, and they arrived in the sky above the gorge in a short moment before ceaselessly converging together. Violet-colored bolts of lightning surged and crackled ceaselessly atop the balls of dark clouds, and it seemed as if it was brewing something. Punishment lightning clouds have descended. Many people are going to be struck with misfortune. Elder Kong, who saw this scene from high up in the air, couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Brother Duan is really intelligent. He even knows to use this method to determine if there are any people in the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that avoided being killed earlier. Now, he didn't even have to make a move himself against those people that avoided death earlier. The son-in-law of I Feng Wudao is naturally no ordinary person. Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. His words seemed as if Duan Ling Tian had already married Feng Tianwu and officially became his son-in-law. Bang! 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 Numerous tribulation lightning bolts that were thick as a bucket tore through the sky as they descended towards the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that avoided death earlier before blasting them into ash, and it wiped out any trace of them in this world. At the moment of death, only a single thought remained in the minds of these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. The oath tribulation of legend is real. If anyone dared to be hopeful while vowing before the oath tribulation, then that person would die for sure. The remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went pale when they saw over 10 fellow disciples being struck into ash, and some with low mental endurance even fell limply and started shivering on the ground. The scene from before was enough to become a nightmare for their entire lifetimes. Over 10 bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as a bucket descended right before them, and it blasted the living people by their sides earlier into ash. The legends are true. A person that goes against the oath made under the heavenly tribulation will indeed be blasted to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Looks like they were being hopeful when they made the vow earlier. The remaining few hundreds of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples whispered in discussions, and their words were filled with fear towards the oath tribulation. All of you, fuck off. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples as he spoke indifferently. Even though he'd killed many people, but he'd killed people that deserved death. Killing these hundreds of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples was as easy as a flip of the hand to Duan Ling Tian, yet Duan Ling Tian didn't do it. These demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples weren't disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect that had participated in the battle 5 years ago that annihilated the 7-Star Sword sect, so they didn't deserve death. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, and when the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hadn't recovered from their shock, there were 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were the first to recover from their shock, and they glanced at each other before kneeling on the ground and speaking respectfully. Lord Duan Ling Tian, We want to join the 7-Star Sword sect. Duanling Tian glanced at the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that knelt on the ground before he said indifferently, "My 7-Star Sword sect doesn't accept turncoats, since the both of you are able to turn on the demonic Lotus Blade sect today. Then you'll be able to turn on my 7-Star Sword sect in the future." Lord Duanling Tian. Right when he thought the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would retreat in the face what he said, the 2 of them had persisted instead, and they pinched open their finger before a drop of blood charged into the sky. "I'm willing to take a vow with my own blood that so long as Lord Duanling Tian is willing to allow me to join the 7-Star Sword sect, then I'll surely live and die with the 7-Star Sword sect and never betray it forever. If I go against this vow, then I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." The 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples vowed at the same time. Meanwhile, a wave of deafening thunderclaps resounded out from the horizon. Obviously, it was the oath tribulation bearing witness to their vow. Duanling Tian's brows raised as everything before him had exceeded his expectations. Never had he imagined that these 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would be so persistent to the point of vowing under the 99 heavenly tribulation, and for a time, he couldn't help but become hesitant. Truthfully speaking, he subconsciously discriminated against these members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and it was because of nothing else but his detest of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. "MOU, what do you think?" Duanling Tian looked at MOU and asked. He was only a passerby to the 7-Star Sword sect, and MOU was the leader of the 7-Star Sword sect from today onwards, and the future of the 7-Star Sword sect was completely borne by him. MOU pondered slightly. "Senior brother, since they've already vowed under the oath tribulation, I presume it's impossible for them to be disloyal to our 7-Star Sword sect. Presently, our 7-Star Sword sect has just been rebuilt and is at the moment that we require people the most. So, I feel that we can accept them as disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect." "Okay, then we'll do as you said." Duanling Tian nodded. The 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples said hurriedly, "Thank you, Lord MOU." But Duanling Tian's cold snort caused them to feel as if they were sitting on a carpet of needles. Right when the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were perturbed, Duanling Tian spoke indifferently. "Remember this. He's the sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect." "Thank you, sect leader." Even though they were curious why the 7-Star Sword sect's sect leader wasn't Duanling Tian, but they didn't dare dally in the slightest when they heard this, and they hurriedly apologized to MOU. "Senior brother, I feel that you're more suitable to be the 7-Star Sword sect's leader," MOU said with a bitter smile on his face. "I'm only at the void-prying stage now. So how can I undertake the great responsibility of being the 7-Star Sword sect's leader? Why can't you undertake it with the help of Elder Ping and Peak Master Xianxia?" Duanling Tian neither agreed nor disagreed instead, and he spoke decisively. "This matter is decided. You're the closed-door disciple of sect leader Linghu and the next inheritor of the position of sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect that he'd decided on. The position of sect leader in the 7-Star Sword sect can only be yours. As for me, I won't be staying in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future." As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian added, "MOU, I'll pass the heavy responsibility of the 7-Star Sword sect to you. I hope you don't disappoint your master." Duanling Tian spoke solemnly to MOU. "Don't worry, senior brother. I'll surely try my best." MOU spoke hurriedly. "Lord Duanling Tian, sect leader MOU, were willing to join the 7-Star Sword sect as well." Right at this moment, the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly knelt on the floor and vowed under the oath tribulation after they saw the actions of the 2 disciples from before. As for the content of their vows, it was similar to the vow taken by the 2 disciples from before. For a time, deafening thunderclaps resounded in the horizon. Even though they'd made such a vow that caused them to not only be unable to betray the 7-Star Sword sect for their entire lives, they even had to live and die with the 7-Star Sword sect, but they didn't regret it. When they joined the Azure Forest Trisect in the past, it was mostly because to wanted to find a strong power to rely on while striving to become outstanding. Now the Azure Forest Trisect was gone, and an even stronger 7-Star Sword sect was right before their eyes. So they chose to join the Seven-Star Sword sect and seek an even better future. MOU, you deal with the matters here. Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Peng. MOU is still young. I hope that both of you can guide him in the future. Duanling Tian spoke to MOU before turning to look at Xianxia and Elder Peng. Xianxia and Elder Peng nodded. Don't worry, MOU is the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, and I'm his martial aunt. I'll naturally try my best to support him to become a qualified sect leader, said Xianxia. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded, and then he said, since it's like this, then I'll be leaving first. Senior brother, where are you going? MOU couldn't help but ask when he heard Duanling Tian wanted to leave. I'll search the surroundings to see if there are any survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. After that, I'll return to my hometown, and I'll return to the Seven-Star Sword sect after that, said Duanling Tian. Senior brother, the 9 great spirit points of our Seven-Star Sword sect have been completely destroyed, and it probably has to experience an extremely long amount of time before being capable of accumulating spirit energy once more. Shouldn't we move our Seven-Star Sword sect to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, and the location of the Snow Moon sect and Origin Convergence sect? MOU couldn't help but asked. There's no need. Duanling Tian shook his head. Our Seven-Star Sword sect will still be at the 7 Great Sword Peaks. Just bring all of them back. Besides that, recall senior brother Xianxia and the disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect that are wandering about outside once you get back. After I return from my hometown, I'll find a way to move all the spirit points that remain in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect to our Seven-Star Sword sect. Duanling Tian finished speaking in a single breath. Move the spirit points? Not only had Duanling Tian's words caused MOU, Xianxia, Elder Peng, and the group of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that had just joined the sect to be stunned, even Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned. Senior brother, are you really able to move the spirit points? MOU took a deep breath and couldn't refrain from asking. As far as he was concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded, and then his gaze raised as his figure flashed out to collect the spatial rings of Longwei, Lu Yuan, and Xuerui. After he dripped his blood on them to establish ownership, he collected the origin drawing pearls within, and it was a total of 18. I truly never imagined that Longwei was capable of finding so many origin drawing pearls. Even if it's in the foreign lands, this origin drawing pearls can be considered to be rare things. After he put away the origin drawing pearls, Duanling Tian removed his ownership on the 3 spatial rings and tossed them to MOU. All of you can collect the remaining spoils of the battle. Let's leave this place first. As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian notified Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 before the 4 of them flew out to make a circle around the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After following some clues to kill some survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that had left not long ago, the 4 of them continued south. Swoosh! The enormous sword sailed across the sky as it carried Duanling Tian's group of 4, and they only spent a day before arriving in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duanling Tian silently looked down at the city beneath him. Even though in the eyes of Duanling Tian who'd seen world, this Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was no different than a small and remote city. It was precisely this city that caused him to be unable to restrain waves of ripples of excitement from emerging in his heart. Nervousness as one approached home after a long time was a saying that spoke precisely about Duanling Tian's current state. An entire 4 years had passed since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom the last time. It's been 4 years. I wonder how father and mother are. Duanling Tian carried an excited mood as all of them descended outside the imperial city. They didn't fly in directly. According to what Feng Tianwu said, it would allow them to merge better into the imperial city. Of course, the reason she thought this way was because this place was Duanling Tian's hometown, and she wanted to get to know Duanling Tian's hometown. Besides Duanling Tian, who was feeling nervous from approaching home and didn't discern the deep meaning within Feng Tianwu's words, Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong guessed what Feng Tianwu was thinking. Especially Elder Kong. His weird gaze caused Feng Tianwu to blush from embarrassment, and she glared repeatedly at Elder Kong as if she was threatening Elder Kong that he was not allowed to say any further. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was divided into the outer city and inner city. When they walked into the outer city and felt the bustling atmosphere on the streets, Duan Tian seemed to have returned to the time he'd just left Aurora City and arrived at the imperial city. Needless to say, Duan Tian's group's luck wasn't bad, and after they had a meal in the outer city, the gate to the inner city had already opened up slowly. Of course, even if the inner city wasn't opened, they could directly fly in. However, the feeling of walking in was completely different. In next to no time, Duan Tian's group of 4 slowly stepped into the inner city. Young master, look quickly. My God, I've never seen such a beauty in all my life. Even though I've never seen our imperial city's #1 beauty, Princess Bai Yao, but I dare be certain that she's absolutely not inferior to Princess Bai Yao. In the distance, the gaze of the servant at the side of a young man in embroidered clothes that rode a large horse glowed as he stared at Duan Tian's group of 4 in the distance. More precisely speaking, he was staring at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu didn't cover her face with a veil like before, and her peerlessly beautiful face could be said to have drawn numerous burning gazes all along the way. But because of the extraordinary aura that was imperceptibly revealed by Duan Tian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong, it caused some lascivious men that intended to strike up a conversation with her to stop far away. The young man in embroidered clothes looked along the gaze of the servant when he heard this, and with a single glance, his gaze couldn't move away any longer. Heavens! There's actually such a beauty in the world? Beauty that made flowers blush and made the moon hide. Beauty that made fishes sink and geese fall out from the sky. All of this was insufficient to describe the drop-dead gorgeous appearance of the young woman before him. The young woman's flawlessness caused his heartbeat to abruptly quicken. Intense desire of possession emerged and sprawled out within his heart. Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side. At this moment, his feelings had calmed down and he was chatting happily with Feng Tianwu on the street. Young Mississippi. A sudden voice interrupted Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu's idle chats. Subsequently, a large horse obstructed Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu's path, and the young man in embroidered clothes that sat on it was staring at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that was filled with greed and the desire to possess her. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face that carried a slight smile was instantly covered in a layer of frost when she felt the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes that wasn't concealed in the slightest. Strands of rage even leaped about in the depths of her eyes that were beautiful like jade pearls. Young miss, I've been taken with you with a single glance. How about you have a cup of tea with me? The young man brazenly sized Feng Tianwu up, and the almost flawless, graceful figure of Feng Tianwu caused the greed within his eyes to grow deeper. He just didn't make a move to seize her right away. As for these 3 people by your side, you help this young master properly entertain these 3 guests. And you must be courteous, do you understand? The young man looked towards the servant by his side as he spoke. Yes, young master. The servant seemed to be quite used to this, and he agreed before looking at Duan Tian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong and said indifferently, Come with me. Scram. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu, whose face was covered in a ladder of cold lights, had finally spoken, and her voice was chilly as if it made the surrounding air become slightly icy cold. The servant that assumed a haughty air couldn't help but be stunned. Whereas, the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up instead, and he couldn't refrain from laughing. It's been so long since I've encountered such a charming woman. Young miss, I'm really liking you more and more. Didn't you hear her asking you to fuck off? Right when the air in the surroundings of Feng Tianwu was roiling swiftly, and the origin energy in her body seemed ready to gush out, Duan Tian took a step forward and lightly held onto Feng Tianwu's hand to calm down her rage, as he spoke out in a languid tone. Kid, I'm talking to this young miss, what are you interjecting for? If it wasn't for this young miss, I'd make you incapable to speak right now. The young man's face sank as he stared at Duan Tian with a ruthless gaze, and there was no lack of threats within his words. Humph! No matter how good a person was, there was still a time that he would become enraged, and Duan Tian's face sank when facing the repeated provocation and nagging. Then he took a step forward before casually striking out with a punch. The punch struck the space before him, causing the airflow to be condensed instantly, and a terrifying wave of air swept forward. Bang! An ear-piercing explosion of the air resounded out. The horse beneath the young man remained unmoving, whereas the young man himself was blasted out over 10 meters away to heavily fall with his face flat on the ground. The surrounding people that passed by couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. The young man, who was in an exceedingly sorry state, emitted shrill cries, and he looked at Duanling Tian with an extremely gloomy expression when he heard the laughter coming from the surroundings. "You actually dare hit me? No matter who you are, you're dead." Presently, the expression of the servant went grim as well, and he hurriedly got off his horse to charge towards the young man. "Young master, are you all right? Let's go." Duanling Tian seemed as if nothing had happened as he lightly smiled and spoke to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded and similarly didn't take the threats of the young man seriously. There wasn't an existence in this small imperial kingdom that could pose a threat to her. Duanling Tian's group of 4 continued to head towards the inner city. As for their destination, it was precisely the private courtyard house that belonged to Duanling Tian in the inner city. After walked for around half an hour. "It's him, cousin brother. He injured me." An exasperated voice sounded out from behind Duanling Tian's group of 4. The young man in embroidered clothes who'd suffered a loss at Duanling Tian's hands earlier galloped his horse to chase up to Duanling Tian's group, and a young man in luxurious clothes that was a little over 30 sat on the horse by his side. The young man in luxurious clothes had a chilly and emotionless expression, and he imperceptibly exuded pressure onto others. Behind him was another old man that was more than 70, and the old man had an expressionless face as he followed behind the young man like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, the 2 young men and old man had galloped over to obstruct the front of Duanling Tian's group of 4 and stopped their passage. Meanwhile, many people that were passing stopped and watched from the sidelines. "It's the Su clan's 3rd young master." Many people recognized the young man in luxurious clothes. "The Su clan's 3rd young master?" Duanling Tian's calm gaze descended onto the young man in luxurious clothes, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an arc that was filled with coldness. He didn't expect that the young man in embroidered clothes who he'd just taught a lesson would actually be related to the Su clan. Presently, the young man in embroidered clothes had an expression filled with complacency when he saw the bystanders had recognized the young man in luxurious clothes, and then he sat on the tall horse as she looked down at Duanling Tian. "Kid, you actually dared hit me? You're dead." When he spoke up to hear, the young man in embroidered clothes looked at Feng Tianwu, who was by Duanling Tian's side, and he changed the topic. "Of course, if she's willing to be my 3rd concubine, then I wouldn't mind allowing you to survive and only crippling your cultivation. You're courting death." Feng Tianwu's gaze went cold and was about to make a move and exterminate this detestable young man. But a tall figure had suddenly stood before her, causing her to temporarily stop any intention to make a move. "Only crippling my cultivation?" Duanling Tian, who'd taken a stride forward to stand before Feng Tianwu, sized up the young man with interest as a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "So in this way, you're considered to be showing mercy?" "Of course." The young man seemed to have not realized the danger had descended, and he raised his head proudly. "If it wasn't because of her, I'd surely tear you into pieces and feed you to dogs. I hope your Su clan can give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I can only have a chat with Su Boya myself." The ridiculing smile on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth grew deeper as his gaze turned suddenly to descend onto the old man that followed behind the other young man in luxurious clothes. The old man couldn't help but rub his eyes when he saw Duanling Tian, as he seemed to want to confirm as he was seeing things. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had suddenly spoken such words, and coupled with Duanling Tian looking at him, he'd completely confirmed it. "It's really him." The old man's heart shuddered. He'd once seen this violet-clothed young man many years ago, as at that time he was following behind the Su clan's patriarch Suboya. But compared to all those years ago, the violet-clothed young man had lost the immaturity on his face and had a sense of experience, and he gave people a feeling of maturity and stability. It was precisely because of this that he didn't confirm Duanling Tian's identity at the first possible moment. Now, when Duanling Tian suddenly spoke like this and looked at him, he knew that Duanling Tian remembered him and had recognized him. "Who are you? You actually call my father by his name." The young man in luxurious clothes frowned as he looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a low voice. Third young master. Meanwhile, the old man behind the young man became anxious as he hurriedly said via voice transmission. He's Commander Duan. Commander Duan? Which Commander Duan? The young man frowned. Embroidered uniform guard. The old man took a deep breath before slowly sending a voice transmission with these 3 words. Embroidered uniform guard. Commander Duan? When the young man heard the words embroidered uniform guard, his heart couldn't help but jerk, and when he connected the embroidered uniform guard with Commander Duan, his expression went pale. It's him. It's actually him. Didn't he leave just 4 years ago? Why has he returned? Even though he hadn't seen this person with his own 2 eyes in the past, but the reputation of the person before him was something that reverberated like thunder within his ears. It was even to the extent that even if this person were to kill him on the streets, his clan wouldn't dare take revenge for him. Even his father, the Su clan's patriarch, wouldn't dare hold resentment against Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! Besides possessing a peerless and monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao and an extremely shocking background, the person before him was also the disciple of a formidable sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kid, you actually dare call my uncle by his name? You're courting death. Suddenly, a grim shout resounded out, and it caused the expression of the young man in luxurious clothes to darken. Whoosh! Practically at the instant the young man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, the young man in luxurious clothes had already swung a slap over, and it left behind a red mark on the young man's face with a slap. The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned. The bystanders in the surroundings were stunned as well. What exactly is going on? Feng Tianwu, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong was shocked by the scene before them. Cousin brother, you've hit the wrong person. It's him. It's he who called uncle by his name. The young man shook his slightly dazed head as he looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and spoke anxiously. Slap. But he hadn't finished speaking when another slap struck him. Cousin brother. The young man in embroidered clothes was slightly sober now and realized that he might have gotten into trouble, and he didn't have the time to ask about it before he was raised up like a hawk carrying a chick and thrown of the horse's back by the young man in luxurious clothes. Subsequently, the young man in luxurious clothes descended from the horse as well. Kneel. The gaze of the young man in luxurious clothes went cold when he saw the young man in embroidered clothes that had fallen on the ground in a sorry state intended to stand up, and he kicked out to make the young man in embroidered clothes to fall before Duan Ling Tian's feet. Cousin brother, The young man in embroidered clothes lay prone with his face touching the ground and was in a hideous state from his fall, and he turned around and seemed to want to ask something. Slap! Another slap swung over and caused his face to swell up. Kneel! This time, the young man had been beaten to the point of completely sobering up, and he realized that he might have caused an extremely great disaster. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he still knelt obediently on the ground. Right when the young man in embroidered clothes felt injustice in his heart and didn't know what had happened. He saw to his shock that his cousin brother, the third young master of the Su clan and the next inheritor of the position as Su clan's patriarch, had actually bowed before the violet-clothed young man that he threatened to tear apart earlier. Commander Duan. After the young man bowed, he saluted Duan Ling Tian respectfully. Commander Duan? The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned when he heard what the young man in luxurious clothes said, and then he couldn't help but say in a low voice, Cousin brother, you've mistaken him for someone else. As far as he was concerned, when had the Crimson Sky Kingdom had such a young commander? Slap! Another slap descended and struck the young man in embroidered clothes to the point he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. I'll tear your mouth apart if you speak out of turn again. The young man in luxurious clothes' voice sounded out, and it scared the young man in embroidered clothes to the point of obediently shutting up, and his heart was instead filled with terror. Who exactly is this fellow? Why is even cousin brother afraid of him? You're Suboya's son? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the young man in luxurious clothes. Yes. The young man in luxurious clothes nodded hurriedly as he said with respect and reverence. Commander Duan, I'm the third son of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya. I'm called Su Rang. I remember now. He's the commander of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard from all those years ago, Duan Tian. Someone amongst the crowd of spectators in the surroundings shouted out. His words were like a fuse that caused the entire crowd to burst into an uproar. I remember now as well. Commander Duan is the #1 genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. And he even led our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to conquer the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without a single casualty. Now that you said that, I recall it as well. When Commander Duan led the army to conquer the southern barbaric city, I was only 15. I never imagined that Commander Duan was still so young after so many years. Humph. Don't forget that when Duan Tian led the army to conquer the southern barbaric city all those years ago, he himself was only a little fellow at the age of around 20 years old. Commander Duan is my idol. I never imagined that I would have the chance to meet my idol today. I have no more regrets in my life. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Numerous scorching gazes descended onto Duan Tian in unison. All those years ago, Duan Tian was a figure that was like the sun in the midday sky in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Not only was his natural talent capable of being considered to be peerless, even his ability in military strategy was something no one could compare to. During that time, Duan Tian could be said to be a flag of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Tian? He's Duan Tian. The young man in embroidered clothes that knelt on the floor had raised his head at this moment, and when he looked at Duan Tian once again, there wasn't any arrogance on his face any longer, only terror and astonishment remained. This name, Duan Tian, wasn't the slightest bit unfamiliar to him. It was even to the extent that when Duan Tian's name had shaken the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he who was young had once taken Duan Tian to be his idol, and he was fervent towards Duan Tian for a period of time. After many years passed and growing day by day, this portion of his memories had been buried within the depths of his heart. Now, his idol from all those years ago stood before him and had been humiliated like that by him. He even had the intention to die in his heart. What kind of explanation do you plan to give me and my friend for today's matter? If you're unable to make a decision, I can go have a nice chat with your father. Duan Tian looked at Su Rang and asked indifferently. Su Rang took a deep breath when he heard this. Commander Duan, don't worry. I'll give you an explanation that you'll be satisfied with. There's no need to trouble my father with this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Rang's leg kicked out like a bolt of lightning, and it tapped onto the location of the dantian of the young man in embroidered clothes that knelt on the ground. Bang! An enormous band sounded out as milky white origin energy surged out and drained from the dantian of the young man, and his entire body was kicked flying like an arrow, leaving the bow to once again fall flat on the ground with his face pressed onto the ground. His cultivation had been directly crippled. Cousin brother. You crippled my cultivation. The young man let out a pained shrill cry, and then he forcefully endured the pain that came from his dantian as he stared resentfully at Su Rang and shouted out grievously. But Su Rang paid no attention to him instead, and he looked at Duan Tian as he said respectfully and reverently, Commander Duan, are you satisfied with my handling of the matter? If you're not satisfied, I'll kill him right now. Su Rang's tone was cold and indifferent, and his words seemed as if he wasn't the slightest bit related to the young man in embroidered clothes. It was difficult to imagine that Su Rang and this young man in embroidered clothes were actually cousin brothers. You're very good. At least, as far as I'm concerned, you're much better than Su Boya. Duan Tian glanced deeply at Su Rang, and he couldn't help but slightly admire Su Rang's resoluteness in his heart. After all, that was his cousin brother. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Disregarding Su Rang's ability in any other aspect, merely his methods of dealing with danger was sufficient to cause admiration in others. The matter today seemed simple and was only a good-for-nothing disciple causing trouble. Yet if thought about deeply, it wasn't the slightest bit difficult for him to annihilate the Su clan with his current strength and background, whereas, at this critical moment, Su Rang had made the choice of making a minor sacrifice to save the interests of the clan, and it showed that he was an extremely calm and able person. Commander Duan, you're too kind. Su Rang's expression remained unchanged when he was praised by Duan Tian. Then, Commander Duan, what's your opinion? My friend's opinion is my opinion. Duan Tian shrugged and took a step back, moved out of Feng Tian Wu's way. Meanwhile, Su Rang looked at Feng Tianwu and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise, yet he didn't dare take another look and slightly lowered his head. His heart was filled with shock. According to his knowledge, Duanling Tian was the person Princess Bai Yao had feelings for. Besides that, the sister of the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Xiao clan, Xiaoyu, a young woman that possessed an appearance equal to Princess Bai Yao, seemed to have eyes only for Duanling Tian as well. He'd seen both Princess Baiyu and Xiaoyu's sister in the past, and he'd taken them to be goddesses, causing him to feel as if it was probably difficult to find a woman that was more beautiful than them in the world. Yet now, the young woman before him had instead caused him to realize how mistaken his thoughts at that time were. Not only was the appearance of this young woman in red clothes equal to Princess Baiyu and Xiaoyu's sister, her temperament surpassed them. He felt the temperament of this red-clothed young girl before him was even more noble and elegant than Princess Bai Yao. Tian Wu, how do you want to punish him? Duanling Tian revealed a warm smile when facing Feng Tian Wu. Feng Tian Wu shook her head. Big brother Duan, since his cultivation has already been crippled, then let's just leave it at this. Obviously, Feng Tian Wu didn't intend to pursue the matter further. Fucking come over and apologize. Su Rang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Feng Tianwu. Even though he would choose to cut his losses quickly and kill his cousin brother with his own 2 hands as a last resort, if it wasn't necessary, he still hoped that his cousin brother could live on. No matter what, the young man was his cousin brother, the cousin brother that had followed behind him since a young age, and they possessed a deep relationship. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes that was crippled seemed to have realized that danger had vanished, and he didn't dare dally when he heard Su Rang and hurriedly dragged his injured body over to kneel before Feng Tianwu. Slap! 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 The young man in embroidered clothes raised his hands before slapping himself from both left and right, and he said as he hit himself, "Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life. Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life." Feng Tianwu glared at the young man in embroidered clothes with detest, and then her gaze quickly turned to Duanling Tian and smiled lightly. Big brother Duan, let's go. Her heart was filled with warmth when Duanling Tian stood out for her like this. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded, and then he vanished at the end of the street with the 3 Feng clan members under the respectful gazes of Su Rang and the others. Enough, he's gone. When he saw Duanling Tian's figure vanish before his eyes, yet the young man in embroidered clothes was still slapping himself, Su Rang frowned and stopped the young man. I know you're angry with me in your heart, but I want to tell you that you'd either have your cultivation crippled or die today. I was only gambling earlier, hoping that your cultivation would be able to press down Duanling Tian's rage. Su Rang looked at his cousin brother and sighed. Don't blame me. The young man in embroidered clothes nodded stiffly and said bitterly, Cousin brother, I understand. Today's incident was indeed something that I brought upon myself. It's good that you understand. Su Rang nodded and then his gaze flashed. I never imagined that Duanling Tian had returned again. When Duanling Tian brought the 3 Feng clan members to his own courtyard house, he only saw a few familiar faces, and all of them were those servant girls that followed by Jingru's side. Young master! The servant girls were slightly excited when they saw Duanling Tian once more. Duanling Tian lightly smiled to her before asking, Why is it only the few of you? Where's my father, mother, and Jingru? Young master, they left with Jingru 2 years ago. Jingru asked us to stay behind and wait for you to return so that we can tell this matter to you, said one of the servant girls. Young master, your father asked us to tell you that he left something for you with the Divine Might Marquis, and he asked you to go get it yourself, said another servant girl. They're gone? 2 years ago. Duanling Tian frowned. Have my father and mother returned during these past 2 years? No. The servant girls shook their heads. 2 years ago, when the madam and lord took Jingru, young Miss Xiaolan, and Princess Bai Yao and left, they seemed to have gone far away and didn't say when they would return. Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao were taken away as well? Duanling Tian's expression froze and slightly felt his head ache. What do mother and father want to do? Can't they go relax by themselves? Why did they bring Xiaolang and Bai Yao along? Aren't they just intentionally making others misunderstand? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. He wasn't really disappointed for being unable to see his parents when he came back this time, and he even felt slight joy. Of course, the reason he felt fortunate was because of Feng Wudao, who followed behind him. Feng Wudao had followed him this time precisely for the sake of meeting his parents. As for the reason, he knew clearly in his heart it was none other than for the sake of the matter between him and Tianwu. As expected, a trace of disappointment flashed past Feng Wudao's eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's parents had gone far away, and he sighed. Looks like we've come at the wrong time. You'll have a chance to meet in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled, but his current smile seemed fake no matter how one looked at it. Kid, you're surely looking forward to me being unable to meet your parents, right? Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, and he seemed as if he'd see through Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. No. Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly, and then he didn't continue on this and instructed the servant girls. Go prepare a room for each of these 3 guests. Yes. The 3 servant girls replied before helping Feng Wudao's group of 3 prepare rooms for each of them in a short moment. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong, since the room is ready, all of you can go rest. I still have some matters to attend to and have to make a trip. Duan Ling Tian stood up in the pergola at the rear courtyard and notified Feng Wudao's group of 3 before leaving his courtyard house. Duan Ling Tian walked towards the Divine Might Marquis estate after leaving his own courtyard house. He didn't forget what the servant girl had said to him earlier. Father left something behind for me with Uncle Nye? Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Even though the guards before the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate were unfamiliar faces, after Duan Ling Tian indicated his identity and they found some senior guards to prove it, they respectfully and reverently greeted Duan Ling Tian in. You can get back to your duties. I'll go find Uncle Nye myself. When he saw the audience hall was completely empty, Duan Ling Tian spoke out to the guard that led him in before heading alone towards the courtyard where the Divine Might Marquis, Nye lived. When he just arrived outside the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian heard familiar voices coming from within. But this voice was slightly low and heavy at this moment. Father, if worst comes to worst, just ask Mother to not be that sex leader. She's already old, it's just nice for her to return and enjoy the happiness of leisure and spend time with her grandson. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was exactly the voice of his Uncle Nye. Uncle Nye seems to be extremely angry. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he pondered about what Nye said. Uncle Nye's mother is a sex leader? Could it be that the sect she's from is a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Even though Duan Ling Tian had never met Nye mother, but he'd heard of her. All those years ago when he just arrived at the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate for the first time, he'd come for the sake of curing the Dark Nether Mink's poison for the senior Marquis. Before the poison was cured, Duan Ling Tian had heard the senior Marquis mention that the reason he'd been infected with the poison of the Dark Nether Mink was for the sake of obtaining a spirit fruit guarded by the Dark Nether Mink, whereas that spirit fruit was something his wife, the mother of the Divine Might Marquis Nye required. If she was unable to obtain the spirit fruit, then his wife would be in great trouble. At that time, Duan Ling Tian knew that the wife of the senior Marquis was still alive, but she wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When he heard Nye now, he guessed that Nye mother ought to be the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or another Imperial Kingdom. As for an empire or the Darhan dynasty, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare imagine it, as it wasn't realistic. Grandson? Big brother Nye has gotten married. Besides that, Duan Ling Tian caught another piece of information from Nye words, and his gaze couldn't help but light up. Right at this moment, another aged voice sounded out. I've told your mother about this, and she's willing to discharge her responsibilities, but those old fellows have instead said that if she really wants to leave the sect, then she must have her cultivation crippled. Not only that, she even has to pass through the most severe trials in order to leave the sect. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of the senior Marquis. Bang! Practically the instant the senior Marquis finished speaking, an enormous bang sounded out from within the courtyard and Duan Ling Tian was able to see through a small window on the wall that Nye had smashed apart the stone table. They're going too far. At that time when Mother had just taken over the position of patriarch, those old fellows had always been looking for trouble with Mother. They only restrained themselves slightly after Mother consumed the spirit fruit and her cultivation improved greatly. This time Mother was injured for the sake of the sake, and not only are they not grateful, they're instead forcing Mother to step down. They're truly damnable. Nye Yuan was extremely enraged. Grandpa Nye, Uncle Nye. Duanling Tian walked over to the courtyard with large strides as he lightly smiled and greeted them. Little Tian? When did you return? The two people in the courtyard were first stunned when they heard Duanling Tian's voice. Nye Yuan was the first to react, and he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he greeted Duanling Tian in. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest enraged appearance from before. Of course, Duanling Tian was able to discern that even though Nye Yuan was happy because he'd returned, the depths of Nye Yuan's eyes still contained rage that was impossible to restrain. I've just returned and heard the servant girl say that my father has gone on a long trip, and he'd placed some things with Uncle Nye, so I came over. Duanling Tian smiled. Kid, if your father didn't put some things with me, would you not think of coming to see Uncle Nye? Nye Yuan derided, yet an amiable expression suffused his face. Of course not. Duanling Tian hurriedly shook his head. Take it. This is the spatial ring your father asked me to pass to you before he left. With a raise of his hand, Nye Yuan passed the spatial ring to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian put away the spatial ring and didn't examine it closely for now, and he instead looked at the nearby Nye Yuan and the old man. Uncle Nye, Grandpa Nye, you two seem to have encountered some trouble. Little Tian, you rarely return. You don't have to worry about out matters. The senior marquis was kind and amiable as before. Grandpa Nye. Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn as he spoke seriously. In my eyes, you and Uncle Nye are my loved ones, and when a loved one faces problems, I naturally can't stand idly by. Unless both of you take me to be an outsider. Alas, how could we take you to be an outsider? It's truly because that this matter is too troublesome and it isn't something you can deal with. The senior marquis sighed. Yeah, little Tian. Don't bother about this matter. Nye Yuan said as well. You rarely return and you ought to be happy. Don't let your mood be affected by other things. Uncle Nye, Grandpa Nye, just tell me. Perhaps I'll be able to help. Duanling Tian persisted. The pair of father and son glanced at each other and nodded when they saw Duanling Tian persisting like this, and they started telling the sequence of events to Duanling Tian. In next to no time, Duanling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding towards this matter. It turned out that Nye Yuan's mother was a disciple of a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. She became acquainted with the senior marquis while she was young and married the senior marquis, who was still the divine might marquis at that time. Moreover, they had a son together, Nye Yuan. Because of her extremely good natural talent in the martial Tao, Nye Yuan's mother had always been looked highly upon by the previous sect leader of that sect, and the sect leader even took her to be the next inheritor of the position of sect leader. It was to the point that the sect leader even didn't fuss about her privately becoming married and having kids outside of the sect. That sect had an unwritten rule. Without exception, the person that was the sect leader or inheritor of the position of sect leader had to sever all emotional ties and was disallowed to marry and have children, because only in that way could they guarantee that the sect leader would selflessly offer their entire lives to the sect. What a bullshit rule! Duanling Tian couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard this rule, as he felt that rubbish sect was truly too selfish to the point of wanting to destroy a person's life for the sake of an unwritten rule. A life without a companion and without children was undoubtedly an incomplete life. In next to no time, along with the death of the old sect leader, Nye Yuan's mother had become the sect master, whereas the older generation higher-ups that couldn't bear the sight of her had instead made things difficult for her at every corner. At that time, the senior marquis had been inflicted by the poison of the dark nether mink for the sake of a spirit fruit, and it was precisely because he wanted to obtain that spirit fruit to assist his wife in improving her cultivation. After his wife consumed the spirit fruit, her strength rose greatly, and it allowed her to suppress the group of higher-ups of the older generations. From that day onwards, everything had become much calmer. It was even to the extent that those old fellows didn't dare say anything even when the senior marquis went to stay at the sect for a long time. The reason Duan Tian didn't see the senior marquis when he returned the last time was because the senior marquis was staying with his wife and keeping her company. Half a year ago, that sect came into conflict with another sect, and Nie Yuan's mother had suffered an injury during the conflict, causing her strength to drop greatly. Meanwhile, those higher-ups of the older generation came out once more to oppress her. When Nie Yuan's mother thought about how she'd given up half her life to the sect yet received such repayment, she felt more displeased the more she thought about it, and coupled with the fact her grandson had already gotten married and had children, she decided to step down and leave the internal struggles of the sect. But those higher-ups of the sect didn't allow it instead, and they deliberately wanted her to stay within the forbidden area of the sect and be the sect guardian. Unless the sect encountered danger. Otherwise, she wasn't allowed to leave the forbidden area. Of course, she could choose to leave the sect. But there were two conditions. 1, her cultivation would be crippled. 2, after her cultivation was crippled, she had to pass through the most severe trials before being able to leave the sect. What are these severe trials? Duan Tian asked curiously. Nie Yuan had a gloomy expression as he said, "It's an extremely harsh test that only a person that had committed a great crime had to pass through after having their cultivation was crippled. Since the existence of that sect, there hasn't been a single person who had their cultivation crippled who was able to pass through the test. Those old fellows want to make my mother go to her death." As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan's eyes were completely crimson red. Even though he was the divine might marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a person that was only below the emperor and above all, yet he was unable to affect the sect his mother belonged to. "Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie, I'll make a trip there with the two of you." After he found out about the sequence of events, Duan Tian spoke out to the two of them. Duan Tian's words caused both of them to be stunned, and then they shook their heads at the same time. "No. This matter isn't something you can deal with." "Yes, little Tian. Even though your natural talent isn't bad, only a few years have passed. At most, you've only just broken through to the void prying stage not too long ago. No matter how inferior that sect is, it's still a second-rate sect, and there's no lack of existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage there," said Nie Yuan. Even though he knew Duan Tian's natural talent in the martial Tao was heaven-defying, as far as he was concerned, only a short few years had passed, and it was utterly impossible for Duan Tian to possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Second-rate sect? Duan Tian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. According to his understanding of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a second-rate sect ought to be a sect at the same level at the boundless sect that Xianxia was from. A second-rate sect didn't possess a martial artist at the void initiation stage. A sect like this was really nothing to the current Duan Tian. After all, he stood at a different height. "Uncle Nie, Grandpa Nie, do the two of you believe in me?" When Duan Tian saw the two of them were unwilling to allow him to lend a hand no matter what, his face sank as he asked with a solemn voice. In the end, both of them were helpless and could only go along with Duan Tian. "I'll take saving Grandma this time as a present to that little nephew of mine that I've never seen," Duan Tian thought in his heart. He didn't even have the time to go see Niefan and Niefeng's child when he visited the Divine Might Marquis estate this time before hurriedly leaving with Nie Yuan and the senior Marquis, Nie Rong. After he left the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Tian returned to his own courtyard house, and he notified Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 before gathering with Nie Rong and Nie Yuan and leaving the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan flew in the sky outside the imperial city. At the beginning, they'd intentionally slowed down for the sake of taking care of Duan Tian, but along with them slowly increasing their speed, when they noticed that Duan Tian followed unhurriedly by their sides from the beginning until the end, they couldn't help but be stunned. "Father's cultivation is at the 4th level of the void prying stage, whereas my cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Little Tian is actually capable of following unhurriedly behind me while I'm flying at full speed now. And he seems to be at ease like father." Nie Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Wouldn't that mean that little Tian's current cultivation is already at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above? Nie Yuan was shocked, and Nie Rong was equally shocked. He'd lived for more than half his life before obtaining his current cultivation, Yet the little fellow by his side seemed to only be turning 30 in another 2 or 3 years. What sort of natural talent is this? Even if it was within the strongest sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Azure Forest Trisect, such a natural talent would probably be at the top, right? Little Tian, I heard you joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Nie Rong asked suddenly. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Which sect did you join? Nie Rong asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian wasn't in time to speak when Nie Yuan, who flew on the other side of Nie Rong, had opened his mouth already, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian before saying slowly, Little Tian, with your natural talent, there's probably no one in the 7-Star Sword sect you joined that's capable of comparing to you in natural talent, right? When Duan Ling Tian returned the last time, Nie Yuan had vaguely heard Duan Ling Tian unintentionally mention the sect he joined, so Nie Yuan had always remembered it in his heart. Of course, he wasn't so familiar with the sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know that the 7-Star Sword sect was the former #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But even though he didn't know, it didn't represent that Nie Rong didn't. Nie Rong's pupils constricted when he heard Nie Yuan, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight astonishment. Little Tian, the sect you joined all those years ago was the 7-Star Sword sect. Yes. Duan Ling Tian knew when he saw Nie Rong's current expression that Nie Rong had probably knew some things about the 7-Star Sword sect. The facts proved that Duan Ling Tian's guess was correct. Nie Rong took a deep breath and said slowly, according to my knowledge, 5 years ago, the 7-Star Sword sect was jointly annihilated by the other 3 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that formed the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? And the Mountain Split sect seemed to have been annihilated as well. Duan Ling Tian hadn't replied when the nearby Nie Yuan was already stunned. Since he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he'd never heard about these matters that were spread and gave rise to much discussion in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, so he didn't know. The 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago. Meanwhile, Nie Yuan couldn't help but recall that when Duan Ling Tian left the sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, it seemed to have been 5 years ago. In this way, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated. This was something that he didn't have the slightest knowledge of. Little Tian. For a time, Nie Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian, and he couldn't help but ask, is what my father said true? The 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago? Whereas, when you returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, it was after the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Yes. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed as he nodded, as it wasn't a secret to him. Little Tian, it's already extremely fortunate that you were able to survive after the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Are you in the Azure Forest Trisect now? Nie Rong asked. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Ling Tian's natural talent wasn't bad, yet it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to survive under the siege of the Azure Forest Trisect. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to survive ought to be because Duan Ling Tian had betrayed the 7-Star Sword sect and turned to the Azure Forest Trisect. Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Ling Tian snickered in his heart. It was a mystery what the Senior Marquis's expression would be if he knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had been exterminated under Duan Ling Tian's hand. What? You aren't a disciple of the Azure Forest Trisect now? Nie Rong couldn't help but ask a step further when he saw Duan Ling Tian neither agreeing nor disagreeing. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he said, I'm still a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. I knew that you're a good child that knows how to repay another's kindness, and it's impossible for you to betray your sect and turn to the Azure Forest Trisect that annihilated your own sect. Originally, Nie Yuan's feelings were slightly complicated when he heard what Nie Rong asked Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian has really betrayed the sect that fostered him and turned to an opposing sect, then even though Nie Yuan wouldn't say anything on the surface, he would surely have some complaints about Duan Ling Tian in his heart. After all, that was a sect that had bestowed favor upon Duan Ling Tian. Now, when he heard that Duan Ling Tian hadn't betrayed 7-Star Sword sect, Nie Yuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Little Tian, according to my knowledge, the Azure Forest Trisect has always been searching for 7-Star Sword sect disciples during the recent years, and they would surely annihilate any 7-star sword sect disciple they noticed. Nie Rong had a worried expression as he said, "Is the place you're at now safe?" "Grandpa Nie, don't worry, I'm extremely safe now." Duan Lingtian was still extremely moved by Nie Rong's concern. "That's good." Nie Rong nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. "Little Tian, I didn't know in the past that the 7-star sword sect you were in had already. Then wouldn't it have been extremely dangerous when you participated in the genius competition held by the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Nie Yuan asked. 1 year ago, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had greatly rewarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom and allowed the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be relieved of taxes for 10 years. Whereas all of this was exactly because of Duan Ling Tian's contribution. Because Duan Ling Tian had passed through the selection in the genius competition and successfully advanced to obtain the qualification to participate in the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. "What? Little Tian, you participated in the genius competition all those years ago?" Nie Rong's eyes opened wide like saucers and he had an expression of shock when he heard this. "Father, it was I and His Majesty that asked Little Tian to represent the Crimson Sky Kingdom too." Nie Yuan spoke slightly weakly. "Ridiculous!" Nie Rong snapped. "What would we do if something happened to Little Tian?" "Truly ridiculous. Fortunately, Little Tian is fine, otherwise, how could you be worthy of being his uncle? How could you be worthy of being Rufeng's friend?" Nie Yuan was scolded to the point of being speechless. "Grandpa Nie, don't blame Uncle Nie. I was afraid Uncle Nie would be worried about me, so I didn't tell him about the matter of the 7-star sword sect being annihilated." Duan Ling Tian helped Nie Yuan out of his predicament. The three of them continued flying for a while before Nie Yuan couldn't help but asked, "Little Tian, you went to the Darkstone Empire later on and competed with the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. What was the cultivation of the strongest young genius that appeared when the Young Genius competition started?" Nie Yuan was extremely curious about this. An imperial kingdom surpassed a kingdom, and it was enough for him to look up to, whereas an empire even surpassed an imperial kingdom, and it was an existence that was difficult to reach for him even if he looked up to it. The strongest young genius? Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment when he heard Nie Yuan, and he recalled. At that time, an existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage had appeared during the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. He was the strongest existence amongst the 10 people that advanced from the Young Genius competition at that time. As for later on, there was also another existence at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage? 1st level of the Void Initiation stage? Not only did Nie Yuan gasp, even Nie Rong had gasped when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and both of them sighed with emotion. As expected of the young geniuses of an empire, they've already broken through to the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage before the age of 38. Such natural talent and shocking. Perhaps, after another 10 years when Little Tian is 38, you'll possess a similar achievement. Nie Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and was filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. As for whether Duan Ling Tian had advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, he didn't ask, because it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to advance in his opinion. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was already a matter of a year ago. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was only at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage now, and Duan Ling Tian was probably at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Void Prying stage a year ago. It was utterly impossible for someone with such a cultivation to advance in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because of these considerations that he didn't ask, as he was deeply afraid of discouraging Duan Ling Tian, whereas, since Nie Yuan didn't ask, it was impossible that Duan Ling Tian was take the initiative to explain. The group of 3 continued to fly swiftly forward. 3 days later, the 3 of them had left the Crimson Sky Kingdom to enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Actually, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he utterly wouldn't have taken so much time to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the reason he used such a long time was because of taking care of Nie Yuan. He's maintained his speed at the same level as Nie Yuan, the speed of a 3rd level Void Prying stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian noticed something as he flew in the sky above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom while following Nie Yuan and Nie Rong. The direction they were heading was actually the direction of the location that formerly belonged to the demonic Lotusblade sect, the demonic Lotusblade Gorge, and it would seem like the second-rate sect Nie Yuan's mother resided in was at that direction as well. On the way, Duanling Tian had intentionally found out about this second-rate sect, whereas Nie Yuan and Nie Rong had told him about everything without the slightest impatience.
The sect my wife is from is called Flying Rainbow Sect, and it only accepts female disciples. So, everyone in the Flying Rainbow Sect, from their sect leader, higher-ups, and all their disciples, they are all female disciples, said Nie Rong slowly. Duanling Tian nodded, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart at the same time. A sect that was completely formed from female disciples was actually capable of becoming a second-rate sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It was truly shocking. After all, the natural talent of female martial artists in Cloud Continent were inferior to male martial artists since birth, and this was an iron law in Cloud Continent. So true experts in the Cloud Continent were normally men. Of course, it didn't mean that the natural talent of all female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists, and it was only in a general sense. There were also many female martial artists with natural talent that far exceeded male martial artists. Not to mention anyone else, just his fiancée Ku had revealed shocking natural talent since a young age, and had joined a great power in the foreign lands many years ago. Presumably, her strength at this moment was even more stronger. It was even to the extent that it was extremely likely that Ku-er's strength had surpassed him. Even though he was currently a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist and had even obtained the honor of taking the top ranking in the Dynasty Martial Competition of the Dark Han Dynasty. He knew clearly in his heart that the young geniuses of the foreign lands were on a completely different level when compared to the Dark Han Dynasty's young geniuses. According to the memories from the 2 lifetimes the rebirth martial emperor experienced. Not to mention the shocking achievements he obtained before the age of 40 during his second lifetime. Even if it was other martial artists, there were many that had stepped into the Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. At the Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. What sort of notion was that? Duanling Tian didn't dare continue thinking about it. Not to mention anything else just amongst the people that I know. Even though Xuanai's current appearance is maintained at the age of 15 or 16, her true age is only a little over 20. Perhaps she'll be able to smoothly step into the Void Transformation stage before the age of 30. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian seemed to have been doused by a bucket of cold water, and he felt his achievements in the past were utterly not worth mentioning before Han Xuanai. Xuanai, you really strike a blow to others. Duanling Tian sighed in his heart and couldn't help but recall that mysterious young girl. When he recalled the young girl, Duanling Tian naturally couldn't help but recall the 3 little fellows. Little black, little white, little gold. I wonder how they are now, and if they have entered the extremely dangerous place that Qing Nu mentioned. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duanling Tian pulled back his thoughts that had drifted far away, and his mood gradually calmed down. Right, that spatial ring my father left for me. As he rushed on along the way, the bored Duanling Tian withdrew the spatial ring Nie Yuan passed to him a few days ago. The spatial ring his father, Duan Rufeng, had left for him. Hiss! A drop of fresh blood dripped down to establish ownership of the spatial ring, and then it gave Duanling Tian the feeling as if they were joined by blood. After he established ownership of the spatial ring, Duanling Tian impatiently looked into the space within the spatial ring. The entire large space was practically empty. Within it was a jade slip, 3 pieces of talisman paper, that seemed like the talisman paper Taoists of his previous life used to deceive people, and a tightly closed thick book that flickered with a faint glow. The book was completely jade green with a pattern that didn't have anything special about it on the cover. Yet Duanling Tian had instead felt that the flickering faint glow on its surface wasn't ordinary. It's a voice transmission jade slip? In the end, Duanling Tian noticed that he only recognized the voice transmission jade slip amongst the things his father left behind. I presume it's the message my father left me before leaving. I wonder what he said. Under his curiosity, Duanling Tian withdrew the voice transmission jade slip and fused his origin energy into it. Instantly, a familiar voice clearly entered into Duanling Tian's ears, and this voice was Duanling Tian's father, Duan Rufeng. Tian, when you hear this message, father has already brought your mother, Jingru, and those 2 future daughters-in-law of mine to leave the Dark Han dynasty. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here.
2 future daughters-in-law? He's speaking about Xiaolan and Bai Yao? Is this still my real father? He wished for nothing more than to get far away from those 2 girls. Yet his father had actually increased his troubles from the side. So how would he face those 2 girls in the future? Wait, left the Dark Han dynasty?
Duanling Tian couldn't help but gasp, and he was shocked to the point his heart shuddered.
Didn't they go out to relax? Why have they even left the Dark Han dynasty? After recovering from his shock, Duanling Tian's feelings temporarily calmed down, and he pondered about the scenes after his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng, had returned all those years ago.
Firstly, his father had returned only after 23 years.
Secondly, his father had only vaguely spoken of his experiences during those 23 years.
Duanling Tian still remembered what his father had said that day. That year, I went to the Swamp of Death to find a serene epiphyllum for your mother and you, and during my journey an unexpected event occurred. Because of some reasons, it caused me to lose control of myself, and I had no way of returning to look for you and your mother.
If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return and look for you and your mother, I would have chosen to destroy myself with him. I would have entirely not needed to have been ordered about by him for many years and linger on alive until today. His evil had already been rewarded with evil, and he had already been completely obliterated. Otherwise, father might not be able to return and look for you and your mother.
These were the words his father had spoken to him all those years ago.
At that time, Duanling Tian thought that his father had been trapped and enslaved by someone, whereas that person's strength was extremely strong, and his father had only just found the opportunity to escape and looked for him and his mother. But when he thought about it now, there were numerous holes in this story. Since that person was so formidable, how could he so easily be destroyed?
Besides that, father said that his origin energy doesn't exist already. Because of those words of his, I subconsciously believed that his cultivation has been crippled.
After my spiritual force searched his body and didn't notice any traces of origin energy, I was even more sure that his cultivation had been crippled. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian frowned. If father really doesn't have his cultivation, then how did he bring mother, Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao to leave the Dark Han dynasty? Even if his father had something to use as a means of transportation, experts were numerous as the clouds in the world outside the Dark Han dynasty, and how could it compare to the Crimson Sky Kingdom? For a time, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be slightly worried. He was worried for the safety of his mother and father, and he was worried for the safety of Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao. What's going on? Duanling Tian was completely unable to wrap his head around the matter, and he gradually stopped thinking about it and instead fused his origin energy a step further into the voice transmission jade slip to continue hearing his father's message. Are you bewildered about why I brought your mother and the others to leave the Dark Han dynasty? Are you worried about our safety? If it's this, you can be at ease. We're extremely safe now. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here.
At this moment, he really felt like his father was like a worm in his belly. But he was able to perceive confidence from his father's tone. Duanling Tian continued listening.
I know there are many questions in your heart, but it's impossible for me to tell you now. Besides that, we won't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in a short period of time. Perhaps, when we meet again, it will be in the world outside and not the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The natural talent of those 2 girls, Xiaolan and Bai Yao, is not bad, and if they're polished slightly, they'll surely achieve greatness. As for Jingru, her natural talent is still not bad, and coupled with your mother being used to having her by her side, I brought her along with us. At this moment, I presume you've already seen the 2 things I've left behind for you. Firstly, the 3 talismans that are stacked together will perhaps be able to save your life 3 times. And the method of utilizing them is to toss out the talisman towards your enemy before locking onto your opponent with your gaze and shouting the word, descend. Talisman? Duanling Tian frowned.
Truthfully speaking, talismans weren't unfamiliar to him in the slightest. Of course, it wasn't because he possessed the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor, as there was utterly no record of talismans in the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor.
The reason talismans were familiar to him was because they weren't anything rare in the earth of his previous life. Especially in the eastern ancient country that he stayed in, talismans were even extremely common things.
I was slightly curious towards those 3 talismans earlier, as they possessed scribbled writing that was extremely similar to the talismans of my previous life. Yet never had I imagined that they're really talismans.
Moreover, Father said that these 3 talismans are capable of saving my life 3 times? Could it be that those 3 talismans have some sort of profundity within them? Duan Tian's heart was filled with questions, and he wished for nothing more than to take out one of the talismans and shout, "Descend," as a test. But his reason stopped him. Subconsciously, he felt that those 3 talismans ought to not be wasted like this, and it should instead be used in the best situation. Why would Father possesses these talismans? This was something that Duan Tian was unable to wrap his head around since the beginning. Wasn't his father a person without the slightest cultivation? So where did his father get these strange talismans? After all, even if he searched through the 2 lifetimes' worth of memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor, he didn't notice any records related to talismans. In other words, the rebirth Martial Emperor has never heard of, let alone seen, any talismans in the Cloud Continent. The scarcity of talismans could be seen from this.
Where did Father obtain these strange things? Duan Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the 3 talismans in the spatial ring.
No matter how he looked at them, these 3 talismans looked like the things those swindling Taoists used to deceive others in the eastern ancient country he was from on Earth. But Father ought to not deceive me. In next to no time, Duan Tian caught his breath, and he continued listening to the voice that sounded out from within the void transmission jade slip. Besides those 3 talismans, I've left behind an exquisite jade box for you, and you'll know where I and your mother are after you have the ability to open it in the future. Alright, I've almost finished saying what I want to. I'll leave it at this. You don't have to worry about us. We're extremely well. Besides that, I've still not met the other 2 daughters-in-law of mine. Stinking brat. Bring them over to meet me soon. The voice stopped here abruptly. Duan Tian laughed bitterly. Based on his father's tone, his father seemed extremely free and unrestrained.
This is the exquisite J-box? I thought it was a book. Duan Tian's gaze slowly descended onto the thing in the spatial ring that looked like a book.
With a though, Duan Tian withdrew it from the spatial ring. How cold! When the exquisite jade box entered into his hand, it felt icy cold, and the icy cold feeling spread throughout his entire body in the blink of an eye, causing him to be unable to refrain from shivering. After carefully inspecting it for a while, Duan Tian was able to notice a fine split at the center of the exquisite jade box, and it was precisely the split that appeared from the box closing from together from up and down.
The message Father left behind in the voice transmission jade slip said that when I have the ability to open this jade box, then this and that.
Just a jade box like this?
I can casually. Duan Tian muttered and didn't continue after this point. Because at the same time that he muttered, his hand already been coiled with origin energy as he tried to open the jade box.
But the outcome was the jade box didn't move an inch, and it was utterly impossible to open. How can this be possible? Duan Tian was shocked to the point his eyes stared wide open, and the origin energy in his hands swiftly increased at the same time to increase to the limit in the blink of an eye.
But even then, the exquisite J-box remained unmoving and was utterly impossible to open.
Along with strands of azure energy, violet energy, and earthen yellow energy roiled within the origin energy in Duan Tian's hand. He tried to open the jade box, yet it still didn't move in the slightest. Duan Tian was shocked in his heart as the origin energy and concept on his hands dispersed, and his face was covered with an expression of astonishment. When had he seen such a bizarre jade box?
No wonder the message left behind by Father said that. So it turns out that he knew for certain that I'm currently unable to open the exquisite J-box. At this moment, Duan Tian had completely come to realize the truth. Earlier, he was unconvinced when he heard his father speak like that, and he felt that opening a tiny jade box was as easy as flipping his hand to him. But now it would seem that even if he exerted his entire strength and utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he might not be able to open this jade box. I must find a time to try with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword.
Duan Ling Tian, who caught his breath, put away the exquisite jade box with a raise of his hand.
Little Tian, what's wrong? Right at this moment, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time as they'd noticed the energy of heaven and earth that had accumulated above Duan Ling Tian earlier, yet hadn't condensed into form.
And they realized that Duan Ling Tian had accumulated strength earlier. It's nothing. Duan Ling Tian lightly shook his head and casually made up an excuse. I just have some comprehension in my cultivation. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't doubt Duan Ling Tian's words, and Nie Yuan even couldn't refrain from sighing. No wonder you have this cultivation at such a young age, little Tian. You indeed possess exceptional natural talent that's difficult for ordinary people to reach on the path of cultivating in the martial Tao. Nie Rong nodded and indicated his agreement. Uncle Nie, you're too kind. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian and Nie Yuan stopped in midair because Nie Rong had stopped before them.
At this moment, Nie Rong's gaze descended onto an enormous mountain in the distance. That place is Flying Rainbow Mountain, and it's the location of the Flying Rainbow sect.
Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he heard this, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look over concentratedly. The distant enormous mountain was like an enormous beast lying there. The peak of the mountain was twined with clouds and mist, and numerous extremely clear multicolored rays of light could be seen through the intense sunlight. The multicolored rays of light turned and coiled within the clouds and mist, and its sea seemed like numerous warped rainbows converged together and gave others visual pleasure. A so-called feast for the eyes is nothing more than this. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Even though the Flying Rainbow Sect's mountain was inferior to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect or the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, the Flying Rainbow sect was only a second-rate sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and possessing a location like this could already be considered to be not bad.
This is the Flying Rainbow Mountain? I heard Mother mention it when I was young. The peak of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is like the realm of immortals in the legends, and once I grew up, I always thought Mother had spoke about it casually. I never imagined that it's really like this. Nie Yuan sighed with admiration.
Uncle Nie, you've never come to this Flying Rainbow sect? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. As far as he was concerned, Nie Yuan was the son of the Flying Rainbow sect's leader no matter what, and even if some of the old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect were against Nie Yuan's mother, it wouldn't be to the extent of restricting Nie Yuan's entrance to the Flying Rainbow sect, right? For the sake of allowing me to not be disturbed by the members of the Flying Rainbow sect, Mother never brought me to the Flying Rainbow sect, and the Flying Rainbow sect doesn't know of my existence, said Nie Yuan. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Not far away to the north of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is one of the bases of the Azure Forest Trisect, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Nie Rong said to Duan Ling Tian. Supposedly, the Flying Rainbow sect had a deep relationship with the former demonic Lotus Blade sect. It was even to the extent that the reason the Flying Rainbow sect was capable of occupying such a superb location was because of the protection of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Demonic Lotus Blade sect? Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed. Actually, when Nie Rong pointed towards that enormous mountain in the distance and said it was the Flying Rainbow sect's base, the Flying Rainbow Mountain, he was already slightly surprised. He was surprised that the Flying Rainbow sect and the former demonic Lotus Blade sect were located so closely. He was surprised that a mere second-rate sect like the Flying Rainbow sect actually possessed a location like this. Demonic Lotus Blade sect. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had suddenly curled into a wisp of disdain.
Of course, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't notice this.
Let's go over. Duan Ling Tian called out to Nie Rong and Nie Yuan before flying over towards the Flying Rainbow Mountain. He didn't intentionally speed up and allowed both Nie Rong and Nie Yuan to follow closely behind him.
After a short moment, the three of them arrived outside Flying Rainbow Mountain. Once they approached nearby, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that there were numerous mountain pathways that coiled around Flying Rainbow Mountain, whereas every single mountain path possessed a vast platform on the mountainside.
These platforms mostly had some buildings constructed on them, a few of them had a variety of plants planted on them, and there was even one that was extremely empty, yet it was the most bustling of all. The latter was obviously the Flying Rainbow Sect's martial practice ground. Little Tian, when he saw Duanling Tian's figure flashing and intending to fly out and trespass into the Flying Rainbow Sect, Nierong became anxious. Grandpa Nie. After he was called out to buy Nierong, Duanling Tian stopped and looked at Nierong with a puzzled expression. You haven't notified the members of your sect. It's not too late for us to enter the Flying Rainbow Sect and take my wife after you call over some people from your sect. Nierong said. Besides that, remember to ask the people you called over to not expose their identities. Otherwise, those old fellows of the Flying Rainbow Sect will surely disclose it to the Azure Forest Trisect. Once that happens, the matter will become complicated. If you and the people you call over to help don't expose your identities, then this matter would only be an internal affair of the Flying Rainbow Sect. And it would be impossible for those old fellows of the Flying Rainbow Sect to ask for help from the Azure Forest Trisect. Nierong finished speaking with a single breath and spoke of his worries. Help? Nierong's words caused Duanling Tian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head. Grandpa Nya, I don't intend to bring any people to help. What a joke. If he had to look for people to help just for the sake of taking someone from a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then he could simply just kill himself. With his current strength, not to mention a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he wasn't even the slightest bit afraid of the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He doesn't intend to get help? Nie Rong and Nie Yuan were dumbstruck when they heard Duanling Tian. After a short moment, Nie Rong was the first to react, and he said hurriedly, Little Tian, don't joke with Grandpa Nie at a time like this. If we trespass forcefully into the Flying Rainbow Sect, it would violate a great taboo of the Flying Rainbow Sect. I'm afraid not only are just the three of us unable to save my wife, we'll fall deep into it as well. He could go take a risk, yet he didn't hope that his own son and Duanling Tian, who wasn't related to this matter, to take a risk. Joke? Duanling Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he couldn't be bothered to continue explaining, and he flashed out to directly descend to the sky above the extremely vast martial practice grounds on the mountainside of the Flying Rainbow Mountain. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's appearance from midair drew that attention of every single Flying Rainbow Sect disciple on the martial practice ground. All these Flying Rainbow Sect disciples were female disciples. There were both beautiful and ugly disciples. Yet one thing could be confirmed. Their natural talent in the martial Tao wasn't bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be accepted into the Flying Rainbow Sect. Who's that? It seems to be a man. He's coming closer and closer. Wow, he's so handsome. Sword-shaped brows and starry eyes, handsome and extraordinary, and with a graceful bearing. Good gracious. He's simply the perfect lover in my dreams. You little slut, stop being horny. How could such an extraordinary figure take a fancy to you? He looks to be around 25, yet is actually capable of flying. This represents that he's an expert at the void-prying stage or above. Does our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom possess such an extraordinary young genius? If you didn't say it, I almost forgot that he flew over. His natural talent is simply even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdoms, who possess the most extraordinary talent in the younger generation. 5 great young masters? The most extraordinary talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? You couldn't have forgotten, right? All those years ago, a figure that's even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not only that, during the genius competition over 2 years ago, there was supposedly another young genius that wasn't inferior to the 5 great young masters. Right? How could I have forgotten Duanling Tian and the mysterious young man, Suli, that advanced in the genius competition of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom over 2 years ago? Even Duanling Tian and Suli are probably far inferior to him, right? When Duanling Tian had just arrived at the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow Sect, he'd heard a wave of bubbling discussions. As he looked at the group of Flying Rainbow Sect's female disciples that whispered to each other, there were some that even cast flirtatious looks at him, causing him to be unable to help but be slightly embarrassed. As the saying went, 3 women can make a movie. With so many women gathered together, He felt his ears were on the verge of exploding. Swoosh! Swoosh! Meanwhile, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan followed over to stand on both sides of Duanling Tian. Eh? Isn't he the husband of the sect leader? Suddenly, someone stared at Nie Rong and cried out in astonishment. The sect leader's husband?
That guest that stayed in our flying cloud pavilion earlier. Didn't he leave our flying rainbow sect because the Supreme Elder put pressure on the sect leader?
Why has he returned? These two people by his side wouldn't be the help he called over, right? Many flying rainbow sect disciples whispered in discussion. I heard that besides asking the sect leader to step down, the Supreme Elder even asked the sect leader to enter the forbidden area and cultivate silently, and be completely cut off from the outside world. Looks like the sect leader's husband has brought help over to take the sect leader away. A few older flying rainbow sect disciples hurriedly turned around and left. Obviously, they went to inform the higher-ups of the sect. Little Tian. Nie Rong and Nie Yuan looked at Duanling Tian at the same time, and the space between their brows contained dense worry. Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie, don't worry. Duanling Tian indicated for them to be at ease with his gaze.
But even then, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan still didn't have the slightest confidence in their hearts.
They were utterly unable to wrap their heads around why Duanling Tian would be so brazen to actually trespass forcefully into the flying rainbow sect.
It wasn't that they'd never thought that perhaps Duanling Tian's current strength was already sufficient to suppress all those old fellows of the flying rainbow sect, so he dared act in this way.
But with a quick thought, it seemed to be a slightly wishful thought. How old was Duanling Tian? Even if his natural talent was any higher, would he who was far from being at the age of 30 be able to possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above? As far as they were concerned, this was extremely unrealistic. Under the perturbed feelings of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan, numerous swift howls of the wind sounded out from the distant sky. After a short moment, 3 figures had finally appeared before Duanling Tian's group of 3. These were 3 old women past the age of 70. One wore azure-clothed, the other blue-clothed, and the last wore yellow clothes.
Supreme Elder! Supreme Elder! The crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed to the 3 old women. The 3 old women were precisely the 3 supreme elders of the flying rainbow sect.
According to rumor, all 3 of them were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above.
Whoosh! 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 The 3 old women stood in midair not far away from Duanling Tian's group of 3, and their gazes locked onto Nie Rong at the first possible moment, because they only knew Nie Rong amongst the 3 people before them.
Looks like you really didn't take our words seriously. I remember that I reminded you before you left the last time that if you dared take a single step into our flying rainbow sect again, then I'd surely cripple your cultivation. The azure-clothed old woman's gaze were like blades as she stared fixedly at Nie Rong and spoke with a low voice.
Nie Rong's face sank slightly and he was angered to the point his body trembled. At this moment he only hated himself for being too weak. If his strength was stronger than this old fellow, he'd make a move to teach the old fellow a lesson long ago. Why would he have to suffer humiliation like this?
Old fellow, you're courting death. Nie Rong was willing to endure silently, but it didn't mean that Nie Yuan was willing as well, and when he heard someone saying they wanted to cripple his own father's cultivation, how could Nie Yuan continue looking on coldly from the side?
After he shouted out with a grim voice, his fierce gaze locked onto the old woman in azure clothes and he was ready to attack at any moment.
The azure-clothed old woman's face instantly sank when she heard Nie Yuan's voice. But when her gaze descended onto Nie Yuan's face, she couldn't help but be stunned because Nie Yuan's face was truly too similar to Nie Rong, and one with a discerning gaze would be able to discern that they were father and son with a single glance. Instantly, the azure-clothed old woman started laughing from her extreme rage. I was wondering who it was. So it's that little bastard from all those years ago.
I truly never imagined that the little bastard from all those years is already so old. Are you intending to see your mother for the last time by coming to our flying rainbow sect with your father today?
You're courting death. Nie Yuan couldn't refrain himself any longer when he heard the azure-clothed old woman's words of ridicule, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and he intended to make a move. But he was instead stopped by Nie Rong. 3rd level of the void prying stage? Your natural talent isn't bad, but unfortunately, this little cultivation of yours isn't enough when you're facing the three of us. The azure-clothed old woman sneered as she looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Nieyuan.
Why were you talking so much nonsense with them? Just cripple them directly. Amongst the two old women that hadn't spoke since the beginning, the blue-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. Her tone was extremely cold and indifferent without the slightest feelings, and it seemed as if she was the judge of life and death that was resolutely giving out her judgment. Even though the final yellow-clothed old woman didn't speak, but her actions of taking a step forward as origin energy skyrocketed on her body had undoubtedly indicated her stand. At this moment, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above the yellow-clothed old woman and coiled down from above. 7th level of the void prying stage. This yellow-clothed old woman was obviously a 7th-level void prying stage martial artist.
This is an ancient horned dragon silhouette? According to rumor, besides our flying rainbow sect leader, the other 3 supreme elders are also existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Looks like all of this is true. Of course it's true. I've even seen the sect leader fight, and the sect leader is an expert at the 8th level of the void prying stage. But unfortunately, she's currently heavily injured, and it has affected her cultivation. Supposedly, after the sect leader was heavily injured, even though her meridians were repaired by healing medicinal pills, yet her meridians contain a large amount of blood clogged within, and it's difficult to remove. This was the reason that her origin energy suffered an extremely great restriction. The group of flying rainbow sect disciples discussed animatedly on the martial practice grounds.
Of course, there were some things that they knew in their hearts yet didn't speak out about it.
If it wasn't for the sect leader being injured, would the 3 supreme elders dare be so unbridled? These were the truest thoughts in their hearts.
Most people looked at Nie Rong and Nie Yuan with gazes of pity as they knew clearly of the methods of the 3 supreme elders, and they knew that even if Nie Rong and Nie Yuan were fortunate enough to survive today, they would still suffer greatly. What a pity for this handsome and elegant young master, he'd probably going to be harmed by them. On the martial practice grounds, many flying rainbow sect disciples looked at the violet-clothed young man who stood between Nie Yuan and Nie Rong, and their hearts were filled with pity. Even though none of them had ever spoken with the violet-clothed young man, yet their first impression of the violet-clothed young man was extremely good, and they hoped from the bottoms of their hearts that he wouldn't suffer any harm.
But they also knew that the matter before their eyes wasn't something they could interfere in.
Whoosh! Whoosh! After the yellow-clothed old woman, the azure-clothed old man, and the blue-clothed old woman took a stride forward at the same time as the origin energy on their bodies rages, and an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky on each of them.
Another 2 7th-level void prying stage experts. The crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but gasp.
Even though they'd heard numerous times in the past that the 3 supreme elders of their flying rainbow sect were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage, but it was only limited to something they'd heard.
And it was a completely different notion when compared to seeing it with their own 2 eyes.
The 3 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the 3 old women coiled to bring extremely great visual shock to the crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples, whereas the expression of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan sank in unison.
Subsequently, the both of them looked at each other and seemed to have formed some sort of tacit agreement before taking a stride forward at the same time, and then they protected Duanling Tian safely behind them. Little Tian, leave quickly. Right? Leave quickly, we'll stop them.
Nie Rong and Nie Yuan's voice transmissions entered into Duanling Tian's ears at the first possible moment, and it was filled with anxiousness. Warmth couldn't help but arise in Duanling Tian's heart when he heard these voice transmissions. He knew clearly in his heart that Nie Rong and Nie Yuan didn't know of his true strength at this moment, so their current actions were purely heartfelt feelings of not wanting him to suffer any injury.
This matter has nothing to do with you. A dignified supreme elder of the flying rainbow sect ought to not make a move against a young man, right? Nie Rong spoke with a low voice. Humph! Nie Rong's words were replied by the cold grunt of the azure-clothed old woman. I don't care who he is, but since he dares to follow the 2 of you to cause trouble in my flying rainbow sect, then don't blame me for being merciless.
He's the same as the both of you, he can leave after his cultivation is crippled. Otherwise, die. The blue-clothed old woman's eyes flickered with a grim light as she spoke in a low voice.
Whoosh! The clothes on the yellow clothes old woman fluttered as cold lights flickered within her eyes, and she instantly locked onto Duan Ling Tian. Nie Rong's expression instantly went grim when he heard this.
You call yourselves supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. If it's according to me, all three of you are the shame of the Flying Rainbow sect. Don't think I don't know why all of you are against my mother. It's utterly not because of her marrying my father, but it's instead because in your opinions, my mother seized away the position of sect leader of your adopted daughter. When faced with such a dangerous situation, Nie Yuan completely shed all pretenses and he ridiculed. In my opinion, what qualifications does that woman who can't even accept defeat have to compete with my mother?
Whoosh! Nie Yuan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Not only was Duan Ling Tian unable to help but be stunned, even the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but look at Nie Yuan.
There seems to be some story behind the scenes? Die! Right at this moment, the yellow-clothed old woman shouted out coldly and directly attacked.
Her target wasn't Duan Ling Tian who she'd locked onto earlier, but it was instead Nie Yuan who just finished speaking resolutely. Obviously, she'd turned angry out of embarrassment from Nie Yuan's words, and she'd slightly lost all reason.
The Flying Rainbow sect disciples present saw a yellow bolt of lightning flash through the sky, and it flashed directly towards the middle-aged man that seemed to be the sect leader's son. Swish! Right at this critical moment, an extremely swift sword light descended from high above in the sky to obstruct the yellow-colored bolt of lightning that flashed swiftly towards Nie Yuan. Subsequently, a white-colored figure appeared before Nie Yuan.
This was an old woman in white-colored plain clothes with a slightly pale countenance, and she obviously carried internal injuries. Moreover, because of making a move earlier, it caused the hand she held her sword with to shake slightly.
Mother! Nie Yuan couldn't help but call out lightly when he saw the familiar figure before him, and his gentle voice came from the heart.
Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as it was the first time he'd seen his uncle Nie speak with such a gentle tone, and he was able to discern the love and respect Uncle Nie had towards the white-clothed old woman. Sect leader! At the same time, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed respectfully towards the white-clothed old woman. Cough, cough! Supreme Elders, are the three of you intending to kill me as well after you kill them? The white-clothed old woman, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, Meng Ping, coughed twice and her countenance turned even paler as her hoarse voice sounded out, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. Sect leader, you jest. The azure-clothed old woman had a calm expression when facing the white-clothed old woman's question, and she said indifferently, "We just want to make them learn a lesson, and we didn't really want to kill them."
Yes, sect leader. You're injured, so you should quickly return to rest. We'll help you deal with a small matter like this one. The blue-clothed old woman spoke out as well.
Sect leader, please leave. The yellow-clothed old woman's tone was direct and resolute, and her pair of sharp eyes flickered with cold lights like a blade.
What if I don't leave? Meng Ping laughed coldly, and her pale and emaciated face was filled with frightful fierceness.
Then we can only offend you. The yellow-clothed old woman took a step forward, and her eyes were like lightning as her origin energy skyrocketed before sweeping out to attack Meng Ping once again. Swish! Meng Ping struck out with her sword, even though she'd once again obstructed the yellow-clothed old woman's attack, but the origin energy on her body completely died down, causing her to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood repeatedly, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Mother! Nie Yuan hurriedly supported his own mother, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red as he stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed old woman. My mother is currently the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. What should be your punishment for daring to lift a hand against the sect leader? Unfortunately, the yellow-clothed old woman paid utterly no attention to Nie Yuan, and she instead looked at Nie Rong, who'd rushed over hurriedly to Meng Ping's side and supported her. I've told both of you the last time, if you dare appear in the Flying Rainbow sect once more, I'll surely cripple your cultivation. Now, will you cripple yourself? Or shall I?
Even if she was before the sect leader, Meng Ping, the yellow-clothed old woman acted completely brazenly and spoke directly about wanting Meng Ping's husband, Nie Rong, to cripple his cultivation.
Knit Rong clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, and his aged face seemed to be instantly covered in a layer of ice as he stared fiercely at the yellow-clothed old woman.
If you don't cripple your own cultivation after 3 breaths of time, then I'll happily help you. The yellow-clothed old woman spoke indifferently.
Elder Huang, don't go too far. Meng Ping was angered to the point of spitting out blood repeatedly, and her voice was exceedingly hoarse.
Sect leader, don't interfere in this matter. The yellow-clothed old woman didn't look Meng Ping in the eye but instead stared fixedly at Nie Rong, who was by Meng Ping's side. There's still another 2 breaths of time.
There's still another 1 breath of time.
Since you won't cripple your own cultivation, then I can only do it myself. After 3 breaths of time, the yellow-clothed old woman abruptly strode forward.
Instantly, the airflow in the sky flashed as waves of piercingly cold gales rose, and it blew onto the clothes of the people that stood in midair to the point of fluttering in the wind. The yellow-clothed old woman walked step by step towards Nie Rong. Every single step she took seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto Nie Rong's chest, causing Nie Rong's expression to become even more ghastly pale. Stay your hand. Meng Ping struggled to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. But unfortunately, her injuries were too heavy, and even barely standing in midair caused her body to be on the verge of collapse, let alone making a move to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. Swoosh! Right at this moment, Nie Yuan made a move. He seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot out in full fury straight towards the yellow-clothed old woman. Futile effort. When faced with Nie Yuan's attack, the yellow-clothed old woman revealed an expression of disdain. With a raise of her hand, her palm swept out, and it seemed like a cattail leaf fan as it descended towards Nie Yuan. If this palm were to strike its target, Nie Yuan would be crippled even if he survived. Yuan! Meng Ping's expression darkened when she saw her son in danger, and she struggled with the intention of lending a hand. But she was instead like a deflated rubber ball, and her body that was on the verge of collapse couldn't support itself any longer, causing her to crash towards the ground. But the current Meng Ping didn't think about the consequences of falling from such a height as her gaze was staring fixedly at Nie Yuan.
That was the child that she'd been pregnant with for 10 months before giving birth to.
During these past few years, she'd owed her son too much. If her son were to really die here, then she vowed that the meaning of her living on would be for nothing else but to take revenge for her son. Revenge that wouldn't stop until one party died. Yuan. Never had Nie Rong imagined that his son would take the initiative to attack the yellow-clothed old woman for the sake of saving him, and his expression went grim as he flashed out with the intention of saving Nie Yuan.
But unfortunately, his speed was still too slow. Nie Rong closed his eyes with slight despair when he saw the yellow-clothed old woman's palm that was like a cattail leaf fan was about to envelop his son, and then 2 drops of tears rolled down. Yuan! Bang!
Ah! But, in the next moment, an enormous band that was accompanied by a miserable and shrill cry caused Nie Rong, who had his eyes closed, to be stunned. He was able to discern that this wasn't the voice of his son, Nie Yuan. When he opened his eyes, he saw a scene that he couldn't forget for his entire life. Suddenly, a violet-colored figure had appeared before his son. Mother! After Nie Yuan escaped danger, he didn't have the time to think before plunging down from mid-air at the first possible moment to catch Meng Ping, who was swiftly falling, and then he heaved a sigh of relief.
After he confirmed that his mother was fine, Nie Yuan raised his head to look towards the sky, and he looked at the violet-clothed figure with a dazed expression. Little Tian?
You crippled my cultivation. Subsequently, the people present heard a cry that was filled with misery and hatred. Then the origin energy on the body of the yellow-clothed old woman's that had been blasted flying died down, and she held onto the location of her dantian as she crashed to the ground. But unfortunately, unlike Meng Ping, who had her son to catch her, she fell fiercely onto the martial practice ground and smashed her head open, causing her to be completely devoid of any signs of life. No matter if it was on the ground or in the air, the martial practice grounds were deathly silent at this moment.
One of the 3 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect died just like this?
Moreover, she's fallen to her death? Subsequently, numerous gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it earlier as they stretched out from the martial practice grounds to lock onto the violet-colored figure in the air. He crippled the Supreme Elder's cultivation. I didn't even see how he attacked clearly.
Moreover, the Supreme Elder was crippled in a single move. Even though she wasn't prepared, but it's sufficient to show that his strength is extremely formidable.
The Supreme Elder is in existence at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if it's under the conditions that she was completely off guard. Another 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist might not be capable of crippling her cultivation so smoothly. In this way, his cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage or above.
The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp.
This violet-clothed young man looked to be only around the age of 25. Yet he actually possesses such terrifying strength?
8th level of the Void Prying stage? Nie Rong and Nie Yuan looked at each other from afar when they heard the discussions of the Flying Rainbow sect disciples, and then both of them perceived shock and sudden understanding from each other's eyes.
The shock was because they utterly had no knowledge that Duan Tian possessed such a terrifying strength.
If they knew since long ago that Duan Tian possessed such a terrifying strength, they wouldn't have been so anxious as they were earlier.
The sudden understanding was because they finally realized why Duan Tian had the confidence to trespass forcefully into the Flying Rainbow sect. It turned out that in Duan Tian's eyes, he utterly didn't take these old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect seriously.
At the same time that their hearts were filled with pleasant surprise, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts.
To think that they thought it was impossible for Duan Tian to possess such a formidable strength earlier. Now it would seem to they utterly could not use logic to deduce Duan Tian's strength.
As soon as the yellow-clothed old woman died, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman's expressions went grim.
The azure-clothed old woman's expression was unsightly as she looked at Duan Tian, and she asked with a grim voice, "Who exactly are you? Why did you kill the Supreme Elder of my Flying Rainbow sect?"
Kill?
When did I kill someone? Duan Tian glanced indifferently at the azure-clothed old woman and shrugged. Don't falsely accuse a good person. Falsely accuse a good person? Duan Tian's words that sounded naive caused everyone including Nie Yuan and Nie Rong to be unable to refrain from breaking out in laughter.
Especially the Flying Rainbow sect disciples, all of them had rosy countenances as if they felt ashamed in Duan Tian's place.
You clearly killed Elder Huang. Yet you dare make an excuse. The azure-clothed old woman spoke with a low voice.
Elder Huang? The old hag that wore yellow-colored clothes? Duan Tian glanced at the corpse that fell onto the martial practice ground and his brows raised. I admit that I crippled her cultivation. But when did I kill her?
Which one of your eyes saw me killing her? Duan Tian's words caused the expression of the azure-clothed old women to go even more livid. You didn't directly kill her, but you crippled her cultivation while she was high in the air. What difference does this have from killing her? Laughable. Duan Tian's handsome face that originally carried a casual expression was instantly covered in a layer of ice, as he spoke with a cold voice. She being high above in the air is her problem. Could it be that I asked her to come up high in the air? You can't get through to him, so there's no need to say more to him. The blue-clothed old woman stopped the azure-clothed old woman that wanted to continue arguing with Duan Tian. And she looked coldly and indifferently at Duan Tian. Who exactly are you?
Why are you interfering in a matter of our Flying Rainbow sect? Who am I? Duan Tian looked at the blue-clothed old woman as if he was looking at an idiot. Your eyes wouldn't have gone bad with your age, right?
Could it be that you didn't see that I came with Grandpa Nie and Uncle Nie?
They're my loved ones, so can it be that I can't interfere in a matter related to them?
Duan Tian had placed extra emphasis on the words, loved ones. The expressions of the two old women instantly sank when they heard this. They suddenly noticed that the development of the matter seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations, and it had exceeded their control at the same time. Not to mention anything else. Just the violet-clothed young man before their eyes obviously possessed a strength that was above theirs. If they were to go head-on with him, they felt that they might not be his match even if they joined forces. The gazes of the Flying Rainbow sect on the martial practice grounds lit up when they saw the two great supreme elders of the sect being speechless before the violet-clothed young man. More than 90% of the disciples casted flirtatious gazes at Duan Tian. as they wanted to obtain Duanling Tian's attention by this. But unfortunately for them, Duanling Tian paid no attention to them from the beginning until the end. But even then, they still swarmed at him like a flock of ducks. For a time, the Flying Rainbow sect's martial practice ground had fallen into temporary deathly silence, and no one spoke as all of them were communicating with their gazes. Finally, Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, spoke to break this short silence. Yuan, who is this?
Nie Yuan didn't dare dally when facing Meng Ping's question, and he smiled as he said, "Mother, this is the little Tian that I mentioned to you in the past."
What? Meng Ping's pupils couldn't help but constrict when she heard Nie Yuan, and even her breathing became hurried as she asked with slight excitement. He's the Duanling Tian from your Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Meng Ping's excitement came from the heart, and the gaze she looked at Duanling Tian with was a gaze as if she'd seen some great figure. Meng Ping's loss of composure was noticed by Duanling Tian, and he knew that Meng Ping had probably heard of some matters related to him. Perhaps it even included the matters that occurred in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge lately. "Mother, you know little Tian?" Nie Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Meng Ping lose her composure, and then he asked curiously. Nie Rong looked at Meng Ping as well because he was similarly curious.
Duanling Tian? Right at this moment, no matter if it was the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds or the two old women that stood in the distance, everyone was stunned. My God!
So he's Duanling Tian? Many Flying Rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim with shock. He's Duanling Tian? The Duanling Tian that became famous for his natural talent that surpassed the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago?
The Duanling Tian that advanced in the genius competition held by our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family over 2 years ago.
According to my knowledge, Duanling Tian seems to be 27 or 28 this year. His strength is actually at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage or above. It's truly shocking.
Duanling Tian is the lover in the dreams of many of our Flying Rainbow sect sisters. I never imagined that he would appear in our Flying Rainbow sect. The martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect became extremely bustling for a time, and many Flying Rainbow sect disciples cried out sharply with Duanling Tian's name.
Their feverish gestures caused Duanling Tian to be unable to help but feel embarrassed.
Unlike the excitement of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman in the distant sky glanced at each other, and both of them could see terror from each other's eyes. He's Duanling Tian? The Duanling Tian that slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago. He ought to be a young man in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that possesses such a strength and is named Duanling Tian can only be him. Duanling Tian's current strength truly causes one to be unable to help but feel terror.
Even the members of the Azure Forest Trisect probably had never imagined even in their dreams that Duanling Tian would grow to such a terrifying extent in only a few years.
Instantly, the two old women communicated via voice transmission with each other, and they confirmed Duanling Tian's identity at the same time. After they confirmed, there was only horror within their hearts. Perhaps the incident that occurred within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not too long ago hadn't spread all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom yet. But because their Flying Rainbow sect was extremely close to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, and they were the higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow sect, so they'd heard about the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge a few days ago.
The 7-Star Sword sect's Duanling Tian launched a bloody attack of vengeance on the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. The publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the former 7-Star Sword sect, Duanling Tian, returned dominatingly and killed all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage experts within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge on his own.
After that, anyone that was already a member of the Azure Forest Trisect before the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated were killed without exception. When this news had just reached the ears of their Flying Rainbow sect's higher-ups, they were slightly unable to believe it, and they'd personally made a trip to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge because of this.
When they saw the crimson-red ground of the northern gorge within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge and the corpses of all the Azure Forest Trisect higher-ups who they knew lying all over the ground, they realized the rumors weren't fake.
The Azure Forest Trisect had indeed been annihilated overnight. Therefore, they'd completely believed the rumor. And at the same time, they feel deep terror that came from the bottom of their hearts towards the person who carried out the deed, Duanling Tian.
Of course, never had they imagined that not long after the battle in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the unparalleled god of slaughter, Duanling Tian, would actually trespass into their flying rainbow sect without any good intentions. There was only regret in their hearts when they recalled their confrontation with Duanling Tian earlier. If they knew that the husband and son of the sect leader possessed such an intimate relationship with Duanling Tian, then even if the sect leader was heavily injured and even if they still had objections towards the sect leader retaining her position, they wouldn't have the courage to go against the sect leader. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grief and resentment. Of course, they mostly resented their flying rainbow sect's leader, Meng Ping. If the members of your family are so intimate with this god of slaughter, Duanling Tian, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you just playing the weakling and clearly digging a hole for us to jump in? Even if you want to trap us, you don't have to do it like this.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian noticed the horror that was emitted from the eyes of the two old women when they looked at him, and he realized that they might have heard of the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge a while ago.
He knew that the matter he wanted to help Nie Rong and Nie Yuan with today had already been completed. So long as these two old fellows weren't stupid, they would absolutely not dare make it difficult for Meng Ping anymore.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian's figure flashed to arrive by the side of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan in a short moment, and then with a raise of his hand, he withdrew a medicinal pill and placed it in Meng Ping's hand. Grandma Meng, this is a grade 4 great recovery pill, and it's sufficient to heal the injuries in your body. Duanling Tian smiled as he spoke to Meng Ping.
Even though it was the first time he'd seen Meng Ping today, since Meng Ping was the wife of Nie Rong and the mother of Nie Yuan, that he would naturally give her sufficient respect.
Not for anything else but because of the help Nie Rong and Nie Yuan gave him in the past. Duanling Tian had always acted in accordance with a principle in his heart. The smallest favor should be returned a great amount.
No, I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. Meng Ping's face flushed red and she hurriedly shook her head when she heard Duanling Tian call her grandma, and then she consumed the grade 4 great recovery pill.
Nie Rong and Nie Yuan looked at Duanling Tian with a bewildered expression when they saw Meng Ping's loss of composure. They weren't stupid people and naturally noticed how restrained Meng Ping was when facing Duanling Tian, and it was as if she was facing an extraordinary and great figure. They suddenly realized that perhaps their understanding of the current Duanling Tian was very insufficient.
After consuming the medicinal pill, Meng Ping closed her eyes and sat cross-legged in midair to recover. After a short moment, her pale countenance started to become rosy, and her weak aura strengthened ceaselessly as if she'd obtained new life.
This is the medicinal strength of a grade 4 great recovery pill? Nie Rong and Nie Yuan's pupils constricted when they saw this scene. A grade 4 great recovery pill was an extremely precious medicinal pill that could only be refined by a grade 4 alchemist. After all, a grade 4 alchemist was only comparatively common in the Darkhan dynasty, and they were extremely rare existences even in the Darkstone Empire. As for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was utterly impossible to see a grade 4 alchemist, let alone the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the martial practice grounds, the crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples had quieted down, and the gazes of most of them had shot onto the sect leader, Meng Ping. All of them hoped that Meng Ping could recover and once again take control of their flying rainbow sect, and Meng Ping's popularity was obvious from this. Of course, the gazes of a small amount of flying rainbow sect disciples never left Duanling Tian, and they'd become even more feverish after finding out about Duanling Tian's identity. As for the two old women that stood in the distant sky, they stood on the spot without moving an inch.
It wasn't that they hadn't thought about fleeing, but they didn't dare flee. Before an existence like Duanling Tian, who could easily kill 6th-level Void initiation stage experts, could two little 7th-level Void prying stage martial artists like them flee?
Half an hour passed quickly. Pooh! Meng Ping, who sat cross-legged in midair to absorb the medicinal strength of the grade 4 great recovery pill, suddenly opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood that was purple to the point it almost turned black, whereas Meng Ping seemed much more spirited after spitting out this mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Along with origin energy pulsating on Meng Ping's body, an ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above her.
8th level of the void prying stage. Ping, you've recovered. Nie Rong's eyes opened wide like saucers when he saw the scene, and he asked with slight pleasant surprise.
Yes. Meng Ping smiled as she nodded, and then she looked at Duan Ling Tian and slightly bowed. Thank you, young Master Ling Tian, for giving me the Grade 4 Great Recovery Pill. Not only had the Grade 4 Great Recovery Pill allowed her to recover more than half of her injuries, it even completely wiped out the blood clogged within her meridians.
At this moment, she felt her body was light as a swallow and her strength from her prime had returned.
Meng Ping's actions were slightly out of Duan Ling Tian's expectations, and he hurriedly raised his hand as a gentle strand of origin energy shook the air to cause a shapeless force to sweep out and support Meng Ping up. Grandma Meng, you're someone dear to Grandpa Nye and Uncle Nye. So you're someone dear to me too. You can call me Little Tian just like Grandpa Nye and Uncle Nye. I don't deserve to call you that. Meng Ping spoke with slight panic. When she recalled the thing this violet-clothed young man before her had done some time ago, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in her heart, and she was unable to recover from it even until now. As strong as the Azure Forest Trisect was, it was actually annihilated just like that at the hands of this young man that was shockingly young, and it was truly unbelievable. Mother, you haven't answered me. How do you know Little Tian? The nearby Nye Yuan asked once more.
But Meng Ping didn't have the chance to answer Nye Yuan when she was interrupted.
Swoosh! Swoosh! Two swift figures flashed over.
Besides Duan Ling Tian and Meng Ping, who had calm expressions, the expressions of Nie Rong and Nye Yuan went grim when they saw the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman flying over.
But in the next moment, the actions of the two old women had instead caused them to be completely dumbstruck. The two old women actually directly knelt in the sky before Duan Ling Tian, and their emaciated and aged bodies shivered. Lord Duan Ling Tian, we didn't know of your relationship with the sect leader. I hope you can forgive us.
Lord Duan Ling Tian, so long as you're willing to forgive me, then I'm willing to vow under the 99 heavenly tribulation that I won't go against the sect leader anymore in my entire life. I'm willing as well.
The two old women knelt just like this before Duan Ling Tian, and were slightly unable to speak properly in their anxiousness. They'd completely thrown away their haughty airs as the supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect when facing Duan Ling Tian, and there was only a single thought in their hearts. I must survive no matter what.
What are the supreme elders doing?
Even if Duan Ling Tian is a martial artist at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above, they don't have to act like this, right? The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds were stunned by the actions of the two supreme elders.
Not only were they stunned, Nie Rong and Nye Yuan were similarly stunned as well.
Little Tian, you absolutely can't forgive them. Otherwise, once they notify the Azure Forest Trisect that they saw a 7-star sword sect disciple like you, the Azure Forest Trisect will absolutely not let the matter go. Nye Rong was the first to react, and he spoke out to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian hadn't spoke yet when the expressions of the two old women who knelt in midair froze, and then they looked at Nye Rong with gazes filled with shame and resentment. Shouldn't you find a better excuse if you want us dead? They thought that Nye Rong surely knew of the matter of Duan Ling Tian annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect, and Nye Rong used the Azure Forest Trisect now purely as an excuse to kill them as he wanted to take revenge for his wife. There are also these Flying Rainbow sect disciples. Since they've recognized you as a disciple of the 7-star sword sect now, they can't be left alive as well, said Nye Yuan to Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Earlier, the change in expression of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples allowed him to realize that Duan Ling Tian turned out to be able to be considered to be a famous person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, while Duan Ling Tian was at the 7-star sword sect. As soon as Nye Yuan finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples in the martial practice grounds went pale. If Duan Ling Tian really wanted to kill them, then they would really have no way of resisting, nor could they dream of fleeing. I'm willing to make a vow under the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll absolutely not notify the Azure Forest Trisect and sell Duan Ling Tian out.
I'm willing as well.
The numerous Flying Rainbow sect disciples were completely anxious, and they didn't have the mood to cast flirtatious gazes at Duan Ling Tian any longer.
Brother Rong Yuan, Could it be that both of you don't know the Azure Forest Trisect has already been annihilated by Little Tian? Meng Ping's face was already filled with bewilderment when Nia Rong spoke out, and when she heard her son, Nia Yuan, saying similar words, she couldn't help but ask.
The Azure Forest Trisect was annihilated by Little Tian? Meng Ping's words instantly seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of Nia Rong and Nia Yuan, causing their chests to rise and fall continuously like a bellows, and it was unable to calm down for a long time.
Ping, you said the Azure Forest Trisect was annihilated by Little Tian? Nia Rong recovered from his shock and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with slight difficulty, and then his gaze that was filled with astonishment moved from Meng Ping to descend onto Duanling Tian. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the violet-clothed young man before him was so unfamiliar. Unfamiliar to the point his heart palpitated. Of course, the reason he had such a feeling was for no other reason than because of the strength that Duanling Tian possessed now. Nia Yuan looked at Duanling Tian with a dumbstruck expression as well. Yes. Meng Ping nodded, and then she said slowly, not long ago Little Tian made a move and annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect.
And then he joined forces with the other two 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the 7-Star Sword Sect to slaughter all the remaining Void Initiation Stage experts of the Azure Forest Trisect. Presently, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist any longer, and the revival of the 7-Star Sword Sect is near at hand. Meng Ping finished speaking with a single breath. Whoosh! Meng Ping's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples on the surface of a lake, and it caused everyone besides Duanling Tian and the two old women to be stunned. Everyone including Nia Rong and Nia Yuan felt that today was the day they'd suffered the most shock in their lifetimes, and it was simply shocking beyond compare. Little Tian, you, really? Nia Yuan gasped and looked at Duanling Tian as if he wanted to confirm it. Yes. Duanling Tian lightly smiled and nodded.
Nia Yuan had a complicated gaze, and he sighed after a long time. No wonder you fearlessly trespassed into the Flying Rainbow Sect today. So it turns out that you're utterly unafraid of these old fellows of the Flying Rainbow Sect. As he finished speaking, Nia Yuan laughed bitterly, and at the same time he glanced at the nearby old women that knelt before Duanling Tian.
Now he finally understood why the two old women would be so afraid of Duanling Tian. All of this was because of Duanling Tian's actions of annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect not long ago, whereas the crowd of Flying Rainbow Sect disciples on the martial practice grounds and Nyerong couldn't help but gasp. For a time, the entire martial practice grounds was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. The crowd of Flying Rainbow Sect disciples on the martial practice grounds heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the Azure Forest Trisect didn't exist any longer. After all, since the Azure Forest Trisect has ceased to exist, they weren't worried that Duanling Tian would kill them to keep them quiet. Duanling Tian is capable of killing experts at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Doesn't that mean that his strength is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above? A 7th level Void Initiation Stage expert below the age of 30. Heavens! Even if it's the Darkhan dynasty, there might not be such a heaven-defying young expert, right? I truly never imagined that such a great figure has actually appeared in our Flying Rainbow Sect. The crowd of Flying Rainbow Sect disciples that weren't afraid any longer looked at Duanling Tian with even more burning gazes, and many even continued casting flirtatious gazes at Duanling Tian. Lord Duanling Tian, spare our lives. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that knelt before Duanling Tian continued to kowtow and beg for mercy, and their voices were filled with terror that came from the heart. Duanling Tian glanced indifferently at the two old women, and then his gaze moved on to Meng Ping as he lightly smiled and said, "Grandma Meng, how should we deal with them? So long as you say the word, I can make them completely vanish from this world right away, and they won't leave a single trace behind." Duanling Tian's words were extremely indifferent, and it was as if killing these two old women was utterly not the slightest bit difficult to him. In actuality, it was indeed without the slightest bit of difficulty. "Sect leader, I won't dare go against you in the future. Please spare us. Sect leader, save us." The two old women hurriedly turned to kneel before Meng Ping when they heard Duanling Tian's words, and tears flowed down their aged faces. In their eyes, Meng Ping was currently their life-saving straw.
The two old women were instantly anxious when they saw Meng Ping standing there with a heavy expression yet remaining silent, and they hurriedly pinched open their fingers before a drop of blood flew out of the tip of each of their fingers and shot into the sky. In the next moment, the two old women hurriedly made a vow. The vow they made was none other than one that said they were willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation if they dared go against the sect leader, Meng Ping, in the future. A flowing light flashed within Meng Ping's eyes when she saw the two old women making such a heavy vow, and then she said slowly, "Both of you can live, but you must go to the forbidden area. Unless the sect encounters a calamity, otherwise both of you aren't allowed to take a step out of the forbidden area for your entire lives." "Thank you, sect leader." The two supreme elders knew that they'd saved their lives when they heard Meng Ping, and they thanked her repeatedly. Living was more important than anything to them. In next to no time, they left to head towards the forbidden area. Duanling Tian, Nie Rong, and Nie Yuan had instead soared up into the sky with Meng Ping, and they quickly arrived at a higher point on Flying Rainbow Mountain before descending into a vast pavilion. Under Meng Ping's lead, they sat down before a pavilion, and then Nie Yuan couldn't help but look at Duanling Tian and give Duanling Tian a big thumbs up. "Little Tian, Uncle Nie really never imagined that you'll actually be able to obtain such great achievements after you left the Crimson Sky Kingdom." "What? Uncle Nie, do you look down on me so much?" Duanling Tian asked while laughing. Nie Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and then he spoke with slight embarrassment. "It's not that. It's just that I feel your achievements are truly astonishing. In the past, not even in my dreams had I imagined that a person from our Crimson Sky Kingdom could ascend to the height that you've ascended." "Humph. How can little Tian be compared to ordinary people?" Nie Rong glared at Nie Yuan as he grunted. Meanwhile, Meng Ping had made tea for the three of them, and she walked over. Little Tian's had already become famous in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom since a few years ago. But when I found out that little Tian was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had an extremely intimate relationship with Yuan, the Seven Star Sword sect has already been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect. When she spoke up to hear, Meng Ping stopped and directly gave a brief summary before continuing. "I was deeply afraid that the Azure Forest Trisect would involve the Crimson Sky Kingdom because of little Tian, and in extension involve the Divine Might Marquis estate, so I didn't mention anything about little Tian's deeds in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to Yuan." "Little Tian, you don't blame me, right?" Meng Ping looking lovingly at Duanling Tian. "Grandma Meng, you're joking. You had the whole situation in mind. What do I have to blame you for?" Duanling Tian shook his head. "Little Tian, you're already in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above now. It seems to have been the Darhan dynasty's martial competition not long ago, whereas the young geniuses that advanced from it will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." "Have you obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties?" Suddenly, Meng Ping had a flash of realization, and she looked curiously at Duanling Tian with eyes that were filled with anticipation. For a time, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan came to a suddenly understanding, and only now did they realize that Duanling Tian's cultivation had already exceeded their imagination long ago. It was even possible that Duanling Tian had advanced from the Empire's Young Genius competition to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. As for if Duanling Tian advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition, it was something they didn't dare be completely certain of. After all, the Dynasty Martial competition was the stage where the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty and the various empires under it competed, and there surely existed many young martial artists with extraordinary natural talent amongst them. Coupled with Duanling Tian being inferior to all of those young geniuses in terms of age, they were afraid that even if Duanling Tian possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, Duanling Tian might not be able to advance from the Dynasty Martial competition and obtain the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded when faced with Meng Ping's question. "I'll be going to the Darhan dynasty's imperial palace to gather with the other 9 young geniuses in a few months, and then we'll head to the northern desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Duanling Tian's words had undoubtedly indicated that he'd indeed passed through the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, the family of 3 that sat before Duan Tian were petrified and they only recovered from their shock after a long time.
If His Majesty finds out about this, he'll surely be overjoyed.
A member of our Crimson Sky Kingdom has actually obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Nie Yuan was excited to the point his face flushed red and he was unable to restrain his emotions.
The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was a competition amongst the group of top young geniuses in the various dynasties. Even though Meng Ping and Nie Rong didn't say anything, the gazes they looked at Duan Tian were still filled with shock. Grandpa Nie, Grandma Meng, Uncle Nie, I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the reunion of your family. Duan Tian bid his farewells to the 3 of them before standing up with the intention of leaving. Duan Tian didn't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor did he return to the 7-Star Sword Sect after leaving the Flying Rainbow Sect, and he instead headed all the way to the Imperial City of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After he arrived at the Imperial City, he headed directly to the main guild of the Weapons Craftsman Guild to look for Luo Rong. Luo Rong was the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman main guild, and at the same time, he was the grandfather of Crazy Young Master who was ranked at the top amongst the 5 great young masters, Luo Zhan, and he could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duan Tian's in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City.
Master, you've returned? Luo Rong still maintained a respectful manner towards Duan Tian when he saw Duan Tian after 2 years.
This respect was because Duan Tian had provided him the grace of guidance in the Tao of weapons refinement, and he couldn't forget it for his entire lifetime.
Help me look for some materials. Duan Tian went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for his arrival.
Amongst all the people that he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the old man before him undoubtedly possessed the broadest connections. Please tell me what you need, Master. Luo Rong answered respectfully and reverently. Duan Tian nodded, and then he spoke of some materials that were comparatively rare. Of course, even though these materials were rare, yet they weren't precious, and it was completely capable of being gathered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Otherwise, Duan Tian wouldn't come look for Luo Rong. I'll go instruct my subordinates. Luo Rong spoke to Duan Tian before leaving, and he only returned after half an hour. Master, I've already posted a reward for those materials in our guild. Besides that, I've asked someone to enter the Imperial Palace and contact the members of the Imperial family.
The materials stored by the Imperial family are the most complete collection in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The materials ought to be able to be gathered within 3 days.
Okay. Thank you for the trouble. Duan Tian nodded, and then he asked, Right, has Luo Zhan returned? No. Long Rong shook his head, and then he said slowly, That child has been eager to do well since a young age. It was still fine in the past when he was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, as he felt no pressure. 2 years ago, your appearance and the pressure placed upon him by Saber Young Master had undoubtedly caused him to suffer a great blow. Thus, he decided to go out and gain experience and tempering.
But going out to gain experience and tempering is a good thing as it's capable of polishing of the edge of his spirit and allowing him to become slightly more mature. When he spoke up to hear, Luo Rong stopped.
Master, I heard you advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. I wonder if you've advanced in the Dynasty martial competition in the Darkhan Dynasty. Duan Tian lightly smiled and nodded.
As expected, Luo Rong nodded and he seemed to not be surprised. This caused Duan Tian to be slightly bewildered and he couldn't help but ask, You aren't surprised?
If this matter were to happen on another like my grandson, then perhaps I would be surprised. But when it occurred on you, Master, I instead feel it couldn't be any more normal. Luo Rong spoke out with what he thought in his heart, and it caused Duan Tian to be speechless to the point of being at a loss for what to answer with. He couldn't say thank you for your praise, right? Subsequently, Duan Tian temporarily stayed at the guild under Luo Rong's arrangement, and he waited for the materials to arrive. The materials Duanling Tian asked Luo Rong to search for were materials used for inscriptions, and they were the materials required to construct the inscription formation Duanling Tian intended to use. Constructing an inscription formation for the first time is truly slightly exciting. But with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, there isn't the slightest pressure. Duanling Tian's face was suffused with a wisp of rosiness as he looked at the pile of materials on the table as he sat quietly in his room, and it was a rosiness of excitement. With a raise of his hand, numerous low-grade origin stones were withdrawn by Duanling Tian. Origin stones aren't a problem. I only hope that those materials can be gathered. In that way, I can successfully extract all the spirit points in the base of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect before moving them to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Extracting them was different from just extracting the energy within, as extracting the energy that had been accumulated for many years within the spirit points only required an origin drawing pearl. It was a physical effort that anyone could do easily to the point it utterly didn't require one to use one's brains. On the other hand, extracting spirit points was skilled work that required one to use one's brain intensely, as it could only be achieved when combined with special inscription formations. If one really wanted to speak about the difference between the two, the former only extracted the spirit energy of the heavens and earth that had been accumulated in the spirit point for many years, and after a period of time, spirit energy would once again accumulate within it. Moreover, the spirit energy extracted from the spirit point would be gone once it was used. The latter instead extracted spirit points by the roots. No matter if it was the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit point or the spirit point itself, all of them would be directly extracted. Duanling Tian wanted to achieve the latter. He wanted to utilize the inscription formation he possessed to extract the spirit points of the three great sects by the roots, and then move them to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. At that time, besides the 9 spirit points that had temporarily lost their spirit energy, the 7-star sword sect would gain another 20+ spirit points. Perhaps I can consider extracting the spirit points from that mountain split sect as well. In any case, the mountain split sect was annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect, and leaving the spirit points there is a waste. Duanling Tian's expression turned serious and had a righteous expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Even though the materials hadn't been completely gathered, it didn't affect Duanling Tian from starting to inscribe the inscriptions. The inscriptions he had to inscribe now were the inscriptions required to construct the inscription formation. These inscriptions didn't rely on origin energy to be powered, as they were powered by origin stones instead. Only in this way could the inscription formation maintain a tireless circulation. He couldn't be using his origin energy to power the inscription formation at all times, right? Besides some inscription formations that possessed some special requirements, otherwise, practically all the inscription formations constructed from formidable inscription masters of the foreign lands utilized origin stones to circulate. After Duanling Tian's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, his spiritual force had advanced to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage along with his cultivation. And inscribing the inscription he needed at this moment almost didn't consume any of his spiritual force. So, after 3 days and 2 nights of continuing without sleeping, Duanling Tian didn't feel a trace of exhaustion, and he was still brimming with spirit. On the night of the 3rd day, Luo Rong knocked on Duanling Tian's door and sent in the last pile of materials required by Duanling Tian. "Master, all the materials have arrived. Thank you for the trouble." Duanling Tian nodded in gratitude to Luo Rong. "Master, you're too kind. The great favor you've given me is something as difficult for me to repay even with my life, not to mention these small matters," said Luo Rong, and then he sensibly took a step back. "Master, I won't disturb your rest." Luo Rong closed the door with a flip of his hand while leaving. Duanling Tian's gaze flashed as he looked at the room door that was closed. At this moment, he even had the intention of refining a grade 3 spirit sword to give to Luo Rong as thanks. But with a quick thought, it seemed that giving a grade 3 spirit sword to Luo Rong would only harm Luo Rong. Not to mention the yearning of the various experts in the Darkhan dynasty towards a grade 3 spirit weapon, even if Luo Rong kept it securely, but as a weapons craftsman, would he not take it out to study? With Luo Rong's current attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement, forcefully studying a grade 3 spirit weapon was only harmful to him. so Duanling Tian intended to properly repay Luo Rong in the future. The pressing matter for now is to first complete these inscriptions. Duanling Tian returned to his senses, and he continued inscribing the inscriptions. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. During these past few days, besides occasionally going out to have a meal with Luo Rong, Duanling Tian practically closed himself off within his room, and he finally completely all the inscribing of inscriptions after half a month.
I ought to leave now. Duanling Tian directly bid his farewells after he found Luo Rong.
Master, no matter what it is, feel free to instruct me with it in the future. I'll surely try my best to help you, Master. Luo Rong spoke with a sincere expression. Thanks. Duanling Tian nodded and thanked Luo Rong before leaving the guild, and then he inquired in the Imperial City about the location of the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect before leaving the Imperial City. Duanling Tian headed all the way north and quickly entered into a world of ice and snow. According to what he'd inquired earlier, this was the location of the Snow Moon sect. But the Snow Moon sect was cold and quiet now with almost no signs of human habitation, and after going around for half a day, Duanling Tian didn't notice a single living person. Looks like Elder Peng really made them suffer to the point they were afraid. Besides the demonic Lotus Blade sect's demonic Lotus Blade Gorge.
The former location of the Snow Moon sect and even the former location of the Origin Convergence sect are probably empty as well. Duanling Tian thought in his heart.
In next to no time, Duanling Tian calmed his mood and started to search for the locations of the spirit points in the Snow Moon sect.
Because the spirit points here didn't have their spirit energy extracted by the Origin Drawing Pearls, Duanling Tian quickly found the location of the spirit points.
Only 6. After taking a circle around the Snow Moon sect and searching carefully, Duanling Tian only noticed 6 spirit points. Since he'd found the spirit points, Duanling Tian started to get to work. Firstly, he withdrew the inscriptions that were inscribed onto numerous low-grade origin stones by the various materials. Duanling Tian stood at the eye of one of the spirit points before numerous low-grade origin stones shot out from his hand and arranged themselves with extreme order on the eye of the spirit point. Gradually, they formed a triangular shape, and the numerous origin stones joined closely together to the point they became attached tightly. Clang! Along with the last origin stone shooting out and fusing into the triangular-shaped arrangement formed by the numerous origin stones. All the origin stones started flickering with strands of milky white glows. In next to no time, the strands of milky white glows effused out before converging together to form a triangular-shaped milky white ring of light.
It's a success. Even though he'd guessed long ago that it wouldn't fail, Duanling Tian couldn't help but reveal a smile of joy when he saw the scene of the inscription formation really being activated successfully. The appearance of the triangular milky white glow also meant that the inscription formation had been officially activated. After the inscription formation was activated, one could notice with the naked eye that a revolving vortex had appeared out of thin air at the center of the triangular glow, and the appearance of the vortex became clearer and clearer. A terrifying suction force swept out from the vortex and acted on the ground. Bang! Not long after, a hideous crack appeared on the ground. Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Along with the passage of time, the cracks on the floor ceaselessly increased in number, and they interweaved densely together like a spider web that stretched out without end.
It's coming out. Duanling Tian seemed to have noticed something, and his gaze descended onto the area beneath the inscription formation. Meanwhile, along with the vortex formed by the inscription formation revolving ceaselessly, a ditch that seemed bottomless had appeared beneath the split open ground.
After a short moment, the ditch that seemed to be dim had suddenly become bright.
A milky white ball of light that was condensed from almost material liquid spirit energy appeared out of thin air beneath the ditch, and then it swiftly fused into the vortex and was swallowed by it.
After the almost material ball of milky white light was swallowed completely by the vortex, it split up and fused into the numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions.
The vortex gradually dispersed, and the triangular milky white glow gradually dimmed down along with it, and then the triangular glow revealed its true appearance, numerous low-grade origin stones that had formed into a triangular shape. If one were to look carefully at these low-grade origin stones, then one could see that the surface of these origin stones possessed strands of extremely bright milky white liquid flowing about within them.
This was precisely the spirit point and the spirit energy within the spirit point that had been temporarily sealed within the origin stones.
A spirit point didn't exist in the form of a solid body. Just like the spirit energy of the heavens and the other, it was an existence that existed in a liquid form, and it normally attached itself tightly to the ground. Even if an origin drawing peel was capable of extracting the liquid spirit energy accumulate in the spirit point, it wasn't capable of extracting the spirit point itself. Yet now, Duanling Tian had achieved it via an inscription formation, and he'd successfully extracted the spirit point by its roots.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian withdrew an unused spatial ring and put away the pile of origin stones on the ground into it. These low-grade origin stones were the key to moving the spirit point, and he couldn't allow them to be lost.
The spirit point was temporarily being housed within these origin stones. Continue. After Duanling Tian extracted one spirit point, he didn't hesitate to directly head to the next spirit point. Even though he was able to extract spirit points, they had a certain time limitation. If he didn't release the spirit points that he'd extracted within 10 days and found them a new home, then they would disperse completely. Duanling Tian spent 3 hours and extracted all 6 of the spirit points in the Snow Moon sect. Subsequently, he headed over to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge had a total of 7 spirit points, yet Duanling Tian only found 4 out of the 7 after looking for a long time. The spirit energy accumulated within the other 3 spirit points were extracted out by long way earlier. Since I didn't know their location beforehand, it isn't easy for me to find them in a short period of time. But even if I'm able to extract those 3 spirit points, they will be of no use in a short period of time, as they must experience a certain amount of time before being capable of accumulating spirit energy again. Yes, I'll leave them alone for now. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian temporarily gave up on those 3 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge that had their spirit energy extracted, and he moved his attention of the other 4 spirit points that possessed abundant spirit energy. Doing exactly as he did before, Duanling Tian quickly extracted the other 4 spirit points with the inscription formation. Continue. Duanling Tian, who'd extracted a total of 10 spirit points, didn't stop just like this, and he headed towards the Origin Convergence sect after leaving the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge.
The Origin Convergence sect was situated within a large canyon, and it only possessed a single entrance. If he didn't inquire about it earlier, then even if Duanling Tian passed by this place, he would probably have never imagined that there was something hidden within it. Sure enough, it's as I guessed. After he entered the Origin Convergence sect, Duanling Tian didn't notice a single person, and there were only demon beasts that were fleeing in all directions and some fierce beasts that took the initiative to attack Duanling Tian. Demon beasts possessed elementary intelligence, and they could realize how extraordinary Duanling Tian was, so they didn't dare offend Duanling Tian. But fierce beasts didn't possess this awareness. But not a single one of these fierce beasts that attacked Duanling Tian could approach him, as every single time they pounced towards Duanling Tian, they would be blasted flying when they were still a period of distance away from Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's origin energy that was suffused with strands of an earthen yellow sheen ceaselessly crisscrossed as they moved on Duanling Tian's body, and they were like numerous earth dragons that were indistinct on his body. This was precisely the high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier, that Duanling Tian had executed casually. The Earth Dragon's Barrier was the defensive martial skill that came along with the 6th form, the Earth Dragon form, of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duanling Tian cultivated. Even though it was inferior to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill, but it could be considered to be at the top amongst Earth-rank defensive martial skills. Awu! Shriek! No matter if it was fierce beasts on the land or in the sky, all of them seemed to have sobered up once they were blasted flying by the defensive barrier on the surface of Duanling Tian's body, and they wailed before hurriedly fleeing. Perhaps their intelligence was inferior to demon beasts, yet after they'd suffered a loss, they subconsciously launched actions to protect themselves. 7 spirit points? After taking a circle around the former base of the Origin Convergence sect, Duanling Tian revealed a smile on his face. Since he'd noticed spirit points, then Duanling Tian started to make a move. Clang! 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 Clang!
Clang. Numerous origin stones that had been inscribed with inscriptions flew out from Duanling Tian's hand and descended onto the ground, and then they formed inscription formations before starting to extract the spirit points. Because he had the experience from before, Duanling Tian's movements were much more practiced now. The extraction of 7 spirit points this time was even faster than the time he spent to extract the 6 spirit points in the Snow Moon sect earlier. After he extracted the 7 spirit points, Duanling Tian headed straight towards the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. I don't have to rush to extract the spirit points in the former mountain split sect for now. I'll go extract it when I have time in another few years. Yes, and the remaining 3 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. On the way, Duanling Tian didn't forget the other spirit points as he muttered. While flying with his entire speed, Duanling Tian spent 3 days of time before finally seeing the 7 great sword peaks that shot into the skies in the distance, and they gave Duanling Tian an indescribable feeling of intimacy. Duanling Tian stood in midair above the peak of Dubhe Peak and his gaze flickered. After a short moment, Duanling Tian sighed and muttered, "Sect Leader, Peak Master Zhengfang, Peak Master Kuzhan, Elder Bai. The 7-star sword sect has already been rebuilt, and just like before, it's still the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. All of you can rest peacefully in the netherworld." As he finished muttering, Duanling Tian slightly bowed, and it could be considered a bow of respect towards all the higher-ups and disciples of the 7-star sword sect that had sacrificed themselves for the 7-star sword sect. The area on the peak of Dubhe Peak was originally tainted completely with blood, yet it was completely clean now, and it had obviously been specially cleaned. Mou's speed is really quick. Duanling Tian's brows raised as his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was the place the former sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jin Hong, cultivated, and after Mou took Linghu Jin Hong as his master, he'd settled down and cultivated here as well. But even though Dubhe Hall was currently spotlessly clean, it was empty. Looks like Mou is probably busy somewhere else, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When he was in the sky above the peak of Dubhe Peak, he noticed that many 7-star sword sect disciples were bustling about all over, and it caused the entire 7-star sword sect to reveal a flourishing scene. The 7-star sword sect, a lion that had slumbered for a long time, was already awakening. Duanling Tian didn't disturb anyone and descended onto Dubhe Hall at the first possible moment before withdrawing a pile of origin stones, and then he fused the spirit point sealed within it into the ground beneath Dubhe Hall. Extracting a spirit point and fusing a spirit point into the ground were 2 different notions. The former required the strength of the inscription formation to destroy the foundations in the ground before the spirit point could be extracted completely. The latter only required the spirit point to release the spirit point from the seal of the inscription formation, and then it would bore into the ground by itself in the first possible moment and search for a new home. Whoosh! The milky white ball of light that was formed from liquid spirit energy instantly fused into the ground after Duanling Tian activated the inscription formation. Practically at the exact same instant, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth emitted out the enveloped the entire Dubhe Hall, and the cultivation environment in Dubhe Hall instantly underwent a tremendous change. Bang! 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 At the same time, waves of light bands sounded out as the numerous origin stones that formed a triangular shape had exploded and shattered to transform into power, and then they vanished without a trace along with the wind. These origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions to form the inscription formation had completed their mission. When the other spirit point beneath Dubhe Hall accumulates spirit energy once more, and the 2 spirit points overlap each other, the cultivation environment on Dubhe Hall will surely be 2 times better than it is now. This was something that Duanling Tian didn't doubt in the slightest. Subsequently, Duanling Tian left Dubhe Hall and headed to the other places. I'll fuse a new spirit point into the ground at the place the other 8 original spirit points were, and I'll fuse the remaining spirit points into the other 6 great sword peaks. In next to no time, Duanling Tian made a decision in his heart. He's extracted a total of 17 spirit points from the bases of the other 3 great sects, and after using 1 on Dubhe Peak, another 16 remained. In other words, even if he used another 8 spirit points, there would still be another 8 remaining. He intended to fuse 6 of these 8 into the other 6 great sword peaks, and as for the remaining 2, he intended to leave them to Elder Peng. Elder Peng was the sect-guarding revered elder of the 7-star sword sect, the 6th-level void initiation stage rock. When he met Elder Peng the last time, his spiritual force had detected that Elder Peng was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Presumably with a place of cultivation that possessed 2 spirit points and coupled with the assistance of some low-grade origin stones, Elder Peng ought to be able to break through smoothly. Not only did he leave some low-grade origin stones for Elder Peng, he even left some for Xianxia, Mou, and Zhengsong. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the 7-star sword sect forever, and the 7-star sword sect had to rely on them to possess better circumstances as it was passed down. After he left Dubhe Hall, Duanling Tian arrived at Alcade Hall, and it just happened that the Alcade Peak's master, Xianxia, was at Alcade Hall. After greeting Xianxia, Duanling Tian started constructing the inscription formation and released the spirit point to allow it to fuse into the ground beneath Alcade Hall. Instantly, vast spirit energy spread out, causing the nearby Xianxia to reveal a shocked expression. Even though Duanling Tian had said previously that he wanted to move the spirit points from the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect to the 7-star sword sect, hearing and seeing was 2 completely different things, and Xianxia was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Duanling Tian didn't disturb Xianxia, who was in a daze, and he continued to head towards his next destination. In next to no time, Duanling Tian had fused a spirit point in the ground near the existing 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak. Subsequently, Duanling Tian headed to the other 6 great sword peaks of the outer court and fused a spirit point into each of them. After that, Duanling Tian went to look for Elder Peng. Elder Peng normally stayed on the precipice behind Dubhe Peak, and that was his place of cultivation. Elder Peng, Duanling Tian flew down to greet the rock that lay on the ground nearby. A bright light flowed out from the eyes of the rock when he saw Duanling Tian, and then he nodded lightly, yet he was quickly stunned, because Duanling Tian had already started to fuse spirit points into his place of cultivation. After the 2 spirit points fused into the rear of Dubhe Peak, vast and boundless spirit energy instantly swept out to envelop Duanling Tian and Elder Peng. The rock's pair of sharp eyes couldn't help but constrict when he felt this spirit energy, and he said to Duanling Tian via voice transmission, "Little fellow, this is Elder Peng. I've left 2 spirit points for your place of cultivation. In the future, your cultivation will yield twice the results here. Besides that, these origin stones are for you." With a raise of his hand, Duanling Tian withdrew 10,000 low-grade origin stones and slowly placed them nearby before Elder Peng. Origin stones? After he saw the origin stones, Elder Peng's eyes that revealed astonishment from Duanling Tian's actions of moving the spirit points had become completely stunned. Even though he hadn't seen origin stones in the past, as the saying goes, even if one hasn't had meat, one has seen a pig run. As the sect-guarding revered elder of the 7-star sword sect, he'd naturally heard of the existence of origin stones. "These are low-grade origin stones," Duanling Tian continued. "A void initiation stage martial artist or demon beast can absorb the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the origin stone to cultivate. A single low-grade origin stone can be absorbed for an hour. Under the assistance of 2 spirit points and coupled with these low-grade origin stones, it's sufficient to allow Elder Peng to easily break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage." As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian revealed a smile. "Little fellow, you should keep these origin stones for yourself. Even if I can break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in this lifetime, it's impossible for me to break through to the void interpretation stage, so there's no need to waste so many origin stones for nothing." Since the rock recognized the origin stones, he naturally knew how precious origin stones were, and he directly refused Duanling Tian's good intentions. "With your natural talent and coupled with the assistance of these origin stones, you'll surely be capable of going higher and further." Obviously, the reason Elder Peng had refused was because he didn't want himself to burden Duanling Tian's footsteps. "Elder Peng, if you're refusing these origin stones because of this, then you don't have to. I have many more origin stones in my possession, and I'm unable to finish using them all in a short period of time. Duan Tian smiled before directly soaring into the sky. Besides that, the 7-star sword sect still requires your protection in the future. Elder Peng, the stronger your strength is, the safer the 7-star sword sect will be. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Tian didn't wait for Elder Peng to respond before leaving directly. Elder Peng's complicated gaze contained gratitude mixed within, and he gazes at Duan Tian's figure all the way until Duan Tian flew into the clouds and mist. All those years ago, when he saw this little fellow for the first time, he'd had an extremely deep impression of Duan Tian. He still remembered that this little fellow had utilized spiritual force to detect his cultivation. Never had he imagined that only less than 10 years had passed, and the little fellow from all those years ago had already grown to an extent that was difficult for him to reach. It's the fortune of the 7-star sword sect to be able to possess a disciple that's willing to do all he can for the sect. Elder Peng thought silently in his heart. After leaving Elder Peng's place of cultivation, Duan Tian went to look for Mou. Senior brother. Mou had an expression of joy when he saw Duan Tian once more, and he greeted Duan Tian respectfully. Since he'd witnessed Duan Tian's terrifying strength that day, he wasn't as carefree before Duan Tian as he was before. Duan Tian nodded and smiled before asking, "Has senior brother Xianxia returned?" "Not yet." Mou shook his head. "He probably needs another half a month of time to return. Senior brother, why don't you stay in the 7-star sword sect during this period of time and await their return?" "It's fine if they haven't returned." Duan Tian withdrew a spatial ring with a raise of his hand, and then he passed it to Mou and said via voice transmission, "There are a total of 30,000 low-grade origin stones here. Keep 10,000 for yourself, then give another 10,000 to both Peak Master Xianxia and Senior Brother Xianxia. I've already moved a spirit point into the original locations of the 9 great spirit points. Besides that, I put one in each of the 6 great sword peaks of the outer court." Duan Tian told Mou of all the locations he placed the spirit points, and then he soared into the sky with the intention of leaving. "Senior brother, what are low-grade origin stones?" Duan Tian had just soared up into the sky when he heard Mou's voice transmission that was filled with bewilderment. "Go ask Peak Master Xianxia, she'll tell you. Besides that, help me bid farewell to Peak Master Xianxia." Duan Tian replied to Mou before he transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that vanished above the clouds and missed high above the sky in the blink of an eye. Mou sighed and then put down all the affairs he was dealing with to head to Arcade Hall and look for Xianxia. Mou felt dense spirit energy assault his face when he just approached Arcade Hall, and he knew clearly in his heart that this was the spirit point that senior brother Duan Tian had moved into the 7-star sword sect. Senior brother really succeeded in doing it. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, but Mou's heart was still filled with shock when he felt this dense spirit energy. As far as he was concerned, senior brother seemed capable of anything, and it seemed as if there was nothing that Duan Tian couldn't do. Sect leader. Xianxia nodded lightly in greeting when she saw Mou. "Martial Aunt Xianxia, you don't have to call me sect leader in private. Just call me Mou like before." Mou spoke respectfully. Xianxia nodded. Martial and Xianxia, before senior brother left, he passed. Mou looked at Xianxia and spoke slowly, yet he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Xianxia. "What did you say?" "Duan Tian has left." "Yes." Mou nodded. "He didn't even bid farewell to me before leaving." Xianxia's beautiful brows knit slightly. "Martial Aunt. Senior brother asked me to help him bid farewell to you before he left." Subsequently, Mou changed to topic, or more precisely speaking, he once again changed the topic to the question he wanted to ask earlier. "Martial Aunt, do you know what low-grade origin stones are?" "Low-grade origin stones? How do I?" Xianxia didn't pay attention to what Mou said, and only when she spoke halfway did she react to what she had heard, and her face was suffused with shock. "What did you say?" "You said origin stones." Xianxia stared fixedly at Mou as she spoke. "Yes." Mou nodded, and then he withdrew a spatial ring that hadn't had ownership established upon it. "Senior brother said that there are 30. Mou hadn't finished speaking when the spatial ring in his hand was seized away by Xianxia, and she directly dripped her blood on it to establish ownership. After she established ownership of the spatial ring, the space within the spatial ring appeared before Xianxia's eyes with a command in her heart. So many origin stones. With a single glance, her pupils couldn't help but constrict, and she cried out and slightly lost her composure. Origin stones that piled up into a mountain was within the space in the spatial ring, and it was at least a few tens of thousands.
Senior brother said that there are 30,000 low-grade origin stones within it.
Martial aunt, senior brother Xianxia, and I each get 10,000. You noticed Xianxia's loss of composure and faintly realized that a low-grade origin stone was probably not something normal. Otherwise, how could it cause Xianxia to lose her composure like this? Martial aunt, what exactly are these low-grade origin stones? Asked Xianxia once more. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and then she explained what origin stones were and their use to Mou.
For a time Mou was stunned.
So it turned out that origin stones were a type of auxiliary item that could allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and even the Darkstone Empire didn't possess them. Only the Darkhan dynasty possessed an origin stone vein, and it was controlled in the hands of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family.
Why does senior brother have so many origin stones? Mou gasped.
Duanling Tian naturally didn't know Mou's shock at this moment, as after he left the 7-star sword sect, he'd headed all the way south with the intention of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Presently, the matters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be said to be dealt with completely, whereas father and mother aren't at the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
I ought to leave with Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, and Elder Kong to return to the Darkhan dynasty after I go catch up with Xiao Yu, Tian Hu, and Li Xin. Duanling Tian thought in his heart.
Not long after he'd left the 7-star sword sect, Duanling Tian stopped in midair.
This was because a middle-aged man in a golden robe was standing in mid-air in the distant sky, and he stood there like a beacon.
The middle-aged man had his back towards Duanling Tian, and the back of his golden robe had an extremely conspicuous divine dragon embroidered on it.
Dragon robe?
Duanling Tian frowned, and then his frown eased up. Wait. No matter if it's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor or the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, the dragon robe worn by ordinary emperors have a 5-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it, whereas the dragon robe on this person has a 6-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it. Dragons weren't unfamiliar creatures to Duanling Tian.
In his previous life, when he was still on Earth as the weapon specialist Ling Tian, he had another nickname in the ancient eastern country he was from.
The descendant of dragons.
He was a descendant of dragons. Of course, the dragons from his previous life were mostly existences that had been deified. At the very least, he didn't believe that dragons existed before coming to this world.
Amongst the dragons in the legends of my previous life, there's a 3-clawed divine dragon, 4-clawed divine dragon, 5-clawed diving dragon. But a 5-clawed divine dragon is already the limit of dragons.
I've never heard of the existence of a 6-clawed divine dragon. In the ancient eastern country he was from, the more claws a dragon possessed, the higher the status and identity the dragon had.
For example, amongst the dragon robes during the ancient times of his previous life, only the Supreme Emperor could wear a dragon robe that had a 5-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it.
Even if those kings and princes wore dragon robes, it would only be a 4-clawed divine dragon or 3-clawed diving dragon, and it was far from being possible to confirm with a 5-clawed divine dragon.
6-clawed divine dragon. I've never seen nor heard of it in the past. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he looked at the back of the middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe with a 6-clawed divine dragon on it. And then he didn't pay any further attention to the person before intending to go around the person. However, when Duanling Tian went around him and intended to leave, whoosh! A gust of wind assaulted his face, and then a figure appeared out of thin air before Duanling Tian's eyes, a figure that wore a dragon robe with a 6-clawed divine dragon. Duanling Tian frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man that stood before him and was looking at him with a calm expression. Duanling Tian suddenly realized that the target of this middle-aged man seemed to be him. "Who are you?" Duanling Tian asked with a low voice.
At the same time, he sized the middle-aged man up seriously. Since this middle-aged man dared wear a dragon robe with a 6-clawed divine dragon, It undoubtedly indicated that this person wanted to stand supreme above the emperor and had great ambition.
The middle-aged man had an appearance that couldn't be said to be handsome, yet possessed even features. He possessed a serious-looked square face with thick brows and large eyes, and his calm gaze that looked at Duanling Tian seemed as if he was looking at air. The middle-aged man didn't answer when facing Duanling Tian's question, and he scanned Duanling Tian from top to bottom a few times before nodding. "You're indeed one with good potential." Duanling Tian frowned as he didn't know what the middle-aged man meant with these words.
For a time, he couldn't help but stretch his spiritual force out with the intention of detecting this middle-aged man's cultivation.
But when Duanling Tian's spiritual force flashed towards the middle-aged man, it didn't even have the chance to approach near to him before it seemed as if it had encountered a ball of cotton and had nowhere to exert its might on.
Instantly, Duanling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and trace of shock suffused his face. His spiritual force was unable to detect this person's cultivation, so there were only two possibilities. The first was that this person was a void interpretation stage expert that had comprehended advanced concept.
The second was that this person was precisely a void transformation stage expert. No matter which possibility it was, the person before him wasn't someone he could deal with at this moment, and this was something he knew in his heart.
Presently, the feeling the middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe with a six-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it was exactly similar to the feeling Feng Wudao gave him. Inscription Master? The middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian with slight surprise. Looks like I've underestimated you. Since you're capable of possessing this strength and coupled with you being an inscription master, there's practically no one in the history of the Darkhan dynasty that can compare with you in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao.
Who exactly are you? Duanling Tian wasn't surprised by the middle-aged man being able to recognize him as an inscription master, and he asked with a low voice. He urgently wanted to know this middle-aged man's identity and the reason the middle-aged man had come.
He didn't believe that an expert would personally come look for him only for the sake of chatting. The expert surely had a more important matter. Otherwise, would an expert like this make a move personally?
You vow under the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll be absolutely loyal to me in the future. The middle-aged man didn't answer Duanling Tian and instead spoke word by word. Duanling Tian was stunned.
You want me to make a vow and be loyal to you? In next to no time, Duanling Tian recovered from his shock and couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Who do you think you are? Wanting me to make a vow to be loyal to you? Laughable.
Otherwise, die. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man continued to finish the words he was speaking earlier, and his calm gaze instantly emitted frightful cold lights that were like blades as they swept towards Duanling Tian.
Instantly, Duanling Tian felt a formidable aura sweep over, and it pressed onto him to the point his countenance went pale and he was unable to catch his breath.
But even when facing the formidable aura that stretched out from the middle-aged man, Duanling Tian still stood ramrod straight and would rather die than yield.
What is your objective? Speak frankly. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. He didn't think that this person would have come looking for him only for the sake of taking him as a slave, as he was able to notice an imperceptible strand of a burning flowing light within the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes, and that was a flowing light filled with yearning. Thus, he could know from this that the middle-aged man had surely come looking for him because the middle-aged man sought something from him. A dead man doesn't have to know too much. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently before taking a step out abruptly, and he came slightly closer to Duanling Tian. Whoosh! Practically at the exact same instant, Duanling Tian felt the aura that pressed onto him instantly rise and become heavy like empty tie. But Duanling Tian still continued gritting his teeth and persisting without moving in the slightest, and he didn't have any intention of yielding. It wasn't that Duanling Tian didn't want to resist, but he utterly did not dare to split his attention and mobilize his origin energy while beneath this formidable aura. Otherwise, he would surely be injured. Most importantly, even if he mobilized his origin energy, it would be impossible for him to flee under the gaze of this middle-aged man, nor would it be possible for him to defeat the middle-aged man.
You insensible thing!
Let me see how unyielding you really are. The middle-aged man's voice was chilly as he took another stride forward. Instantly, the aura strengthened.
Whoosh! The extremely formidable aura rose once more, and it seemed to have transformed into a large mountain that pressed down onto Duanling Tian, pressing him to the point his body trembled slightly and his countenance became pale to the extreme. The middle-aged man's brows raised as he glanced at Duanling Tian, who persisted without moving up until now with surprise, and then he took another step forward. Bang! Practically at the instant the middle-aged man's feet descended, Duanling Tian felt an even more terrifying aura blast down onto him, and it was impossible for him to forcibly resist it this time. Pooh! Duanling Tian what struck to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he was barely able to support his body forcefully and didn't bend before the middle-aged man. Eh! The middle-aged man seemed to have been shocked by Duanling Tian's unyielding character, and then he said in a low voice, "I have to say, I slightly admire you now. How about this? I'll give you a final chance. Either die or make a vow to become my servant." Humph! Duanling Tian grunted coldly and used his attitude to answer the middle-aged man. Stubborn fool! The middle-aged man's expression instantly darkened, and then he raised his leg with the intention of taking another step forward, as he wanted to use his formidable aura to completely press down upon Duanling Tian to the point of collapse. As the step moved out, milky white flash that shot into the sky skyrocketed out from the middle-aged man's body, and the flames were extremely material as if they were real flames. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above the middle-aged man, and the air in the sky seemed to have been completely sucked out at this moment. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky had gradually condensed into form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws in a threatening manner. Before long, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky stabilized, and there was a total of 200. The strength he exploded out with by relying solely on origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragon, and it was precisely the mark of a first-level void transformation stage expert. Obviously, this middle-aged man that wore a dragon robe with a six-clawed divine dragon was a true void transformation stage expert. Are you so sure that I'm surely carrying that thing you want? Before the middle-aged man's stride descended, Duanling Tian looked calmly at the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. As expected, the middle-aged man retracted his foot that was about to strike out when he heard Duanling Tian. At the same time, the aura that enveloped Duanling Tian was retracted by him, and then the flames formed from origin energy that skyrocketed on his body had gradually died down. In the sky, the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersed along with this, and they seemed as if they'd never appeared earlier. "You know that I've come for something in your possession?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. "What else? Could it be that a void transformation stage expert like you has really only taken a fancy to a void initiation stage martial artist like me and wants to take me as your servant?" Duanling Tian laughed with ridicule, and his deep gazes seemed as if it was capable of seeing through the middle-aged man. "Even though you're only a void initiation stage martial artist, you'll one day be able to break through to the void transformation stage with your natural talent. There ought to be no one that would refuse a void transformation stage servant." The middle-aged man spoke with a cold voice. "So, you gave me two choices, yet both are actually for the sake of obtaining that thing. Either I make a vow and become your servant to survive, yet I have to hand that thing over to you, or I die and you directly take that thing." Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he stared concentratedly at the middle-aged man. "Right? You're extremely intelligent. Yet it's unfortunate that intelligent people usually don't live for long." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Is that so?" Duanling Tian suddenly burst out in laughter when he heard this, and he laughed brilliantly. "What are you laughing about?" The middle-aged man frowned. "It's nothing. I'm just curious about what your expression will be like when you kill me and notice that the thing you want isn't in my spatial ring." Duanling Tian shrugged and spoke indifferently. "You know what I want?" the middle-aged man asked. "If I'm not wrong, the thing you want ought to be that broken stone tablet I used not long ago during the Dynasty Martial competition." Duanling Tian glanced deeply at the middle-aged man and continued. "But do you think I'd carry such an important thing with me? A member of the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't really be so stupid, right?" You know I'm a member of the Darhan dynasty's imperial family? The middle-aged man's expression that had always been composed was finally moved. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to guess his identity. The answer of the middle-aged man caused Duan Ling Tian's eyes to be unable to help but narrow. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. Actually, all those words from before were only his guess, and he didn't dare be sure. Even though the middle-aged man was a void transformation stage expert, there were only two people that had broken through to the void transformation stage in the Darkhan dynasty. One of them was that person in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the Darkhan dynasty. The other person was precisely the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. It was precisely because of this and coupled with the dragon robe worn by the middle-aged man that caused Duan Ling Tian to have a guess like this. After he had this guess, he started to recall the motive the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family would have for making a move against him. No matter how he thought about it, the Devil Seal tablet was the only thing amongst the things he'd revealed that was able to make the Darkhan dynasty pay the price of sacrificing him. After all, he was the #1 young genius in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition and was bound to compete for extremely great honor and generous rewards for the Darkhan dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's held a year from now. Under these preconditions, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family had still made a move against him. Then it undoubtedly indicated that the thing they wanted to obtain from him did indeed possess a worth that far exceeded the benefits he could obtain for the Darkhan dynasty from the powers of the foreign lands during the martial competition. Obviously, only the Devil Seal tablet was capable of moving the hearts of the imperial family to such an extent. This was something that wasn't difficult to guess. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he only knew that he was correct after the middle-aged man answered him. The middle-aged man was precisely from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and he was the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family's god of protection and the strongest existence in the imperial family. Supposedly, this person's seniority was even higher than the emperor, and even if the emperor met him, the emperor would have to respectfully call him Grand Imperial Uncle. Supposedly, this person was an influential figure in the Darkhan dynasty a few tens of years ago, and he was publicly acknowledged as a rare talent of the Darkhan dynasty. Later on, he went into seclusion in the depths of the imperial palace and shut himself off from the outside world. Rumors said that he had perhaps already broken through to the void transformation stage and was the #1 expert of the Darkhan dynasty. Not only do I know you're a member of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, I even know you're called by Nana Xiang, the god of protection of the imperial family. Duan Ling Tian worked hard to maintain the calm on his face, yet traces of coldness couldn't help but emerge within his heart. Even though he'd merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and a void transformation stage expert wasn't unfamiliar to him. But he was currently only a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist after all, so he couldn't help but feel terrified when facing a void transformation stage expert that was full of hostility and even killing intent towards him. Even though the middle-aged man was a 1st-level void transformation stage expert, which was the weakest amongst the void transformation stage, he was an existence akin to a god before a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist like him. The distance between the two of them was like a chasm, and if the middle-aged man wanted to kill him, it would be no different to killing an ant. Under these circumstances, Duan Ling Tian felt that he could be considered to be extremely calm. If it was another 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist, they'd probably have been terrified to the point of falling limply to the ground. You're shockingly intelligent for being able to so easily guess my identity. I'm truly more and more unwilling to kill you. How about this, you hand over that thing and make a vow to never go against the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and I can spare your life. Bai Nan Xiang spoke indifferently as if speaking of this condition was already the greatest concession he could make. Ha 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 ha. When he heard Bai Nan Xiang's words, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he'd heard the greatest joke in the world and couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter. And then he gradually restrained his laughter under Bai Nan Xiang's gloomy gaze. I mean, are all the members of your Darkhan dynasty so overbearing? You've wanted to seize something of mine, yet even don't allow me to go against you. I'm truly sorry. I'm really unable to do this. How about you kill me? After that, you can go look for that thing slowly. Duan Ling Tian spoke fearlessly.
Bai Nanxiang frowned when facing Duanling Tian's fearlessness. And then he thought in his heart, could it be that thing isn't in his possession as this moment?
At this moment, Bai Nanxiang's resolution was slightly shaken.
Actually, he'd spoke those words earlier only for the sake of probing if that thing was in Duanling Tian's possession at this moment, and he'd never thought of really letting Duanling Tian off. As far as he was concerned, so long as he didn't make a vow under the 99 heavenly tribulation, then he could go back on his word and kill Duanling Tian at any moment. Duanling Tian's composure and natural talent had caused him to feel terror that came from the bottom of his heart.
To think that he, Bai Nanxiang, who'd lived half his life, had encountered a person that caused such feelings to emerge in his heart for the first time. He knew that the young man was an extremely dangerous figure, and he wouldn't allow the young man to live.
Stop trying to mislead me. That thing is surely in your possession right now. Bai Nanxiang's eyes squinted suddenly, and then he laughed coldly as he stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. As he spoke, Bai Nanxiang took a step forward, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed out once more. This time, there were strands of deep violet bolts of lightning within the origin energy that raged like flames on Bai Nanxiang's body, and it flowed ceaselessly within the origin energy, causing him to seem like the god of thunder that had descended into the world.
Whoosh! At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Bai Nanxiang before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared.
First level advanced lightning concept. Duanling Tian's brows raised as strands of burning flames of desire leaped about in the depths of his gaze. Looks like this Bai Nanxiang broke through to the void transformation stage via void transformation lightning concept. Even though it's only a first level void transformation concept, it's a void transformation concept at any rate, and he has already condensed a concept fragment. A void transformation concept was an advanced concept. A concept at this level had already condensed into a material concept fragment within the body of the person that had comprehended it. Thus, there was obviously a first-level advanced lightning concept fragment within Bai Nanxiang's body. I'll be able to obtain the concept fragment within his body if I kill him. A lightning concept fragment just happens to be able to assist my lightning concept to swiftly advance in step further. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian's breathing couldn't help but quicken. The lightning concept he'd comprehended was only an elementary lightning concept, and it was only comprehended to the third level. If he was able to obtain a lightning concept fragment, then his comprehension in lightning concept would chase up to his comprehension in wind concept in the least amount of time. At the same time, Duanling Tian put his hands behind his back as he stood there proudly, and then he looked calmly at Bai Nanxiang, who was ready to attack at any moment.
Since you think like this, then you can go ahead and make a move against me right now. Duanling Tian revealed a brilliant and confident smile as he spoke, whereas it was exactly the smile that caused Bai Nanxiang to slightly hesitate once more.
Actually, Bai Nanxiang was still probing Duanling Tian even now as he wanted to confirm if that thing was really in Duanling Tian's possession at this moment. If that thing was really not in Duanling Tian's possession, then it was very likely that he'd forever be unable to obtain that thing once he killed Duanling Tian, and this wasn't something he wanted to see happen. Bai Nanxiang's current thoughts were something Duanling Tian was naturally clear of, and he was only stalling.
Now, even he wasn't able to confirm if Bai Nanxiang would take desperate measures and kill him.
A talisman appeared out of thin air in the hands that he kept behind his back, and it was precisely one of the 3 talismans his father, Duan Rufeng, had left for him. Perhaps those 3 talismans that are stacked together will be able to save your life 3 times. Duanling Tian still remembered the words his father left him within the void transmission jade slip. According to what his father said, each talisman could save his life once.
As for the effect of the talisman, it was something that he had no knowledge of. He only knew that he had to use it against his enemy. No matter what, I already don't have a choice now. I hope the talisman Dad left me is really effective. Presently, Duanling Tian was trying anything he could in a desperate situation, and he made this current choice entirely because he believed that deadbeat dad of his. Of course, this was his only choice as well.
Who knew if this void transformation stage expert of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family wouldn't turn angry out of embarrassment and directly attack and kill him?
If he didn't utilize the talisman before being killed by the middle-aged man, then he would have really died too unjustly.
No matter what, He wasn't willing to become an unlucky bastard that had died unjustly. Father, don't make me get killed. Duan Ling Tian's hand that clenched the talisman trembled slightly, and his forehead had already started to flow with cold sweat that appeared from his perturbed feelings. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with a perturbed feeling. He knew clearly in his heart that his following actions was like actions of an ordinary person that couldn't fly walking on a steel wire between precipices. A single mistake would cause his doom. This was the portrayal of his current situation. Actually, the reason Duan Ling Tian was perturbed was mostly because of a portion of memory that the rebirth martial emperor had left him with. Within this memory of the rebirth martial emperor, even though a formidable offensive inscription was capable of kill another, it was limited to those martial artists that hadn't comprehended concept. No matter how strong an inscription was, it could only interfere with a martial artist that had comprehended concept, and it couldn't directly kill the martial artist. This was an iron law of the art of inscriptions in Cloud Continent. Even if it was the rebirth martial emperor during his prime, the strongest offensive inscription he could inscribe with this powerful martial emperor stage spiritual force couldn't directly kill a void initiation stage martial artist that had comprehended concept, and it could only carry out a certain level of interference. Inscriptions weren't all-powerful. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian felt perturbed. Even the inscriptions inscribed by a martial emperor was unable to kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage, was a strange talisman his father left behind capable of dealing with this void transformation stage expert? Suddenly, the gaze of Bai Nanxiang that was slightly hesitant lit up. Because he noticed that Duan Ling Tian's forehead was actually flowing with cold sweat at this moment, and he'd even noticed Duan Ling Tian's hands that were trembling. As far as he was concerned, this was a manifestation of Duan Ling Tian's lack of confidence. I was almost deceived by you. Looks like the thing I want is in your possession. Bai Nanxiang started laughing as origin energy once again skyrocketed on his body. And then waves of light thunderclaps sounded out ceaselessly while accompanied by strands of dark violet bolts of lightning that flickered within his origin energy. Whoosh! Bai Nanxiang took a stride forward before he pressed down towards Duan Ling Tian like a mountain, giving Duan Ling Tian the feeling as if he was about to be completely suffocated. Practically at the instant that Bai Nanxiang took a step forward, Duan Ling Tian made a move. Origin energy abruptly skyrocketed on his right hand that was originally behind his back, and then his vast origin energy coiled around the talisman in his hand before he tossed it out towards Bai Nanxiang. Swoosh! The talisman itself was light as a feather, and even if origin energy was poured into it, it didn't have the slightest offensive power when flashing out. Bai Nanxiang felt rather surprised when Duan Ling Tian attacked first, and when the origin energy in his surroundings condensed into a defensive barrier of light, he noticed a piece of light paper flashing towards him. After a short moment, it descended onto the defensive light barrier around him and was blocked out. What's this? Bai Nanxiang frowned. This strange piece of paper before his eyes had something scribbled atop it, and it actually caused him to feel a wave of fear. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Isn't it only an ordinary piece of yellow-colored paper? Bai Nanxiang shook his head before raising it, and his gaze instantly locked onto Duan Ling Tian once more, and he was about to kill Duan Ling Tian. Right when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian's gaze was staring fixedly at him, and Duan Ling Tian's gaze was so sharp it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that he was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, but this sort of feeling had emerged within him for no reason or rhyme. Bai Nanxiang grunted coldly to cover up the feelings in his heart, and then his face was suffused with killing intent as he took another step forward. Whoosh! The origin energy and first-level advanced lightning concept on his body shook the surrounding sky to the point the airflow was in chaos, and gusts of violent winds fluttered out from all directions in great strength. Descend! Right when Bai Nanxiang was about to make a move and exterminate Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian's explosive shout resounded out abruptly. This explosive shout caused Bai Nanxiang to be stunned subconsciously. Right at this instant, his pupils suddenly constricted because he saw the seemingly insignificant yellow paper before his eyes had actually vanished strangely from the space before him in an instant. In the next moment, he felt a piercing pain in the spot between his brows, and then his consciousness gradually became blurry before completely vanishing. Even until the moment that his consciousness was completely wiped out, Bai Nanxiang didn't know what had happened, whereas the distant Duanling Tian was dumbstruck as he watched the scene before him, along with him shouting out the word descend. He noticed that the talisman he'd thrown out had instantly vanished in the sky, and practically at the exact same moment, a bloody hole had appeared between Bai Nanxiang's brows. After the bloody hole appeared, the origin energy on Bai Nanxiang's body and the lightning concept that coiled within the origin energy had died down instantly, whereas Bai Nanxiang himself had followed on to drop to the ground without the slightest signs of life.
It's done just like that. Duanling Tian was unable to recover from the shock he experienced from the scene before him even after a long time. After a short moment after Bai Nanxiang's corpse plunged towards the ground did Duanling Tian recover from his shock, and then he hurriedly flashed in the sky to chase after the corpse. In next to no time he chased after Bai Nanxiang's corpse and withdrew a violet-colored fragment from within, and it was precisely the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment that had condensed within Bai Nanxiang's body.
Subsequently, Duanling Tian took the spatial ring on Bai Nanxiang's hand. After he obtained his spoils, a violet-colored flame with copper edges skyrocketed on Duanling Tian's palm with a raise of his hand, and then the flames descended onto Bai Nanxiang's body. Instantly, Bai Nanxiang's corpse transformed into ash that drifted off with the wind and vanished completely in this world. After he put away the spoils, Duanling Tian stood on the spot without moving. At this moment, his mind was filled with the bizarre scene that occurred earlier. A dignified existence at the first level of the void transformation stage had been so easily annihilated by the talisman left behind by his deadbeat dad. The scene from before gave Duanling Tian the feeling as if he was dreaming. What talisman was that? Isn't it too heaven-defying? After he returned to his senses, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Earlier, he didn't see clearly exactly how the talisman had killed Bai Nanxiang. He only saw the talisman vanish instantly, and practically at the exact same moment, the spot between Bai Nanxiang's brows seemed to have been penetrated and directly caused his death. Of course, Duanling Tian knew clearly in his heart that all of this was a product of that talisman, and it was only because his strength wasn't sufficient that he was utterly unable to catch the exact process of how the talisman killed Bai Nanxiang. The speed of the talisman was so swift that it had already arrived at an astonishing degree. It was even to the extent that Duanling Tian noticed the air in the area before Bai Nanxiang earlier seemed to not have the slightest movement. Exactly what sort of speed was capable of allowing the air to not be affected? Or perhaps, its effect was so tiny that he was utterly unable to notice it with his current strength. For a time, Duanling Tian felt his scalp go numb. Where did Dad get these talismans from? Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his deadbeat dad was so unfamiliar. At the same time, his heart was filled with questions. Dad's body obviously didn't possess any trace of origin energy. Even if he's a martial emperor stage expert, if he didn't resist the detection of my spiritual force, I'd normally be able to use my spiritual force to notice his origin energy. But I can be sure that Dad's body does indeed not have a trace of origin energy. Duanling Tian was unable to wrap his head around this no matter how he racked his brains, and he suddenly felt that his dead beast dad was even more mysterious. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Dad to not know that the world outside the Darhan dynasty is dangerous, yet he still brought along Mom and the others and left the Darhan dynasty. Duanling Tian recalled his father's departure, the 3 talismans his father had left for him, and the mysterious exquisite J-box. Perhaps some unbelievable events had occurred on him during those 23 years that he went missing. At least, I can be sure now that he'd absolutely not a martial artist with a crippled dantian. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian's thoughts continued to drift off. The scenes when his father returned all those years ago flashed one by one within his mind. From the moment he'd seen his father in the Duan clan estate to the moment he returned home with his father, and then some incidents that occurred later, he didn't leave anything out. At that time, Duanling Tian continued to recall and unknowingly recalled the scenes when the 3 great guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect had arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
At that time, even though peak master Xianxia was present as well, but she was far from being able to be a match for Zhao Ming's group of three. At that time, for the sake of protecting his life, he'd convinced Zhao Ming's group of three that he knew the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk while having the intention of leaving with Zhao Ming's group of three before finding an opportunity to escape. Of course, doing so was extremely risky, and the slightest mistake would could him to become a corpse under the hands of Zhao Ming's group of three. But at that time he had no other choice. However, right at that critical moment, a low and hoarse voice had suddenly sounded out, and then the owner of the voice hadn't shown himself yet had easily used his imposing aura to press down on Zhao Ming's group of three to the point they were unable to catch their breaths. After that, under the mysterious expert's ability that was sufficient to crush Zhao Ming's group of three, even though they were unwilling, they could only flee. At that time, Duanling Tian thought the owner of the hoarse voice was a mysterious expert that lived in seclusion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom that couldn't bear the sight of Zhao Ming's group of three, so he saved Duanling Tian in the process. Now it would seem that it's very likely that mysterious expert was dead. At that time, I didn't think like this and overlooked an important problem. The owner of the hoarse voice was obviously intentionally suppressing his voice and seemed to be unwilling to reveal his true identity. Duanling Tian couldn't help but guess, and the more he guessed, the surer he was. At that time, Dad ought to have been within my courtyard house while he lent a hand, but this level of ability seems to not be something an ordinary martial artist can execute. When he thought up to here, Duanling Tian started to search through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. In next to no time, his pupils constricted, and he confirmed one thing. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, only an expert that has stepped into the martial emperor stage could use one's acute spiritual force to control one's origin energy and project one's voice out while being a few hundred meters away. Moreover, one could use one's imposing aura to suppress others from a few hundred meters away. As he muttered, Duanling Tian couldn't help but gasp. Dad, could it be that Dad's really a martial emperor stage expert? Duanling Tian was completely dumbstruck. After a while, Duanling Tian recovered from his shock and recalled the scenes when his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng, had just returned. Perhaps the reason I didn't detect any origin energy within Dad's body was because he utilized some sort of method to intentionally conceal it. After all, Cloud Continent is so vast that there's no lack of some secret techniques that are capable of concealing one's aura and origin energy. The more he thought about it, the more certain Duanling Tian was, and then he laughed bitterly. Looks like I've been completely deceived by Dad. Now, he was practically able to confirm that his father was most probably an expert at the martial emperor stage or above. I wonder what exactly Dad encountered during those 23 years? He actually possesses such a shocking strength. Besides that, he's even capable of leaving such heaven-defying talismans to me. Suddenly, another two talismans appeared in Duanling Tian's hand, and they were the last two he possessed. Wait! Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something, causing Duanling Tian to frown and shake his head. If Dad really is an expert at the martial emperor stage, then why didn't he bring me along to the foreign lands? Is he really my real father? Just leaving me like this on my own in the Darkhan dynasty? As he muttered to himself, Duanling Tian was slightly speechless. Even though his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng, being a martial emperor stage expert was only his guess, yet he felt that his guess should be close to the truth. If his father didn't possess a shocking strength, how could his father dare take the risk to bring along his mother and leave the Darkhan dynasty? Perhaps, Dad wants me to gain more experience and tempering by staying in the Darkhan dynasty. The message he left behind in the Void Transmission Jade slip spoke of meeting in the future. Perhaps the outside world he spoke of ought to be the foreign lands. Duanling Tian guessed in his heart. When he thought up to here, even though Duanling Tian was much more at ease, he couldn't help but be slightly resentful. Dad is really too disappointing. If he's really an expert at the martial emperor stage, shouldn't he take me along and allow me to show off in the foreign lands? Who would dare offend the son of a martial emperor stage expert? Forget about not taking me along, he didn't even leave me like a million high-grade origin stones and spirit fruits used by Void Interpretation stage and Void Transformation stage experts.
Duan Ling Tian, who'd merged with the 2 lifetimes' worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, naturally knew how lofty the status of martial emperor stage experts were in the foreign lands. Even if it was only an ordinary person, so long as it was a person that was related to a martial emperor stage expert, then even a 9th-level martial monarch stage expert would dare do anything to the person in the open. Once a martial emperor was enraged, then even a martial monarch would be annihilated and blood would flow in rivers. The strength of a martial emperor wasn't a joke. After feeling resentful for a while, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and didn't continue being entangled by this, and he instead moved his gaze onto the 2 talismans in his hand. I can be sure that these talismans don't have any inscriptions within them. I wonder where Dad got these things from. They're actually even capable of directly killing void transformation stage experts. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart when he recalled the scene of Bai Nanxiang dying at his hands just like that, he couldn't help but be pleased. Bai Nanxiang, the god of protection of the Darhan dynasty's imperial family, an existence that had even been publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Darhan dynasty. Even Feng Wudao's reputation wasn't as great as Bai Nanxiang in the Darhan dynasty, yet it was precisely an expert like this that had died at Duan Ling Tian's hands. I wonder what's the strongest martial artist these talismans can annihilate. If it's even capable of killing martial monarchs, then it was truly too great of a waste this time, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. And then he put away the 2 talismans as if they were precious treasures, as these were treasures that could instantly kill void transformation stage experts. There's also that exquisite jade box amongst the things Dad left behind for me. I wonder when I can open it? According to Dad's message, it seems as if I'll only be able to find him after I open the exquisite jade box. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. He didn't feel the slightest bit delighted that he had a father that seemed to be a martial emperor stage expert, and he instead was slightly speechless. Even if you want your son to gain experience in tempering, it shouldn't be an experience like the one earlier, right? You neither care nor give any regard. What would happen if I accidentally got killed? Duan Ling Tian felt angrier and more speechless the more he thought about it. He obviously had a chance to obtain a meteoric rise, yet for some unknown reason, his father had actually left him all alone in the Darkhan dynasty and left him to his own means. Never mind. I was fine when you didn't return in the past. Humph. I'll carve out achievements of my own and even surpass you in the future. Duan Ling Tian silently thought in his heart. Of course, this was something he was saying in his heart to his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng. After some time passed and he cleared his mood, Duan Ling Tian continued to head towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'll first go look for Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, and Tian Hu to have a meal and catch up after I return, and then I'll return to Aurora City. Duan Ling Tian had a plan in his heart. Aurora City was precisely the city he'd headed to after leaving Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago, and it was a city that belonged to the Swallow Mountain County of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The main clan of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family that his mother was from was there. In a blink of an eye, it's been many years since I've seen that damn fatty Li Xian. I wonder if he has slimmed down? I'll return to the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family on the way and go see the Patriarch, Fifth Elder, and the others. Duan Ling Tian continued to plan for the following period of time. Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city after a few days, and he didn't impatiently return to his own courtyard house but instead went to the Xiao clan to look for Xiaoyu and Xiaosun. Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, long time no see. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he greeted the two. Duan Ling Tian. Xiaoyu and Xiaosun revealed delighted smiles when they saw Duan Ling Tian, and then they pounced over to give Duan Ling Tian a bear hug. We found out a while back from the members of the Su clan that you've returned. Yet when we went over to look for you, you weren't there. I went out to take care of something and have just returned. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Since you came looking for us as soon as you returned, we won't make a fuss about it with you. Let's go have a drink. Xiaosun joked. Wait. Xiaoyu stopped Xiaosun. Duan Ling Tian and Xiaosun both looked at Xiaoyu with gazes of wonder. Duan Ling Tian, let me bring you to go see a person. She's been frequently talking about you. Xiaoyu looked at Duan Ling Tian and revealed a warm smile, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. If someone who didn't know the relationship he had with Duan Ling Tian, they would perhaps think that he was fond of the same sex.
Could it be that you brought little Qian over? Duanling Tian's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw the gentleness in Xiao Yu's eyes, and he asked with slight surprise.
Little Qian was precisely Luo Qian, the younger sister of the companion Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu had become acquainted with in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng had passed away because of the test of the genius camp, and he'd asked Duanling Tian to take care of his younger sister Luo Qian. In the will he wrote, whereas Duanling Tian had indeed taken Luo Qian to be his own younger sister. After that, because Luo Qian and Xiao Yu had fallen for each other, she didn't return to the Li clan with him and had instead gone to the Xiao clan. A warm smile couldn't help but suffuse Duanling Tian's face when he recalled the cute young girl from all those years ago. When he met Luo Qian once more, Duanling Tian was slightly unable to recognize her. The immaturity the young girl had once was long gone, and replacing it was a natural and graceful bearing. In terms of appearance, Luo Qian was inferior to his two fiancées, Feng Tianwu, Xiaolan, and Princess Baiyao, yet she could be considered to be a beauty. Duanling Tian smiled as he looked at the beautiful woman that held a baby in the courtyard. Little Qian, I haven't seen you for many years, yet never did I expect that you'd have already married Xiao Yu and become a mother. The beautiful woman that was concentratedly teasing the baby in her embrace hurriedly raised her head when she heard a voice, and when she saw Duanling Tian, she had a pleasantly surprised expression. Big brother Ling Tian. After the two of them caught up, the nearby Xiao Yu smiled at Duanling Tian. Our child is already 3 months old, yet doesn't have a name until now. Since you've returned, give him a name. No matter what, you're the child's godfather. Give a name. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. You're making it difficult for me. But even though he said this, Duanling Tian's gaze still descended onto the baby in Luo Qian's embrace, and the baby was rosy and chubby, causing him to be extremely cute. Big brother Ling Tian, hold your godson. Luo Qian smiled as she passed the baby over to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian stretched out his hand to receive the baby, and as he looked at the baby that was blinking his watery and large eyes while looking curious at himself, Duanling Tian felt his feelings suddenly become extremely calm. The baby's pair of large eyes were pure and flawless, and they didn't contain the slightest impurities. For some unknown reason, a figure actually flashed abruptly within Duanling Tian's mind as he looked at the baby, and it was the figure of a young man that was smiling lightly as he looked at Duanling Tian. Luo Cheng. Luo Qian's older brother. We'll call him Xiao Cheng, how about it? It can be considered to be in memory of Luo Cheng. Duanling Tian looked at Xiao Yu and Luo Qian as he asked. All right. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, whereas Luo Qian's eyes were already red. She'd obviously recalled her older brother that had passed away many years ago, and a smile suffused her face as she received the baby that Duanling Tian passed back to her. It was as if she'd returned to those times when she was young, those times that were happy even though they were hard times, because she had an older brother that could give everything for her. Duanling Tian signaled Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun with his eyes, and the three of them left the courtyard and left the Xiao clan estate to go look for a restaurant to drink at. After 3 cups of wine, Duanling Tian found out that his old friend Tian Hu wasn't in the Imperial City any longer, and he'd instead gone to guard the borders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. That fellow Tian, who is already a vice-general, the person above him in rank, is about to retire 2 years from now, and at that time, he'll be a real general. Xiao Sun laughed as he told Duanling Tian about Tian Hu's recent developments. Duanling Tian smiled lightly as he nodded, and he felt happy that Tian Wu was able to obtain such achievements. All those years ago in the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, there were only 4 good friends of the same age by his side, and they were Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, Tian Hu, and Su Li. This friendship was something he would always remember in his heart. Duanling Tian, what's your cultivation now? Asked Xiao Sun. Xianxia, you actually dare ask Duanling Tian this question? I reckon both of us are going to have a heavy blow struck on us. Xiao Yu shook his head, but his eyes still looked at Duanling Tian with a curious expression. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duanling Tian didn't conceal anything to these 2 old friends, and he shrugged as he spoke. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Practically at the instant Duanling Tian finished speaking, Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were petrified, and they were unable to recover from their shock even after a long time. Xiao Yu was the first to recover from his shock, and he muttered, I heard that even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only possesses a single existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, and that person is the #1 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
Duan Tian, you really shocked the shit out of us. Xiaosun gasped.
Duan Tian smiled lightly. When I see both of you like this, I feel that I should tell the both of you about Su Li.
Su Li. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes instantly lit up when they heard Duan Tian, and they said with slight pleasant surprise, Duan Tian, you met Su Li?
Yes.
Duan Tian nodded. During the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family over 2 years ago, Su Li was there as well. At that time, my strength was far inferior to Su Li.
What? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were instantly shocked. They knew clearly of Duan Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, and not only had they never surpassed Duan Tian, they were thrown further and further into the distance by Duan Tian. Yet now, Duan Tian had said that Su Li's strength 2 years ago was stronger than him?
After all, when Su Li left Paladin Academy and even the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, his cultivation was far inferior to Duan Tian.
Never had they imagined that Su Li would be able to catch up and even surpass Duan Tian. Even if he'd surpassed Duan Tian temporarily, it was sufficient to cause them to feel shocked. So in this way, both of you passed through the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition together? Xiao Yu asked with a burning gaze. Yes. Duan Tian nodded.
What was the outcome later on?
Did you and Su Li obtain the qualifications to advance and participate in the Dynasty Martial competition in the Darkhan Dynasty after the both of you arrived at the Darkstone Empire? Xiao Sun asked slightly impatiently. Not long ago, Su Li and I have just advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition of the Darkhan Dynasty, and we've obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Tian smiled. Su Li obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well? Xiao Yu's pupils constricted, and he had an expression of astonishment. After he found out about Duan Tian's current cultivation, he wasn't surprised that Duan Tian had advanced in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. As far as he was concerned, even if it was amongst the younger generation of the Darkhan Dynasty, a 9th-level Void Initiation stage expert was surely one of the top figures.
Yet now he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Su Li had advanced as well.
Duan Tian? What's Su Li's current cultivation? Xiao Yu asked with slight impatience. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, said Duan Tian. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun froze. They only recovered from their shock after a long time, and they were slightly dispirited. I truly never imagined that amongst all of us, not only are you abnormal, but even Su Li's abnormal as well. But why didn't Su Li return with you? Su Li went to gain experience and tempering with his master. Duan Tian smiled. He asked me to greet the two of you on his behalf. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun nodded, and their gazes were slightly complicated. When he left the restaurant, Duan Tian supported Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, one on each of his sides as he sent them back to the Xiao clan estate. After these two fellows found out about Su Li's current achievements, their mood became slightly heavy, and then they ceaselessly poured wine down their throats to the point of becoming dead drunk. Duan Tian was able to guess what the two of them were thinking.
It was obvious that even though they would be happy that a companion who was equal to them in the past had already grown to a height that was difficult for them to reach, they couldn't avoid being slightly sad. After he left the Xiao clan estate, Duan Tian returned to his own courtyard house. Dawn the next day, after having a good night's sleep, Duan Tian had left the imperial city with Feng Tianwu following by his side like a shadow. He intended to return to Aurora City. As for Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, they were waiting in the imperial city for his return, and at that time they would return to the Darkhan dynasty. With Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu's speed, they arrived in the sky above Aurora City after half a day of time. Big brother Duan, this is your old hometown? Feng Tianwu looked down at the small city beneath her feet and asked with slight surprise. Never had she imagined that her big brother Duan had actually come from such an inconspicuous and remote place,
and she could know from this that her big brother Duan's journey until his current achievements was surely not easy. For a time, her heart throbbed slightly. Sort of. Duan Ling Tian nodded. My true hometown, if over there. There's a small town that's under this city. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze had looked towards the south of Aurora City.
Let's go down. Duan Ling Tian gestured to Feng Tianwu to descend down, and then the two of them entered into the streets of Aurora City. Unknowingly, they'd walked into the most bustling trade market of Aurora City.
I wonder if that fellow is still here. Duan Ling Tian recalled Tang Ying, the person in charge of the ghastly shadow in Aurora City, the person that was a medicine store's manager by day and an Azura by night. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice Tang Ying when he headed to the medicine store. The manager of the medicine store had changed, and it was the person in charge of the ghastly shadow in Aurora City. And after he found out about Duan Ling Tian's identity, he was respectful and reverent to Duan Ling Tian, the highest leader of the ghastly shadow. The dean of the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng, was Duan Ling Tian's teacher. Since many years ago, Sima Changfeng had once given the order that the ghastly shadow would not take any assignments related to Duan Ling Tian or people related to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, that person would be seen as a traitor to the ghastly shadow.
Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed that he didn't see Tang Ying.
When he just arrived at Aurora City from Fresh Breeze Town, not only had Tang Ying helped him on many occasions, he'd even saved his life once.
He still remembered that the Li clan's Grand Elder wanted to kill him, and if it wasn't for Tang Ying lending a hand in a timely manner, he would be dead for sure. Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly dazed as he stood at the entrance to the Li clan estate.
In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed.
The scene of him, his mother, and Ku-Er leaving Fresh Breeze Town together to head to Aurora City all those years ago was still vivid in his mind, yet when he looked back now, it seemed like time had changed everything.
Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were stopped outside the Li clan estate's entrance. I'm looking for Li Xian, said Duan Ling Tian. You're looking for 7th Elder? The eyes of the few Li clan disciples that stood on guard before the gate lit up when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and their tone contained an extra sense of respect.
7th Elder? Duan Ling Tian's eyes stared wide open. When has that damn fatty, Li Xian, become the 7th Elder of the Aurora City's Li clan? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw Li Xian under the lead of the Li clan disciple.
Duan Ling Tian cursed with a smile as he looked at the fatty whose chubby face grinned widely and caused his pair of small eyes to narrow. Damn fatty. So many years have passed. Yet you haven't changed a bit. Boss. Li Xian was first stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian, and then his face was covered in a delighted smile as he directly pounced towards Duan Ling Tian and gave Duan Ling Tian a bear hug. Boss, you've finally returned. I thought that I'll never see you again in my life. Li Xian's small eyes were completely wet.
Enough, how old are you to still be crying?
I rarely return. Yet this is how you greet me. Duan Ling Tian pushed away Li Xian's enormous figure and cursed with a smile on his face.
Hee hee. Li Xian rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side, and his small eyes lit up. This is my sister-in-law, right?
Boss, you're really amazing.
This sister-in-law isn't inferior to the other two sisters-in-law.
Feng Tianwu was standing silently as she watched the two of them that were reunited after a long time. Yet when Li Xian suddenly turned to look at her and said these words, it caused her beautiful face to be tainted in a blush. Don't talk nonsense. This is Tianwu, my friend. Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at Li Xian. Young Miss Tianwu. Li Xian was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly changed his way of address. Yet his heart was as clear as a mirror. She's not my sister-in-law now, yet she'll surely be in the future. Looks like boss's charm is as great as before.
Damn fatty, how did you become the 7th Elder of the Li clan? Duan Ling Tian asked. Hee hee. Boss, I relied on my own ability to become an elder. Of course, if it was an ordinary branch family disciple, then unless the person was heaven-defying like you, boss, otherwise it's impossible to become an elder. But who am I, Li Xian?
I'm the little brother of you, boss, and even the patriarch has to give me some face. Li Xian grinned. You're still never serious as before. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Li Xian and then laughed. You're about to become 30 years old. Why haven't you taken a wife and had kids yet? On the way here, Duan Ling Tian had found out about Li Xian's recent developments from the disciples of the Li clan, and he knew that Li Xian was still alone until now. Boss, do you think everyone is like you?
And finding a wife is as simple as drinking water. Li Xian glanced at Feng Tianwu by Duan Ling Tian's side as he muttered.
All right, what are you complaining about? Let's go look for Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. I'll return to Fresh Breeze Town after we catch up, and then I'll be leaving. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian sighed. I wonder when will be the next time I return? Indeed, after he left this time, Duan Ling Tian would be leaving the Darkhan dynasty to head towards the northern desert that was neighboring to the foreign lands and the various dynasties, and he would ascend the stage that was the foreign lands from there.
In the future, he didn't know when he would return. Boss, where are you going? Li Xian discerned the meaning behind Duan Ling Tian's words. I'll tell you later while we drink. Duan Ling Tian said, now go find Lin Zhua and Li Qin, I'll go see the patriarch. He has taken care of you during all these years, so I have to express my thanks as your boss.
After Li Xian left, Duan Ling Tian notified Feng Tianwu before going alone to see the Li clan's patriarch. For the sake of expression his thanks, Duan Ling Tian left behind a grade 7 spirit sword.
A grade 7 spirit sword was no different to trash in Duan Ling Tian's eyes now, yet in the eyes of the Li clan's patriarch it was a peerless treasure, and he took it to be the clan guarding treasure.
After leaving the courtyard the Li clan's patriarch lived in, Duan Ling Tian brought Feng Tianwu along to have a meal and drink with Li Xian, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi.
All those years ago he had very few friends in Aurora City, and besides Xiaoyu there was only Lin Zhua and Lin Qi.
After many years, the youths from all those years had grown into men. Yet their friendship was still remembered deeply within their hearts, and it was impossible to forget for their entire lifetimes. Duan Ling Tian headed to the Fresh Breeze Townsley family with Feng Tianwu after eating and drinking with them, and he left behind some origin stones before leaving to hurry back to the Imperial City that very night. On the next day, Duan Ling Tian paid a visit to all the seniors in the Imperial City, including the Dean of Paladin Academy, his old teach in the Paladin Academy from all those years ago, Sima Changfeng. Besides that, he made a trip back to the Duan clan and the Imperial Palace. After basically everything was dealt with, he went to see the junior Marquis Niefeng before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City with Elder Kong, Feng Wudao, and Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, the senior Marquis, Nierong, and the Divine Might Marquis, Nieyuan, hadn't returned yet. Swoosh!
In the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an enormous sword passed through the sky, and its destination was straight towards the Darkstone Empire. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the enormous sword, and he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been extremely busy during these past few days, and he finally had the chance to rest.
After resting for a while, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the 5th-level wind concept fragment that he obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, and he calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. The pressing matter at the moment for him was to comprehend intermediate wind concept or void interpretation concept, as only in this way would he be able to advance a step further and officially break through to the void interpretation stage. As for lightning concept and earth concept, even though he had the corresponding concept fragment in his possession, yet he couldn't divert his distraction while comprehending concept.
So he could only improve his concepts one by one.
When his wind concept advanced slowly even with the assistance of the wind concept, that would be the time he would comprehend other concepts a step further. Now, his point of concentration was wind concept. There were another 10 months of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would begin, and he had to comprehend intermediate wind concept before that and become a void interpretation stage martial artist.
We've arrived. Suddenly, a voice entered into the ears of Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and it caused him to seem as if jolted awake from a dream.
After Duan Ling Tian awakened, he noticed that he'd already arrived at a familiar gorge.
When he saw the ball of gases that seemed like a cloud or mist, Duan Ling Tian completely reacted to his whereabouts. This place wasn't unfamiliar to him, and he'd come here twice in the past. The first time was with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong.
At that time, his target was the Soul Cleanse Pool.
After that, he'd found an underwater abode within the Soul Cleanse Pool, and he'd obtained a soul brand that allowed him to grasp a soul skill that belonged to himself, the Soul Skill 1000 Illusions.
The second time he came here was for the sake of fleeing for his life.
At that time, he'd been taken hostage by the traitor of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Zhao Ming, and the Azure Forest Trisect's guardian elder, Tang Hua, and he outwitted them by bringing them here and trapping them within the inscription formation.
Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong, all of you wait here for me. I'll return after dealing with them. Duanling Tian smiled at Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 before walking towards the ball of cloud and mist that had been compressed together, or more precisely speaking, he'd walked towards the completely sealed inscription formation, and that ball of mist and cloud was only the outward appearance of the formation.
When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duanling Tian had notified Feng Wu Dao and asked Feng Wu Dao to bring him here, whereas Feng Wu Dao was familiar with this place, so he easily arrived here.
Duanling Tian's eyes squinted when he approached the ball of cloud and mist that had been compressed together, and his acute spiritual force swept out to easily break it open.
More precisely speaking, he'd opened the inscription formation.
Whirlwind. Before the inscription formation had completely opened, Duanling Tian had already transformed into a gust of wind that instantly entered into it like an agile rabbit. Whoosh! Duanling Tian once again appeared outside the soul cleanse pool, and his gaze descended to a spot nearby at the first possible moment. There were 2 old men with faces covered with stubble there, and they were looking at the direction Duanling Tian came in with overjoyed expressions. Their gazes seemed as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. But the expressions of those 2 old men changed quickly as boundless ruthlessness suffused their faces when their gazes descended onto Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian! One of the old men shouted out in a grim voice, and his voice was filled with hatred.
He's been trapped within here for the past few years, and it caused his life to be worse than death. Normally, he could only eat weeds to allay his hunger, and it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared with his life of luxury from before. Because of this, he'd even thought of ending his life, yet he didn't have the courage in the end. Of course, the most important reason that drove him to continue living was because he wanted to tear apart the kid that trapped him here that day. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't have any hope to take revenge in his entire lifetime. Yet today, not only had the inscription formation that trapped him been opened up, there was even someone that entered after it opened, and this person was precisely the person he hated the most. Duanling Tian, I won't let you escape again today. You're dead. The other old man seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly appeared behind Duanling Tian, and he launched a pincer attack at Duanling Tian with the other old man that was before Duanling Tian.
Elder Hua, are you so sure? Duanling Tian turned around to glance deeply at the red-clothed old man that stood behind him, and then the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile.
The red-clothed old man was precisely the guardian elder of the former Azure Forest Trisect, Tang Hua. After many years, Tang Hua wasn't elegant and unrestrained as before, and he looked like an old geezer that didn't have the slightest bearing of an expert.
Die! Tang Hua exploded into rage from being underestimated by Duanling Tian, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as fire concept followed his origin energy like a shadow, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a ball of flame that swept aggressively towards Duanling Tian. His ability as a 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist was revealed completely.
Elder Hua, a few years have passed yet you haven't improved in the slightest. Truly a pity. Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged when facing Tang Hua's aggressive attack, and at the same time that he spoke out in ridicule, Duanling Tian casually pointed out twice in the air before him. Swish! Swish! Instantly, 2 piercing howls resounded out as material origin energy point force accompanied by a strand of azure-colored energy and violet-colored energy tore through the sky, and it caused the airflow in the sky to surge and violet gales to blow in all directions.
Pooh! Pooh! 2 light sounds accompanied by muffled groans sounded out.
Subsequently, the nearby Zhao Ming saw an unforgettable scene.
Heavens! What have I seen?
Tang Hua, an existence who possessed a strength equal to him, had attacked out with his full strength. Yet Tang Hua hadn't even touched Duanling Tian before his legs were penetrated by the 2-point forces that Duanling Tian casually shot out.
Bang! After his legs were penetrated, Tang Hua forcefully endured the intense pain and let out a muffled groan while his body trembled.
Meanwhile, Tang Hua still gritted his teeth and withdrew his spirit weapon before pouncing towards Duanling Tian like a wild beast that had opened its bloody mouth and revealed its fangs. The spirit weapon tore through the sky while accompanied by an even stronger strength as it swept towards Duanling Tian, and the origin energy that covered the skies like surging flames seemed as if they wanted to swallow Duanling Tian completely. Duanling Tian stood on the spot and looked at Tang Hua's final struggle with interest. In his eyes, Tang Hua was indeed making a final struggle now.
Tempest Point,
along with Duanling Tian pointing out once more. Another Tempest Point swept out, and at the instant a piercing howl sounded out. The spirit weapon in Tang Hua's hand was directly blasted flying by the energy of the Tempest Point, whereas the hand Tang Hua held his spirit weapon with had been blasted to the point it dripped with blood, and intense pain caused Tang Hua's countenance to go pale to the extreme as he barely stopped his body and looked at Duanling Tian in panic. No, impossible, impossible.
How many years have passed? How could you possibly possess such a formidable strength? Tang Hua looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze filled with terror, and his tone contained traces of trembling.
Whoosh! Right at this moment, the energy of the heavens and earth that swept out in the sky above Duanling Tian had finally started formed into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First were 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared.
9th level of the Void Initiation Stage.
8th level Wind Concept. 3rd level Lightning Concept. This was the strength Duanling Tian had utilized when making a move against Tang Hua. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. When Tang Hua saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duanling Tian, his body couldn't help but tremble as his countenance went ghastly pale to the extreme, and he was terrified to the point he couldn't speak clearly. Tang Hua, you first participated in the battle to annihilate my 7-star sword sect, and you even wanted to kill me later on. Now, I'll send you on your way and allow you to accompany Long Wei, Shuirui, and the others in the netherworld. Duanling Tian spoke slowly. At this moment, Tang Hua's pupils constricted when he heard Duanling Tian, and his voice started to tremble slightly. You are Azure Forest Trisect. Tang Hua didn't continue speaking because he'd obtained the answer he wanted from Duanling Tian's cold and indifferent gaze. Tang Hua's countenance was ghastly pale, and his breathing was slightly hurried as he pointed at Duanling Tian and said, Duanling Tian, you were lucky since you annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect before our demonic Lotus Blade Sect's ancestor re-emerged into the world. Otherwise, once the ancestor re-emerged, the one that died would have surely been you.
Tang Hua was a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before the 3 sects had combined together.
Ancestor. Duanling Tian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed brilliantly. The ancestor you mentioned is probably that Jia Hong, right?
You know. Tang Hua frowned, and then he said with a cold voice, if the ancestor re-emerged in time, then even if you're already a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, you'll be dead without a doubt. But unfortunately, you've escaped calamity.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Duanling Tian smiled lightly. I watched the ancestor you spoke of, Jia Hong, emerge from the fire breath rock. I have to say, his strength was extremely strong, and I'm far from being a match for him. What? The ancestor re-emerged. Tang Hua's pupils constricted.
But the following words Duanling Tian spoke caused the paleness of his countenance to go deeper, and then his expression turned to one of astonishment and disbelief.
But unfortunately, he still died. Do you think that if your Azure Forest Trisect has someone to rely on, I don't have someone to rely on?
When Duanling Tian's smile entered into Tang Hua's eyes, it was no different than the smile of a devil.
So you can peacefully go to hell and see your ancestor. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, his finger that had been accumulating force since long ago pointed out. Swish!
The Tempest Point tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of fierce piercing howls before directly penetrating the spot between Tang Hua's brows and killing Tang Hua.
Bang! Tang Hua's corpse dropped to the ground, yet his eyes were still wide open as he died with everlasting regret. When the sound of Tang Hua's corpse dropping to the ground entered into the nearby Zhao Ming's ears, it caused Zhao Ming's expression to go completely pale. At this moment, the rage he had when facing Duanling Tian earlier had vanished completely, and replacing it was terror and uneasiness. Never had he imagined that after a few years, Duanling Tian would actually possess such a terrifying strength. A strength that caused even him to look up to. It was even to the extent that Duanling Tian had even annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect. After he retrieved Tanghua's spatial ring, Duanling Tian turned around to look at the old man who stood dumbstruck nearby, and his gaze instantly went cold. Zhao Ming. Duanling Tian's voice seemed to have come from the netherworld, and it carried frightful coldness with it. At the same time, Duanling Tian strode over step by step toward the old man that possessed an extremely unsightly expression, Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was one of the guardian elders of the former Seven-Star Sword sect, and people called him Elder Ming. Later on, when the Seven-Star Sword sect encountered a calamity, Zhao Ming had viciously backstabbed the strongest martial artist in the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Xian, and his actions caused the situation that could be in a stalemate for some time to instantly crumble. The Seven-Star Sword sect was easily annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect. All those years ago, when Duanling Tian had first found out about all this, he had the impulse to tear Zhao Ming into pieces, but unfortunately, his cultivation was far inferior to Zhao Ming at that time. Yet now he'd come. He'd come along with the blood enmity of all the souls of the dead from the Seven-Star Sword sect, and he carried with him a strength that far surpassed Zhao Ming to appear mightily before Zhao Ming with the sole reason of collecting a debt. This was a debt Zhao Ming owed the Seven-Star Sword sect. When he saw Duanling Tian walking over step by step, every step Duanling Tian strode out seemed as if it stepped onto Zhao Ming's chest, causing Zhao Ming's countenance to become even paler. Not long ago, the violet-clothed young man before his eyes was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow before him. However, at this moment, it was instead he himself that was no different to an ant before the young man. Just like Tang Hua being unable to wrap his head around it, Zhao Ming was the same. How could Duanling Tian possess such a formidable strength in a short few years of time? Exactly what fortuitous encounters has he obtained? Even if Duanling Tian possessed the assistance of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to improve so quickly in a short few years of time. This was something that Zhao Ming could be sure of. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian was already standing before Zhao Ming, and he looked at Zhao Ming with a cold and indifferent expression. Zhao Ming, all those years ago, I thought that you turned to the Azure Forest Trisect after all the higher-ups and disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect were killed and the Seven-Star Sword sect was almost annihilated. If it was like that, even though I would feel that you were ungrateful, yet I wouldn't hate you. After all, everyone has their own ideals. However, never had I imagined that you actually resolutely betrayed the Seven-Star Sword sect at the moment our Seven-Star Sword sect was in a stalemate with the Azure Forest Trisect. And you first backstabbed Elder Xian before joining forces with the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the sect leader. Duanling Tian spoke word by word. As he finished speaking, only frightful coldness remained within Duanling Tian's eyes, and his exceedingly icy cold gaze stared fixedly at Zhao Ming, causing Zhao Ming to feel as if he'd fallen into a pit of ice. Your actions incurred the hate of both men and the heavens. Are you worthy of the sect that fostered you? Are you worthy of your master? Duanling Tian's voice was chilly as every single word of his struck the heart, and every single word seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that bore fiercely into Zhao Ming's heart, causing Zhao Ming's body to tremble as his expression turned unsightly to the extreme. Actually, after being overwhelmed with rage and backstabbing Elder Xian, who he got along with for many years before joining forces with the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, he felt regretful in his heart. Especially later on when, although he was accepted into the Azure Forest Trisect and became a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, causing his status to become even more lofty. But every night when he dreamed, he would frequently dream of Elder Xian and Linghu Jinhong demanding their lives. Not only that, he would frequently dream of the master that had brought him to the Seven-Star Sword sect and fostered him to become someone without the slightest holding back. And his master would be angered to the point of spitting blood and passing away every single time. All of this had become his nightmare. After taking a deep breath, the eyes of Zhao Ming, who'd already realized that it was impossible for him to survive today, flickered with a fierce light, and he stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, It's all because of you that I betrayed the sect. It's you that harmed my son and even harmed my grandson to the point of becoming a monster that was neither a man nor woman.
If it wasn't for you, how could I have been overwhelmed by rage and commit such an act of betraying the sect? Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth. You're still shifting the blame even at a time like this? Duan Lingtian sneered, and then he said word by word. Do you dare say that if the Seven-Star Sword sect was about to be annihilated and you had the chance to survive, you wouldn't turn to the Azure Forest Trisect?
Even if I, Duan Lingtian, have done something, what does it have to do with the sect? What does it have to do with the other people from the sect? Just come at me. Why did you harm Elder Xian?
Why did you hurt the sect leader? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was enraged to the extreme, and his gaze was like blades that seemed to want to slice Zhao Ming into pieces. Zhao Ming had a dark expression yet remained silent.
Every single word Duan Lingtian spoke had struck him in the heart and were logical, causing him to be speechless. Right, I still have to tell you one thing. Those two grandsons of yours that are neither men nor women were killed by Elder Peng not long ago, said Duan Lingtian to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's expression went ominous when he heard this. Even though he'd already found out about the news of the Azure Forest Trisect's annihilation from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Tang Hua, he still felt that his grandsons ought to be able to escape calamity. Yet Duan Lingtian's words now had caused the last trace of hope that remained in his heart to be completely shattered. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill you. Zhao Ming's eyes were crimson red. He seemed to have gone mad as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian while disregarding his life, and his origin energy skyrocketed as wind concept followed behind his origin energy like a shadow. Bang! But his strength wasn't much stronger than Tang Hua, and it was too weak to stand against Duan Lingtian, so he was directly kicked flying by a casual kick of Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold when he saw Zhao Ming, who fell to the ground, wanted to stand up. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian had already seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind before Zhao Ming, and he blew over to arrive before Zhao Ming in the blink of an eye. Bang! Another kick stomped down fiercely onto Zhao Ming's face, causing the back of his head to smash fiercely onto the ground, causing him to become dizzy. A humiliation. Downright humiliation. Zhao Ming was knocked down to the point his consciousness was dazed and blurry, and he only realized that his dignity had already been completely trampled upon by Duan Lingtian when he recovered from his dazed feeling. Instantly, he roared madly. Even if I must die today, I'll make you pay the price. Zhao Ming pounced at Duan Lingtian like a mad ant, and he seemed as if he wanted to take Duan Lingtian down with him. Swish! Right at this moment, a swift tempest point gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it tore through the sky, and it carried out a strand of fresh blood after it penetrated one of Zhao Ming's legs. The leg of Zhao Ming, who intended to stand up, went weak, and he collapsed on the ground in an extremely sorry state. This is what you owe Elder Xian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice entered clearly into Zhao Ming's ears. I'll kill you. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth as he supported his body up, and then the origin energy on his body raged as he soared up into the sky with the intention of fighting Duan Lingtian with his life. Swish! Another tempest point flashed out through the sky. But the tempest point's target this time wasn't Zhao Ming's limbs, nor was it Zhao Ming's head. It was Zhao Ming's dantian. Swish! A slight swish resounded out as Zhao Ming's dantian was penetrated through, and the vast origin energy condensed within it seemed to have found an exit as they gushed out before vanishing in the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhao Ming's dantian was like a leaking ball, and after it finished leaking, the origin energy that coiled around his body had vanished completely. This is what you owe the sect leader. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly with an extremely cold and indifferent tone. At the same time, after he lost the support of his origin energy, Zhao Ming, who had been carried flying over 10 meters by his origin energy, had crashed fiercely onto the ground with a bang. Zhao Ming, who's lost his origin energy, was no different than an ordinary geezer, and he fell to the point he emitted repeated shrill cries. After a while, or perhaps he'd been numbed by the pain, Zhao Ming caught his breath and glared fixedly at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with hatred that was to the bone. You actually crippled my cultivation. On Cloud Continent, the strong were respected, and the foundation of a martial artist's existence was his cultivation. Once a cultivator's cultivation was crippled, living was worse than dying to a cultivator.
You're going to die anyway, so what if you don't have your cultivation?
Elder Ming, let it go. Duan Ling Tian looked Zhao Ming in the eye as he revealed a smile.
This smile was no different to the smile of a devil when it entered Zhao Ming's eyes.
I'll kill you. Even though his cultivation was crippled, yet Zhao Ming seemed as if he'd taken stimulants, and he pushed against the floor with his hands while using his remaining leg to support his body up before pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian once more. When facing an ordinary geezer pouncing over, Duan Ling Tian moved away with a casual dodge, and there wasn't the slightest difficulty. Swish! Another tempest point whistled out and descended onto Zhao Ming's back, right onto his backbone. Crack!
As his backbone broke inch by inch, Zhao Ming let out a shrill cry and then he collapsed onto the ground and fainted.
Duan Ling Tian instead didn't intend to let Zhao Ming off like this, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy flashed out to directly draw out the water within the soul cleanse pool to fiercely slap onto Zhao Ming's body. Zhao Ming shuddered and awoken, yet because his backbone was shattered, he was unable to support his body up, and he could only lay on the ground while staring hatefully at Duan Ling Tian. This is what you owe all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Duan Ling Tian, kill me. Zhao Ming spoke with a fierce voice. At this moment, living was worse than dying to him, as he didn't even have the strength to take his own life. This feeling caused him to feel oppressed to the point of almost suffocating. Don't worry, you won't live for long. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm. Numerous tempest points flashed out as his hand raised, and they gave rise to waves of piercing howls that were extremely jarring to the ear as they tore through the sky. Swish! 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 3 tempest points easily entered into Zhao Ming's arms and Zhao Ming's remaining legs successively. This is what you owe the disciples of the 7-star sword sect.
This is what you owe your master. This is what you owe the sect that fostered you. Zhao Ming's shrill cries resounded out successively and he had a completely pale face as his entire body shivered. Every single time he was about to faint, Duan Ling Tian would splash water all over him, causing his to awaken and continue with the next round of torture. Duan Ling Tian, kill me please. Zhao Ming was even unable to speak smoothly now, and he spoke intermittently to Duan Ling Tian with a tone that was full of an imploring intention. I won't kill you. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhao Ming.
Zhao Ming's pupils constricted when he heard this.
He won't kill me?
What does Duan Ling Tian want to do? A bad premonition arose in his heart. At this moment, the thing he regretted the most was not killing himself before Duan Ling Tian crippled his cultivation.
If he killed himself earlier, then he wouldn't have to suffer all the torture earlier. Now, he didn't even have the strength to kill himself.
For now onwards, you'll stay here to live and perish by yourself. Of course, you can choose to die of hunger. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Ming for the last time before opening the inscription formation with his spiritual force, and then he flew out to vanish before Zhao Ming's eyes.
No! 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 Zhao Ming twisted his neck about. At this moment, only his head could move and his eyes were filled with boundless hatred and anger. His hatred and anger were practically capable of charging a hole open in the sky and breaking through the horizon.
After an unknown period of time, Zhao Ming's eyes abruptly glared wide open,
because he saw a figure that was completely enveloped in a black robe instantly passing through the barrier of the inscription formation before descending from the sky and appearing before his eyes.
You're done. Duan Ling Tian heard Feng Wu Dao's voice just after he left the inscription formation and returned to the gorge.
Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded and he seemed to have encountered something good, causing him to seem refreshed.
Then let's go. Feng Wu Dao nodded, and then he once again condensed his origin energy into an enormous sword before carrying everyone, including himself, to flash through the sky and head directly towards the Darkhan dynasty. On the way, Duan Ling Tian, who dealt with all of his trivial matters, had finally calmed his heart down completely.
Duan Ling Tian held the wind concept fragment as he cleared his mind and comprehended wind concept.
Presently, the advancement of his origin energy had already arrived at the limits of the 9th level of the void initiation stage under the assistance of the rebirth pill.
What he had to do was to comprehend intermediate concept and smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage. The entire journey was smooth and calm, and Duanling Tian's returned smoothly to the Darkhan dynasty and the Feng clan. Duanling Tian put up temporarily in the Feng clan estate and silently comprehended wind concept. Of course, he would occasionally leave the Feng clan estate with Feng Tianwu, and they would stroll about the capital while buying some materials needed for weapons refinement, refining medicinal pills, and inscribing. So long as there was a large-scale auction held in the capital, Duanling Tian would go join in the fun with Feng Tianwu, so he obtained quite a number of rare materials. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu had just left an auction house when Feng Tianwu couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Duan, you seem to be extremely happy from obtaining that piece of strange metal earlier? What's special about it?" "Tianwu, when that piece of metal I obtained is combined with the materials I gathered earlier, then so long as I become a Grade 2 weapons craftsman, I'll be able to use them to refine a Grade 2 spirit weapon." Duanling Tian smiled. "Grade 2 spirit weapon? Grade 2 weapons craftsman?" Feng Tianwu was slightly shocked, and in next to no time, she recalled that Duanling Tian was already a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, causing her to come to a sudden understanding. "No wonder you're so happy, big brother Duan. It turns out that it's equivalent to having half a Grade 2 spirit weapon in your possession." Feng Tianwu was happy for Duanling Tian. The day to depart towards the northern desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is in a little more than a month away. At that time, I wonder if we have to leave with the others. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. "Big brother Duan, you don't want to go with them?" Feng Tianwu asked. "I want to go around alone, as there's much more freedom in this way." Duanling Tian smiled. Besides the various dynasties, there was only the boundlessly vast foreign lands outside the Darkhan dynasty. When he left this time, Duanling Tian really wanted to make stops and enjoy the view on the way to his heart's content while experiencing some tempering, as it was more interesting this way. If he followed and left with the large group, then journey wasn't something he could decide on. "Then I'll tell father later. At that time, we won't leave with the others," said Feng Tianwu. "Okay," Duanling Tian replied before smiling. "Let's return first." Duanling Tian's mood was extremely good during these past few days because he'd already touched the threshold to the 9th level of wind concept, and he was confident he would completely comprehend 9th level wind concept in 3 days. Once he comprehended 9th level elementary wind concept, then he would have the chance to touch the 1st level of intermediate wind concept. At that time, his origin energy would smoothly transform into the origin energy that belonged solely to void interpretation stage martial artists. While some were in delight, others were not. While Duanling Tian was feeling happy about his wind concept that was about to undergo a transformation, the Imperial Palace wasn't calm. Within a beautifully decorated audience hall in the depths of the Imperial Palace, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor sat upright at the top. His expression seemed gloomy as his gaze that was like a bolt of lightning descended onto a black-clothed old man in the audience hall. "Imperial uncle, I want to hear your opinion." The black-clothed old man's brows knit tightly as he said slowly, "I'm truly unable to wrap my head around this, not to mention Imperial brother was a careful person that wouldn't make a move lightly without sufficient confidence. Even if Feng Wu Dao really followed by Duanling Tian's side, he might not be able to protect Duanling Tian. According to my knowledge, Feng Wu Dao hasn't broken through to the void transformation stage. Based on the current circumstances, something has happened to Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, why hasn't he returned after Duanling Tian has already returned for 3 months? The Emperor's tone was heavy. There are only 2 possibilities to what happened to Grand Imperial Uncle. He was either killed by Feng Wu Dao or killed by another expert. But even if Feng Wu Dao caught up and broken through to the void transformation stage in the past 2 years, he might not be a match for Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, would the Feng clan willingly be placed below our imperial family? So I feel the possibility that Feng Wu Dao killed Grand Imperial Uncle is extremely low. The Emperor finished speaking in a single breath, yet his brows knit tightly together. If it wasn't Feng Wu Dao that did it, then who was it? Moreover, if something had really happened to Grand Imperial Uncle, then once the news spreads, our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family will be in a precarious position,
and we even might be replaced.
The Emperor's Grand Imperial Uncle was the god of protection of the imperial family, and he was the biggest reliance of the Darhan dynasties to display might to deter all the forces around it.
Perhaps, Imperial Brother has encountered something that caused him to temporarily not return. I can't think of anyone besides Feng Wu Dao that can threaten Imperial Brother in the Darkhan dynasty. The black-clothed old man continued. No matter what, this piece of news must be locked down and must not be spread out.
Don't worry, Imperial Uncle, besides he himself, only you and I know that Grand Imperial Uncle made a move against Duan Ling Tian. So long and you and I don't speak of it, then there will absolutely be no third person that knows of this matter, said the Emperor.
Bang!
In a spacious pavilion's roomy courtyard, a young man in white clothes fiercely crushed the teacup in his hand to powder.
Big Brother. The beautiful woman that was watering the flowers nearby was startled by the young man in white clothes.
Yan, sorry. I accidentally crushed my cup. The young man in white clothes was precisely Zishang, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile that was even more unsightly than a crying expression before returning to his own room.
Big Brother. The beautiful woman, Zishang's younger sister, Ziyan, couldn't help but be slightly worried when she saw this scene, and she muttered, "You're getting angry because of Duan Ling Tian again."
When she thought up to hear, a trace of helplessness flashed within Ziyan's beautiful eyes.
After he returned to his room, Zishang's expression instantly darkened, and he grunted. Duan Ling Tian is really lucky. He's actually still alive until now. Could it be that His Majesty didn't make a move against Duan Ling Tian? He left the capital for almost 2 months. Yet such a good opportunity was missed. Now it's even more difficult to kill him. Zishang was slightly infuriated as he didn't know what the Emperor was doing. That day, after he instigated the Emperor had obviously aroused interest towards the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Yet Duan Ling Tian was still well and living after almost 5 months of time. There's no need to be impatient. Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. Even if the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family doesn't deal with him, could it be that you're worried you won't be able to find a chance in the future?
You're about to leave the Darhan dynasty and head to the boundlessly vast foreign lands. Not to mention anything else once you arrive at the foreign lands.
So long as you leak the news to those powers of the foreign lands that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession is capable of providing an amplification of 100%, they would similarly be interested with the Devil Seal tablet.
Duan Ling Tian won't be jumping around for long. Leak the news to the powers of the foreign lands and make them obtain that broken Devil Seal tablet.
Even though it's comparatively more difficult to seize it back from them in the future, it's better than seizing it from Duan Ling Tian. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out, and it caused Zishang's eyes to light up as if he was suddenly enlightened.
Elder Ghost is wise.
I don't believe that the powers of the foreign lands are as cowardly as the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Duan Ling Tian, wait for the great present I'm about to send your way. Unknowingly, the gloominess on Zishang's face dispersed completely, and replacing it was a dense smile.
But no matter who saw the smile, they would feel that it was slightly cold.
Feng Clan estate in the estate within the estate. 2 days had already passed since he returned from the auction that day. Duan Ling Tian hadn't taken a step out of his room during these past 2 days, and it was even to the extent that Duan Ling Tian didn't even eat. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spacious room was instantly enveloped by a gale that appeared out of thin air, and the gale ceaselessly swept out to cause the windows to creak and tremble intensely. Bang! Finally, the window at the side of the room was instantly pushed open by the gale, and then the gale seemed to have found an exit as they gushed out directly and blew the plants and flowers outside the window to the point of swaying. Right at this moment, the gale that wasn't supplied with any more energy from behind had gradually died down.
That gale that had stopped halfway was completely withdrawn by a single person within the room.
On the bed in the room, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged while his body was suffused by strands of almost material azure energy, and the azure energy coiled around him to cause him to seem slightly illusory.
Suddenly Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and a bright light flashed within them.
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's figure slightly shook as the azure energy that coiled around his body whistled as they flashed out. Every time they flashed out, it would cause the airflow in the sky to tremble slightly and emit a wave of light and muffled howls. Whoosh! At the same time, everywhere the strands of material azure-colored energy flashed in the sky, it would cause the energy of the heavens and the earth to roil. In the end, a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was forcefully condensed in the sky above Duan Tian. A total of 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and it was the symbol of 9th-level elementary concept. 9th-level elementary wind concept. I finally succeeded. A delighted smile blood on Duan Tian's face as these few months of hard work wasn't wasted in the end. Now, I'm only a step away from the void interpretation stage. I don't have to worry about origin energy with the assistance of the rebirth pill. What I lack is comprehension of concept. As he muttered, the smile on Duan Tian's face grew even more brilliant. Duan Tian continued to rely on the wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept in the following days, and he noticed in the end that his improvement was slow, as if he'd encountered a bottleneck. Perhaps I ought to stop, Duan Tian thought in his heart. Of course, it was only wind concept that he stopped comprehending, but he could still comprehend other concepts. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Tian withdrew the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment he'd obtained a few months ago after killing Bainan Xiang with the talisman, and he started comprehending. As the force of nature that represented heavenly punishment, the might of lightning was naturally formidable. Besides ice concept, lightning faintly stood above the other forces of nature. As he held the lightning concept fragment in his hand, Duan Tian quickly immersed himself in the comprehension of lightning, and it seemed like waves of deafening thunderclaps resounded out by his ears. Bang! 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 Numerous thunderclaps practically blasted apart Duan Tian's eardrums. Under the assistance of the concept fragment, Duan Tian's lightning concept advanced at an extremely swift speed, but he would still try and take up the wind concept fragment once in a while to see if his comprehension of wind concept had returned back on the right track. Up until the day before leaving, the feeling when he comprehended wind concept in the past had returned after he comprehended 4th-level lightning concept. When he held the wind concept fragment, he felt as if he was enveloped by a gust of wind, and this sort of feeling was extremely wonderful and peculiar. At this moment, Duan Tian felt as he transformed into wind. His comprehension of wind concept still continued, whereas the day of departure had arrived at the appointed time. Right when Duan Tian intended to head to the imperial palace with Feng Tianwu, she brought him a piece of good news. Big brother Duan, my father has notified the emperor already. We 3 will head to the northern desert by ourselves, but we have to arrive at the ancient desert city before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's held half a year from now. Ancient desert city? Duan Tian was stunned, and then he looked curiously at Feng Tianwu. That's where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is going to be carried out? Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. The ancient desert city seems to be a city controlled by that power of the foreign lands that's conducting the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. You said we 3 earlier? Duan Tian had a bewildered expression when he recalled Feng Tianwu's words from before. Grandpa Kong isn't following us this time, said Feng Tianwu. Duan Tian came to a sudden understanding. Whoosh! Suddenly, an enormous black figure flew over towards them from the distance to arrive above Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye, and waves of violent winds descended from high above in the sky, causing the clothes of Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu to flutter with the wind. We ought to depart now. Right when Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu squinted and looked up, a familiar voice sounded out from high above in the sky behind the enormous creature. Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu soared up into the sky and descended onto the back of the enormous creature together when they heard this. Feng Wudao had been waiting there since long ago. Let's go! Along with Feng Wudao's light shout, the enormous creature beneath the 3 of them instantly transformed into a bolt of black lightning that flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial city vanished before Duan Tian's eyes. This is an azure-eyed eagle. Duan Tian flashed through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor as he looked at the enormous creature beneath his feet, and then he couldn't help but cry out in shock. An azure-eyed eagle was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a void interpretation stage demon beast. When ordinary azure-eyed eagles matured to the limit, they would be demon beasts at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level of the void interpretation stage, whereas azure-eyed eagles with extraordinary natural talent would instead break through their shackles once they matured to the limit and break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Even if it was an azure-eyed eagle with inferior natural talent, it would still be able to break through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage at least. Little fellow, your judgment isn't bad, as you're actually able to recognize that I'm an azure-eyed eagle. Right at this moment, an aged and hoarse voice entered clearly into Duan Ling Tian's ears.
Greetings, Senior. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle, and he lightly nodded in greeting.
As a demon beast at the void interpretation stage, it was capable of speaking, and besides being unable to transform into human form, it was no different to humans in any other aspects, like intelligence. Grandpa Qing, we haven't seen each other for many years. Feng Tianwu smiled as she greeted the azure-eyed eagle, and her tone was rather casual. You little girl, you've grown more and more beautiful now. The azure-eyed eagle slightly turned his head before his sharp eyes looked concentratedly at Feng Tianwu, and his voice was filled with amiableness. But when the azure-eyed eagle's eyes descended onto Duan Ling Tian, it instead became even fiercer. Little fellow, if you dare make little girl Wu suffer, then I'll surely tear you into 2 pieces. As the azure-eyed eagle finished speaking, his tone was filled with ruthlessness, whereas Duan Ling Tian didn't doubt the words of the azure-eyed eagle. His spiritual force that stretched out had told him since long ago that this azure-eyed eagle just happened to be one of those azure-eyed eagles with extremely high natural talent, and its cultivation had already stepped into the 7th level of the void interpretation stage.
The words spoke by the azure-eyed eagle caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly embarrassed for a time.
Feng Tianwu couldn't watch idly by any longer, and she hurriedly helped Duan Ling Tian out from the embarrassing situation and spoke angrily. Grandpa Qing, if you continue talking nonsense, then I'll ignore you in the future. Little girl Wu, you haven't even got married, yet you're already starting to help him. Looks like you'll surely be completely controlled by him in the future. The azure-eyed eagle shook his head slightly as he sighed like a human. Grandpa Qing, you? The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to instantly flush red, and she was slightly angry and embarrassed. Then she looked hurriedly at Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Duan, don't pay attention to Grandpa Qing. He's always liked to talk nonsense.
Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded and indicated that he didn't take it to heart. At the same time that Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, she couldn't avoid from revealing a slight sense of loss in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Qing is my good friend, and we've already known each other for over 20 years. Feng Wu Dao, who'd remained silent all this time, spoke out to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he was slightly surprised at the same time. Feng Wu Dao was at most a void initiation stage martial artist 20 years ago, whereas this azure-eyed eagle was most probably already at the void interpretation stage. Such a great disparity was between them, yet they were still able to become friends, so it may be assumed that there was surely a story in this. Azure-eyed eagles were famous for their ruthlessness, so since he was able to become friends with Feng Wu Dao, he had presumably helped him with something, causing him to feel indebted in his heart. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was extremely easily capable of guessing through the records related to azure-eyed eagles in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. During the following stretch of the journey, this was verified in the conversations between him and Feng Tianwu. Swoosh! The azure-eyed eagle's speed was extremely swift, and it was at least swifter than the enormous sword that Feng Wu Dao condensed with origin energy to carry them. Of course, this didn't mean that the azure-eyed eagle's strength was stronger than Feng Wu Dao, but it was instead because Feng Wu Dao only utilized an extremely small amount of origin energy when he controlled the enormous sword, causing the enormous sword's speed to reduce greatly and only be comparable to the speed of a 5th or 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Elder Qing, can you open up your origin energy barrier a little bit more? I want to try and sense the strong winds that move swiftly outside. Duan Ling Tian walked slowly to arrive behind the azure-eyed eagle's neck, and he spoke courteously. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she said anxiously, Big brother Duan,
Elder Qing is moving at full speed now, and the wind outside is extremely strong. It's extremely difficult for you to resist it with your current cultivation. I want to try. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Qing, slow down and cooperate with him, and then increase your speed by an appropriate amount. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao spoke out, as he'd obviously discerned Duan Ling Tian's intentions and intended to help Duan Ling Tian.
Thank you, Uncle Feng. After he noticed the azure-eyed eagle's speed slowed down, Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up as he expressed his gratitude to Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, the azure-eyed eagle slightly shrunk back the origin energy barrier behind his head, causing a large empty area to appear, and it was a space sufficient for Duan Ling Tian to temper himself on. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who stood behind the neck of the azure-eyed eagle, was completely exposed outside, and he could clearly sense the terrifying gale that assaulted his face. At this moment, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle was probably comparable to the full speed of a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that was flying while relying solely on his origin energy. Duan Ling Tian didn't feel too great pressure from this. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged as the wind concept fragment appeared out of thin air in his hand. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and comprehended wind concept to his heart's content through the wind concept fragment and the gale that assaulted his face. Qing continued speeding up. When he saw Duan Ling Tian sit cross-legged there without moving like a mountain and didn't feel any pressure, Feng Wu Dao spoke out to the azure-eyed eagle. As an experienced person, Feng Wu Dao knew clearly in his heart that only by making Duan Ling Tian feel pressure would it be able to help Duan Ling Tian to a greater degree. Early on, when Duan Ling Tian spoke to the azure-eyed eagle, Feng Wu Dao had already guessed that Duan Ling Tian wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend wind concept. So he gave Duan Ling Tian a helping push. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian felt his face almost being torn apart. The strong wind that assaulted his face ceaselessly blew past his ears, and the ear-piercing howls of the wind shook his eardrums, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. But he endured it and didn't make a sound. He moved his attention to the wind concept fragment in his hand and attempted to forget this uncomfortable feeling. This little fellow is really not bad. Right at this moment, the azure-eyed eagle spoke out with words that were filled with praise. My current speed can be compared to an ordinary fourth-level void interpretation stage martial artist flying at full speed, yet he's still enduring it forcefully. It's already really good with his current cultivation. Grandpa Qing, why don't you slow down? Feng Tianwu noticed Duan Ling Tian's tense cheeks, and she spoke with a worried expression. The azure-eyed eagle hadn't replied when the nearby Feng Wu Dao had already spoken. Qing, continue speeding up. Increase your speed to the extent of being comparable to a fifth-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Swoosh! As soon as Feng Wu Dao finished speaking and before Feng Tianwu could react to what had happened, the azure-eyed eagle had already sped up once more. At the same time, waves of vast energy of the heavens and earth appeared between the surrounding clouds and mist and almost tore the clouds and mist apart before finally converging into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. These ancient horned dragon silhouettes total a number of 70. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. This was a strength comparable to the full strength of a fifth-level void interpretation stage martial artist or demon beast. The wind grew stronger and stronger, like blades that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian, leaving behind numerous tiny marks on Duan Ling Tian's face. These were all tiny injuries sliced open by the wind. But every time these tiny injuries appeared, they would be completely repaired by the flickering origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's body, and it seemed as if they'd never appeared. Meanwhile, strands of material azure-colored energy started to rage on Duan Ling Tian's body, and they accompanied his origin energy to seem to form gusts of clearly material azure-colored gales. These gusts of azure-colored gales coiled around Duan Ling Tian's body and seemed to have formed into a layer of a protective barrier that protected Duan Ling Tian within it. The fierce gale continued to sweep over and assault Duan Ling Tian, and they blasted onto the azure-colored gale and caused it to tremble. In the end, the fierce gale split apart into two and not a bit of it descended onto Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a strange scene appeared. The wind concept that couldn't completely conform to his origin energy
had actually started to conform more and more with his origin energy, and it seemed as if this was urged on by the wind that assaulted him from ahead. Speed up! Feng Wudao's noticed this change in the first possible moment, and he spoke out, causing the azure-eyed eagle to speed up once more. Not long after, the azure-eyed eagle's speed had risen to be comparable to a 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. The wind was even stronger, and the azure-colored strong winds around Duanling Tian's body showed signs of dispersal. Big Brother Duan. Even though Feng Wudao's beautiful face was still covered with worry, she was able to notice Duanling Tian's improvement now, and the wind concept seemed to be silently improving with every passing moment. At the beginning, the azure-colored gale that was formed from Duanling Tian's origin energy combined with wind concept had already showed signs of dispersion. Yet later on, it calmed down once more. At the same time, the azure-colored gale became purer and purer. His wind concept had almost completely fused into his origin energy, and this feeling was as if it had transformed into wind. This feeling was similar to Zhan Shouyang's comprehension of earth concept and Baihao's comprehension of fire concept. They'd comprehended 9th-level elementary concept and were only half a step away for 1st-level intermediate concept. In other words, Duanling Tian was moving in that direction and he wasn't far away from them. If he improved a step further, the wind concept Duanling Tian had comprehended now was be able to completely materialize. The speed of the azure-eyed eagle was still increasing. Not long after, the azure-eyed eagle's speed had already increased to its full speed. Of course, this was only his full speed when only using his 7th-level void interpretation stage origin energy, and he hadn't utilized the concept he'd comprehended. Otherwise, his speed would be even faster. But even then, the current Duanling Tian was still fearless towards the piercingly cold gale that assaulted his face because the wind concept that became more and more material around him had swallowed all the wind that assaulted his face. Continue. Feng Wudao spoke out. Whoosh! Fiery red energy swept out on the azure-eyed eagle's body before fusing into the origin energy that surrounded him, and it seemed to have transformed into real scorching flames. At this moment, the azure-eyed eagle seemed to have transformed into a flaming bird that caused patches of flaming clouds to appear everywhere it passed. Along with the azure-eyed eagle speeding up, the gale increased in strength was more, whereas the azure-colored gale that surrounded Duanling Tian's body showed signs of collapsing once more. Yet it didn't collapse in the end, and it instead became even more flawless under the azure-eyed eagle's appropriate increase in speed. The more flawless the azure-colored gale was, it meant that the closer Duanling Tian's wind concept was to becoming material. Time flew by. 1 month later, the azure-colored gale on Duanling Tian's body had finally stabilized, and then it gradually withdrew itself to completely fuse into his body in the end. Meanwhile, even if he didn't have the protection of the azure-colored energy, the terrifying gale that assaulted his face seemed to be unable to affect Duanling Tian in the slightest. Duanling Tian opened his eyes and spread upon his arms, and his face was covered in a brilliant smile when facing the strong winds that assaulted his face. My concept has finally become material. Improving another step forward would be to attain 1st-level intermediate wind concept. Even though he was only half a step away from intermediate concept, Duanling Tian knew clearly in his heart that this moment was the most difficult. Elder Qing, thank you. Duanling Tian bowed towards the azure-eyed eagle's head, as he expressed his gratitude with extreme sincerity. This expression of thanks was from the heart. Because Duanling Tian knew that if the azure-eyed eagle didn't cooperate with him, it would be impossible for him to allow his wind concept to complete the transformation to become material. Little fellow, besides Tian Wu, you're the person with the best comprehension ability I've ever seen, but Tian Wu possesses the fire spirit body, yet you don't possess the wind spirit body. So it's truly rare for you to be able to so quickly comprehend wind concept to such an extent. The azure-eyed eagle wasn't stingy with words of praise. Elder Qing, you're too kind. Duanling Tian spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duanling Tian turned around, leaving his back to face the gale that whistled over as he walked slowly to enter into the azure-eyed eagle's origin energy barrier. Congratulations, Big Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu congratulated Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wudao and met his gaze. The words of thanks that he originally wanted to speak were stopped under the indication in Feng Wudao's gaze. Everything was said without speaking. Where are we now? Duan Ling Tian looked down towards the boundless ground that ceaselessly flashed beneath his feet, and he asked curiously, Big Brother Duan, we've already left the Darkhan dynasty for over 10 days. This is the territory belonging to the Darming dynasty, and we'll be able to arrive at the capital of Darming dynasty in a few days. At that time, we'll rest there for a bit. Feng Tianwu was faintly exhausted as she spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he never imagined that when he awoke from the state of comprehending wind concept, they were already in another dynasty. Duan Ling Tian had once heard of the Darming dynasty when he was in the Darkhan dynasty. This was a dynasty situated at the northwest of the Darkhan dynasty, and the vastness of the area if occupied wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkhan dynasty. Besides that, because it was even closer to the foreign lands than the Darhan dynasty, the practice of cultivation in the Darming dynasty was even more formidable than the Darkhan dynasty. And there were more genius martial artists born in the Darming dynasty than the Darkhan dynasty. A few days later, the azure-eyed eagle's speed slowed down. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked down and a tiny black dot appeared within his field of vision, and along with the azure-eyed eagle getting closer, the tiny black dot became larger and larger before finally transforming into an enormous city that was like a colossus hibernating there. After they arrived outside the city, Duan Ling Tian was able to see the ancient city wall that surrounded the city. These walls emitted a feeling of ancientness at all times, and they seemed to be narrating the long history they existed in. Qing. We'll meet here 5 days from now. Feng Wudao notified the azure-eyed eagle before soaring up into the sky and leaving the back of the azure-eyed eagle first, whereas Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu followed behind him to soar up into the sky. Little girl Wu, little fellow, see you both again in 5 days. The azure-eyed eagle's sharp gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu before he transformed into a ball of flames that vanished before their eyes. He only left behind the flaming clouds that were gradually becoming faint. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 descended down from the sky and slowly walked in the Darming dynasty's capital along its front entrance. After walking into the capital of Darming dynasty, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense the atmosphere here that was different to the atmosphere in the Darkhan dynasty. The people they'd passed by all along the way obviously had tensed minds, and they seemed to be on guard against something at all times. Seeming to have discerned the bewilderment on Duan Ling Tian's face, Feng Tianwu explained. Big Brother Duan, there are some people infatuated with cultivation that would frequently attack others arbitrarily in the capital of Darming dynasty, so it developed the mentality to always be on guard in the people of the Darming dynasty. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, as expected of a dynasty that's neighboring the foreign lands. In terms of prevalence of the practice of cultivation, it's indeed better than the Darkhan dynasty. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had to admit. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 moved through the large streets in the capital and headed towards the center of the capital. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian sized up the surroundings with mild curiousness. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from afar and came closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and couldn't help but look ahead, and he noticed a middle-aged man in gray clothes directly attacking 2 people that were walking together. Bang! Bang! 2 palm strikes struck out and instantly killed the 2 people. 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage? Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at the 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above the gray-clothed middle-aged man, as he never imagined that a Void Interpretation stage martial artist would launch a sneak attack against someone on the street. He didn't even utilize concept before killing those 2 people, so the disparity in their strengths was obvious. In next to no time, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, because he saw the gaze of the gray-clothed middle-aged man lock onto their group of 3, or more precisely speaking, it had locked onto Feng Tianwu. What a beautiful woman! You're mine! The gray-clothed middle-aged man soared into the sky and flew toward them, and his eyes were filled with lust, as if Feng Tianwu was already his.
Presently, as he flashed over, his targets were aimed precisely at Duan Tian and Feng Wudao. Obviously, as far as he was concerned, so long as he killed Duan Tian and Feng Wudao, he would be able to possess Feng Tianwu. Duan Tian didn't move because there was no need. Early on, when the gray-clothed middle-aged man disrespected Feng Tianwu, Duan Tian had already noticed Feng Wudao's gaze become completely piercingly cold. So he knew that this Uncle Feng of his was infuriated. Whoosh! The gray-clothed middle-aged man utilized his concept when facing Duan Tian and Feng Wudao. His water concept fused into his origin energy and was completely material, causing his entire body to seem to have transformed into waves that slapped over fiercely. 9-layer waves. The gray-clothed middle-aged man shouted out explosively as his hands shook, and then his palms struck out. Instantly, the waves that slapped out towards them shot out in succession, and each was stronger than the previous. An entire 9 layers of waves had ceaselessly collided with each other, causing the layer of wave at the front to become more and more swifter and powerful, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before Duan Tian and Feng Wudao. Die! The gray-clothed middle-aged man's gaze was icy cold and didn't possess the slightest emotion, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Tian and Feng Wudao being slapped to death by his palm strikes. Fuck off! Feng Wudao stood on the spot without moving like a mountain when facing the gray-clothed middle-aged man that approached menacingly, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly as he spat out 2 words unhurriedly. At the same time, a terrifying force that caused even the air to tremble instantly swept out with a raise of his hand, and it seemed as if it was assisted by the gods as it fearlessly moved to intercept the gray-clothed middle-aged man. Bang! Subsequently, an enormous bang sounded out, yet an enormous force instantly obliterated the gray-clothed middle-aged man's attack that swept over, and the attack that was like 9 layers of waves was completely obliterated. The 2 of them were completely not on the same level. Not only that, the gray-clothed middle-aged man approached swiftly, yet left even more swiftly. He was blasted flying with a casual raise of Feng Wudao's hand and flew out over 10 meters, like an arrow that left the bow, before crashing onto the ground. After the gray-clothed middle-aged man fell to the ground, he bled from all 7 apertures as his body trembled for a while without any reason, and then he was completely without any signs of life. He was utterly dead. Whoosh! On the other side, the energy of heaven and earth that had just roiled in the sky above Feng Wudao instantly vanished without a trace. The speed Feng Wudao attacked at was obvious from this, and it was fast to the point that even the energy of heaven and earth didn't have enough time to react. Duan Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man's corpse as he'd known the man was dead without a doubt since the moment the middle-aged man attacked them. Especially when the middle-aged man actually dared disrespect Tianwu, that action had undoubtedly sped up the speed of his death. Let's go. Under Feng Wudao's lead, Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu followed closely to head forward all along the way. Everywhere they passed, all the people on the streets moved aside. These people had seen the scene that occurred earlier, the scene of a 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist being killed instantly. These 3 people weren't people that they could offend. Tianwu, you and Uncle Feng have come to the capital of Darming Dynasty in the past? When Duan Tian noticed Feng Wudao moved familiarly to finally enter into an inn, he couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu curiously. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. I've come here twice with my father. This is the 3rd time. Duan Tian came to a sudden understanding. In next to no time, Feng Wudao got 3 rooms, 1 for each of them. After notifying Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, Duan Tian returned to his room and washed up, washing away the fatigue from his journey, and then he opened up the window in the room. Outside the window was the inn's inner courtyard, and it was an idyllic scene of birds and flowers that caused one to be unable to help but become calm. At the same time, the setting sun that descended gradually was reflected within Duan Tian's eyes. Duan Tian's gaze gradually became slightly dazed. Unknowingly, it has already been over 10 years since I came to this world. When I think back to it now, time really does bring about change, and it feels as if everything has changed so quickly. Duan Tian sighed. In his previous life, he could be said to be an emotionless machine of slaughter,
whereas, in this lifetime, he possesses too many people he was concerned about. Besides that, he was similarly filled with curiosity towards this world, and at the same time he was filled with curiosity, he also wanted to possess strength that couldn't be compared by another so that he could look down onto the universe and reign supreme. Only at that time would he be able to truly protect every single person that was by his side.
If it was said that his target in the past was to become a martial emperor and become the strongest person on Cloud Continent, then he had a new target now. Even if he became a martial emperor, he still wanted to search through the mysterious world beyond the sea, as he wanted to know what exactly was there within the boundless sea.
After all, even if it was the rebirth martial emperor who was once the strongest expert on Cloud Continent, he didn't dare enter deep into those areas to search it. He would carry out what the rebirth martial emperor did not dare do.
In this way, his arrival and journey in this world wouldn't be in vain.
The pressing matter at hand is to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by revealing my worth will those powers of the foreign lands pay attention to me and allow me to join them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as bright lights flickered within. Besides the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor, the next thing I must do is find Ku Er and Little Fei. After being separated for years, Duan Ling Tian missed his 2 fiancées even more deeply. When he returned the last time, he'd already found out from Xianxia about the whereabouts of those 2 fiancées of his.
No matter if it was Ku Er or Little Fei, both of them were in a formidable sect in the foreign lands. That sect possessed a strength and influence that was unimaginable.
So long as that sect was willing, even a powerhouse like the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family would be annihilated in an instant. The setting sun finally vanished and the veil of night started to descend. That night, Duan Ling Tian didn't comprehend any concepts, but instead lay on his bed and instead had a long and comfortable nap. This nap continued all the way until noon the next day before he finally awoke.
Satisfying. After he woke up, Duan Ling Tian stretched his limbs and felt refreshed. It's been so long since I had such satisfying sleep.
Duan Ling Tian pushed open his room's door and walked out after he washed up and changed his clothes, and he'd only just walked out of his room when he saw Feng Tianwu walking over towards him.
Big brother Duan, I was just about to go call you. It's time to eat, said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian.
Feng Wudao's room had a table filled with dishes, and they were still giving out steam. Obviously, they'd been served not long ago. Duan Ling Tian's appetite couldn't help but be aroused when he saw this table full of delicacies. Even though he was already capable of achieving inertia to a certain degree with his current cultivation, and he wouldn't feel anything even if he didn't eat for a long time. But when facing these delicacies, he was still unable to control himself.
Looks like you had a nice sleep. Feng Wudao greeted Duan Ling Tian. Sit down and eat first. We won't be staying in the capital of Darming Dynasty for long.
Let Tianwu take you to go have a look at the Ice Flame Pavilion after food, and you can properly experience the elegance of the #1 restaurant in the Darming Dynasty.
Ice Flame Pavilion? Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed.
Even though he'd only heard of the Ice Flame Pavilion for the first time, since this Ice Flame Pavilion was capable of being called the #1 restaurant in the Darming Dynasty, then it would presumably have something special about it.
After all, even if it was the Darhan dynasty, he'd never heard of a #1 restaurant in the Darhan dynasty because there wasn't a single restaurant that dared claim to be #1.
The first wasn't something that anyone could claim to be, and if one didn't have the ability, then one would only be asking for insult. After they finished eating, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the inn.
Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask curiously once they'd just left the inn. Tianwu, on what basis does that Ice Flame Pavilion call itself the #1 restaurant in the Darming Dynasty? Big brother Duan, the name of #1 restaurant in the Darming Dynasty isn't a name that the Ice Flame Pavilion proclaimed by itself. It's instead publicly acknowledged by everyone in the Darming Dynasty. Feng Tianwu smiled.
Publicly acknowledged? Duan Ling Tian frowned and was still slightly unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that there's something special about that Ice Flame Pavilion that causes everyone in the Darming Dynasty to publicly acknowledge it? This was something that was extremely difficult for Duan Ling Tian to imagine. If it was a martial artist, then it wasn't strange for the person to be called #1 if he possessed a shocking strength. But wasn't a restaurant only a place to eat and drink? On what basis did it make the entire Darming dynasty publicly acknowledge it as the #1 restaurant?
Big Brother Duan, you'll know why it's publicly acknowledged as the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty after you've been there. Feng Tianwu smiled.
All those years ago when I and my father arrived at the Darming dynasty's capital for the first time, we'd once felt amazed by this, yet we understood after we went there once, and we felt the Ice Flame Pavilion deserved the name of #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly as Feng Tianwu had actually kept him guessing at the critical moment.
But he felt more and more curious towards the Ice Flame Pavilion.
Big Brother Duan, over here. Under Feng Tianwu's lead, Duan Ling Tian moved through numerous spacious streets in the capital of Darming dynasty, and he seemed to have transformed into a fish that had returned to the water and was swimming forward freely.
All along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw many battles, and death couldn't be avoided in battles.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian once again clearly experienced the formidableness and prevalence of cultivating in the Darming dynasty, and it was indeed something the Darkhan dynasty couldn't compare to. Of course, the capital of the Darming dynasty possessed patrolling city guards that maintained order, yet their numbers were limited after all, and they were utterly unable to manage the numerous battles that occurred all around the capital at the same time. Every time they headed over after obtaining the news, the person that had fought would have either fled or ran off to another place to look for someone else to battle.
After half an hour, Feng Tianwu's figure stopped, whereas Duan Ling Tian stopped along with her. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyes to look over. With a single glance, he saw a restaurant that stood towering before his eyes, or more precisely speaking, this was a restaurant in the shape of a tower.
This restaurant occupied a vast area, and even though the area it occupied grew smaller as it went up, even the highest floor was probably easily capable of accommodating over 100 people. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw a conspicuous and large plaque with golden words on this tower-shaped restaurant, and there were words written exquisitely atop it. Ice Flame Pavilion. When he saw these words, Duan Ling Tian knew that they'd arrived at their destination. There's even a restaurant like this? After he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian's gaze couldn't help but flash. Even if it's the imperial palace in the capital of the Darming dynasty, it probably doesn't have a palace that's higher than this. A restaurant with 9 floors. This is too exaggerated. In his previous life, buildings with 9 floors were everywhere, and they weren't rarely seen. Yet after arriving at this world that was similar to the ancient times in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had never seen a pavilion that was more than 5 floors high, and the Ice Flame Pavilion before him was the tallest building he'd seen since coming to this world.
Tianwu, I admit now that this restaurant is indeed capable of being called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty based on the height of this pavilion. Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu, but the ranking of a restaurant ought to not be based on its height, right?
Big Brother Duan, I think you're mistaken.
Feng Tianwu shook her head and smiled. The reason this Ice Flame Pavilion is called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't because of its enormous tower-shaped building that possesses 9 floors.
Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding when he heard this, and then he smiled. Is that so?
Then I'm more and more curious about it.
2 middle-aged men with solemn expressions stood on either side of the entrance to the first floor of the Ice Flame restaurant, and they were like 2 guardians that stood on guard there. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side and walked in together. They'd only just entered through the entrance when Duan Ling Tian's brows couldn't help but frown because he noticed a trace of an extremely unusual aura. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed in the first possible moment that an inscription formation was set up at the entrance. This type of inscription formation was only an extremely ordinary inscription formation, and the origin energy within the bodies of the martial artists that passed through it would resonate with the inscription formation. When a martial artist obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation, the formation would emit a clear sound to indicate the person was welcome, whereas if it was a martial artist that didn't obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation, then the formation would emit a low and displeasing sound that indicated rejection. All in all, this was an inscription formation that could determine a martial artist's strength. This is a restaurant. Why does it have an inscription formation like this? Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around it no matter how he racked his brains, and he walked slowly into the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion with Feng Tianwu. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu had obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance.
Feng Tianwu looked at Duanling Tian just after they entered through the entrance, and she asked with a surprised expression, "Big brother Duan, aren't you curious about those two sounds that sounded out when he just entered? Those two sounds only sounded out after we passed through the entrance. Why would I be curious?"
"Isn't it only a simple inscription formation?" Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled.
Feng Tianwu was first stunned when she heard this, and then her beautiful face blushed slightly. "I forget that Big Brother Duan is a formidable inscription master.
But even though I'm not curious towards that inscription formation, why does a mere restaurant have an inscription formation like this set up within it? I'm extremely curious about this. Could it be that those martial artists whose cultivation is incapable to obtain the acknowledgement of this inscription formation are unable to enter?" Duanling Tian revealed a bewildered expression. As far as he was concerned, the Ice Flame restaurant was a restaurant no matter what. Could it be that martial artists with cultivations that were insufficient to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation didn't have the qualification to enter?
Earlier, Duanling Tian had used his spiritual force to detect and feel out the inscription formation on the first floor's entrance. And he knew that only martial artists at the first level of the Void Initiation stage or above could obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation.
In other words, a clear sound would only sound out when a martial artist at the first level of the Void Initiation stage or above entered. If a martial artist below the Void Initiation stage entered, then a low and displeasing sound would be emitted. Big Brother Duan, you've really guessed correctly. This Ice Flame restaurant does indeed have a restriction. One must at least be a first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist if one wants to enter and drink wine. Feng Tianwu spoke as she turned around to look at the entrance.
"You ought to have noticed those two people that were standing outside. If there are martial artists with cultivations below the Void Initiation stage, then the martial artists would be directly kicked out by them. These two people are both first-level Void Initiation stage martial artists." Feng Tianwu's words caused Duanling Tian to be speechless. Even this is possible?
What sort of restaurant is this? They've opened their doors, yet want to choose their customers?
Big Brother Duan, are you thinking that the Ice Flame Pavilion's actions of keeping out most of the customers to truly be unwise? Feng Tianwu seemed to have seen through Duanling Tian's thoughts and asked with a light smile on her face. Duanling Tian nodded as he indeed felt like this.
As far as he was concerned, the Ice Flame Pavilion was only a restaurant no matter what, and since it had opened its doors to do business, then it couldn't keep its customers out, right?
In this way, their loss of profit would be extremely great.
Big Brother Duan, this Ice Flame Pavilion is the business under the #1 clan of the Darming dynasty. The Zhao clan, that provides the greatest profit. Feng Tianwu revealed the origins of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The #1 clan of the Darming dynasty? Duanling Tian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard this. He naturally knew what the words #1 clan in the Darming dynasty meant. It represented the Zhao clan possessed an extremely lofty status in the Darming dynasty, and it was practically equal to the status of the Feng clan in the Darkhan dynasty. It was even to the extent that because of how dominant cultivating was in the Darming dynasty, a martial artist that was even more formidable than Feng Wu Dao might exist within the Zhao clan. Now, when he found out about the origins of the Ice Flame Pavilion and heard that it was the business with the greatest profit under the Zhao clan, Duanling Tian was shocked in his heart once again.
Could it be that there's more than meets the eye? Duanling Tian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu said with a smile, "Big Brother Duan, do you know that the wine in the Ice Flame Pavilion are sold at an almost astronomical price? Even if it's the wine in the first floor, there are very few martial artists below the Void Initiation stage that are capable of consuming it."
Of course, even though the Ice Flame Pavilion imposed a restriction on the cultivation of its customers, if a martial artist below the Void Initiation stage followed a martial artist at the Void Initiation stage or above to enter the Ice Flame Pavilion, then it completely conforms with the rules of the Ice Flame Pavilion and they wouldn't be kicked out. Feng Tianwu finished speaking with a single breath. Duanling Tian nodded and couldn't help but imagine in his heart. An astronomical price?
Could it be that the wine in this Ice Flame Pavilion is capable of being priced with origin stones?
Big Brother Duan, let's go over there to exchange for some mid-grade origin stones. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out and interrupted Duanling Tian's thoughts. Mid-grade origin stones? After he returned to his senses, Duan Tian's pupils constricted.
Subsequently, he followed Feng Tianwu to arrive before a counter at the outer area of the first floor. I'll exchange 100 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu readily withdrew 10,000 low-grade origin stones from her spatial ring and spoke to the attendant behind the counter. Right when Duan Tian was curious if the attendant would be able to produce so many mid-grade origin stones, the attendant didn't say anything before directly withdrawing 100 mid-grade origin stones. Customer, these are the origin stones you wanted. At the same time, the attendant put away the 10,000 low-grade origin stones. His movements were smooth like flowing water, and it was as if he'd rehearsed it countless times over.
Tianwu, you're... Duan Tian was slightly astonished. Big brother Duan, I forget to ask for origin stones from my father before coming. Can you lend me 30,000 low-grade origin stones? Said Feng Tianwu to Duan Tian. You still want to exchange more? Duan Tian was slightly speechless, but he still readily withdrew 30,000 low-grade origin stones and placed it on the counter. Meanwhile, there was slight astonishment in the eyes of the attendant behind the counter, and the attitude he treated Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu with underwent a tremendous change. People that were capable of producing 40,000 low-grade origin stones at one go and were even too young people were obviously people that possessed a respected identity. Customer, these are 300 mid-grade origin stones. Please check and accept it. The attendant slightly bowed to Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu. With a raise of her hand, Feng Tianwu put away the 300 mid-grade origin stones, and then she smiled to Duan Tian. Big brother Duan, let's go. Duan Tian nodded slightly stiffly, and his mind had flown off since some time ago. At the beginning, he was surprised because they were capable of exchanging for mid-grade origin stones in the Darming dynasty's capital, yet with a quick thought, he came to an understanding.
The Darming dynasty neighbored the foreign lands, and even if the Darming dynasty didn't possess a mid-grade origin stone vein, there were surely a large amount of mid-grade origin stones that flowed in from the foreign lands.
When he thought like this, all of this wasn't surprising. Subsequently, Duan Tian was similarly filled with curiosity towards the reason Feng Tianwu exchanged for mid-grade origin stones, and he was curious if Feng Tianwu had exchanged them for the sake of cultivating or to drink wine. Even though there are many wines in some places of the foreign lands that are worth a few or even a few tens of mid-grade origin stones, and there are even some wines that are worth a few or even a few tens of high-grade origin stones, but that's at the foreign lands after all.
And those wines are comparatively special.
They're either capable of being serving as spirit fruits to improve the cultivation of the person that drinks the wine, or it's able to improve the comprehension of concept of the person that drinks the wine. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Tian knew in detail about some special wines in the foreign lands. But a mere Darming dynasty required others to buy wine with mid-grade origin stones? This was something that Duan Tian slightly didn't dare believe. Perhaps that it's only a comparatively special wine, and it's taken as a fine and rare wine by the Zhao clan to earn origin stones. Duan Tian thought in his heart, and for a time, he felt that the Zhao clan was truly a clan of black-hearted businessmen. They're too black-hearted. After they exchanged for mid-grade origin stones at the counter, Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side into the hall, and only now could they be considered to have truly entered the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was also the most spacious floor amongst the 9 floors of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and it was capable of accommodating a few hundreds of people without seeming cramped.
When Duan Tian had just entered, he noticed that more than half of the tables were filled with people, and there were many old people and middle-aged people, whereas there were also a few young people.
Even if cultivating was prevalent in the Darming dynasty, there were obviously few martial artists in the capital that were capable of breaking through to the void initiation stage at a young age. Presently, these people were silently savoring their wine, and the people sitting at the same table looked at each other yet didn't make a sound. Obviously, they were communicating via origin energy.
Because of this, even though there were almost 200 people in the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, yet it seemed exceedingly quiet. There were only the occasional sounds of wine cups colliding with each other and wine cups descending onto the table.
Tianwu, could it be that there's a rule that others can't speak in the Ice Flame Pavilion? It was the first time that Duanling Tian had seen a restaurant that had so many people, yet was so quiet, and he couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu via voice transmission in surprise. There isn't. Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, there isn't a rule that prohibits speaking in the Ice Flame Pavilion, but many of the people that come here more or less don't want the contents of their conversations to be known by a third person, so they mostly communicate via voice transmission. Duanling Tian smiled with enlightenment. So that's how it is. I thought that not only does this Ice Flame Pavilion restrict martial artists below the Void Initiation stage from entering, it also restricts people from speaking. How could that be possible? Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. The appearance of Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu wasn't paid attention to by many people, yet when the two of them spoke and chatted in this quiet environment, their voices had instead clearly entered into the ears of everyone in the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Numerous gazes swept towards Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu, and some of them were faintly filled with surprise. Obviously, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu's ages had shocked them. As far as they were concerned, since this pair of young man and woman were capable of coming here, then it indicated that one of them is at least a Void Initiation stage martial artist. No matter who was the Void Initiation stage martial artist, it was sufficient to be shocking. Because amongst the two of them, the violet-clothed young man that was comparatively older seemed to only be around the age of 25. Even if it was the Darming dynasty, a Void Initiation stage martial artist at such an age was considered to be extremely rare. I wonder from which power they're from? They're actually so outstanding. Many people were shocked in their hearts. Big Brother Duan. Let's go directly to the 7th floor. Only the wine there is the true specialty wine of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly to Duanling Tian and gestured to Duanling Tian before striding out to walk towards the nearby stairway that led to the 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and then she walked up the stairs with large strides. Duanling Tian followed closely behind. For a time, all the customers in the 1st floor of Ice Flame Restaurant were petrified. The 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was different to the 1st floor. On the 1st floor, so long as one was a Void Initiation stage martial artist, then one could enter even if one was a 1st-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, whereas the 2nd floor could only be entered by 2nd-level Void Initiation stage martial artists. Of course, if there was a 2nd-level Void Initiation stage martial artist amongst one's companions, then one could also ascend the 2nd floor to drink wine. The higher the floor of the Ice Flame Restaurant, the stronger the strength of the wine on it. Supposedly, the wine on the 7th floor and above could be compared to spirit fruits to a certain extent, and it was capable of tempering and improving one's origin energy. I didn't hear wrongly earlier, right? That red-clothed young woman that possessed unrivaled beauty seemed to have said she wants to ascend to the 7th floor. An old man in the hall of the 1st floor recovered from his shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim out with a low voice and was in slight disbelief. The Ice Flame Pavilion had a total of 9 floors, and every single floor required a different cultivation. For example, the 7th floor was place only martial artists at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above could enter. You didn't hear wrongly, I heard it as well. I heard it too. Instantly, many people seconded the views of the others. Two people like them are really capable of ascending the 7th floor? Some people couldn't help but speak out with doubt. It's probably quite unlikely. If they're really capable of ascending the 7th floor, then their natural talent is even better than young Master Wei Yi. Some people shook their heads. Right, even if it's young Master Wei Yi, he only broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage at the age of 30. In terms of natural talent and comprehension ability, only His Majesty the Crown Prince can compare to young Master Wei Yi amongst the younger generation of our Darming dynasty. Perhaps, even Feng Tianwu didn't know that a single thing she said had caused the entire 1st floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to be completely bustling. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu had first ascended to the 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion before subsequently ascending the 3rd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. These two inscription formations were slightly different. The inscription formation on the 2nd floor has a restriction at the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage, whereas the 3rd floor's inscription formation has a restriction at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Duanling Tian thought in his heart when he walked into the 3rd floor's hall.
and he recalled the 2 inscription formations he'd experienced earlier. Meanwhile, he obtained an answer. If one wanted to ascend the 2nd floor of the Iceflame Pavilion, one must be a 2nd-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, whereas if one wanted to ascend the 3rd floor, then one must be a 3rd-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. In this way, the later floors can be deduced from this. So if one wanted to ascend the 7th floor of the Iceflame Pavilion that Tianwu mentioned, then one must be a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duanling Tian guessed this extremely easily. Whoosh! At the same time, the crowd of customers on the 3rd floor revealed expressions of astonishment when they saw Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Presently, not many young people could be seen sitting alone in the 3rd floor. Most of the young people had some old men or middle-aged men sitting by their sides, and they were obviously brought up by these people. Otherwise, they utterly didn't possess the qualifications to ascend here with their cultivations. When they saw Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu ascend the 3rd floor and were not accompanied by a senior, the entire 3rd floor of the Iceflame Pavilion was stirred. My God! How old are they? This natural talent is simply heaven-defying. Even if they're compared with young Master Wei and His Majesty the Crown Prince, they seem to be on par, right? This red-clothed young woman is even younger and looks to be a little over 20. If she's really a 3rd-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, then her natural talent is simply greater than young Master Wei and His Majesty the Crown Prince. The entire 3rd floor of the Iceflame Pavilion was bustling as the crowd of customers weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise towards Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Right when they thought Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu would sit down at the 3rd floor of the Iceflame Pavilion, a scene that caused them to be moved once more had appeared. They saw the violet-clothed young man and red-clothed young woman had actually continued to ascend the stairway that led to the 4th floor. The 4th floor? They actually want to go to the 4th floor? Along with an astonished voice sounding out, the entire 3rd floor fell into deathly silence. The strongest customer that sat at the 3rd floor was only at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation Stage, yet when they saw 2 young people that weren't more than 30 years old heading towards the 4th floor now, they felt that they'd simply lived their lives in vain. When he ascended the 4th floor and passed by the 2 middle-aged men that were guarding at the sides of the stairway, Duanling Tian had once again sensed the existence of an inscription formation. Meanwhile, 2 clear sounds resounded out and it welcomed Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. The 2 middle-aged men that stood on guard at the entrance of the stairway at the 4th floor couldn't help but glance at each other, and both of them saw astonishment in the eyes of the other. Obviously, they were shocked by the accomplishments Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu had obtained at such an age. 2 4th Void Initiation Stage martial artists weren't sufficient to cause them to be moved. But if a title of being a little over the age of 20 and around the age of 25 were added on to the 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, then it was sufficient to cause them to be extremely shocked. On the other hand, the customers on the 4th floor couldn't help but be astonished when they saw Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu, especially when they saw Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu continuing to walk towards the 5th floor. Most of them were petrified and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. The 5th floor had another inscription formation as well. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu entered into it and encountered a similar treatment as before. Under numerous gazes of extreme shock, the 2 of them once again headed towards the 6th floor, causing the crowd of customers in the 5th floor to be flabbergasted. Bang! 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 For a time, the sound of cups falling to the ground resounded out successively. In next to no time, waves of wailing that were filled with deep regret resounded out right after. The wine in the 5th floor of the Iceflame Pavilion wasn't cheap, and wasting it just like this had caused them to be unable to refrain from feeling an ache in their hearts. The 6th floor, at the entrance to the stairway. When they saw Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu ascend to the 6th floor, the 2 middle-aged men that stood on guard there were slightly stunned, but they didn't say anything. Being able to walk up to here indicated that one of the 2 young people before them surely had a strength at the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above. As for if one of them was at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage, it instead required the inscription formation's verification. When Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu walked past the stairway, 2 clear sounds suddenly resounded out at the entrance of the stairway,
causing the two middle-aged men to be completely stunned. They knew what this meant. It meant that both the young man and young woman were existences at the 6th level of the void initiation stage or above. As expected, along with the arrival of Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu, the 6th floor was in an uproar. Freaks! Monsters! Similar exclamations of shock rose and fell. These people that emitted the exclamations stared fixedly at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu with faces that were filled with astonishment. Heavens! This violet-clothed young man is a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist? His natural talent has obviously surpassed young Master Wei and His Majesty the Crown Prince. Who exactly is he? I've actually never heard of him in the past. There's a figure like this in our Darming dynasty? Which power is actually capable of fostering such outstanding young genius? If he was born a few years earlier, then even if it's young Master Wei Yi or His Majesty the Crown Prince, they would probably be left extremely far behind by him. At this moment, the gazes of the people in the 6th floor had completely locked onto Duanling Tian. They firmly believed unanimously that Duanling Tian was a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist. As for Feng Tianwu, they didn't dare think about it, because Feng Tianwu was truly too young. So they thought that Feng Tianwu was only capable of ascending the 6th floor because she had followed Duanling Tian. If they knew that both Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu were martial artists at the 6th level of the void initiation stage or above, it was a mystery what their expressions would look like. Young Master Wei Yi? His Majesty the Crown Prince? Duanling Tian's brows raised. All along the way he'd heard these two people being mentioned more than once, and the tone the people had when they spoke of these two people was filled with respect. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu disregarded the waves of shocked exclamations that came from behind them as they ascended the stairway that led to the 7th floor. At the same time, Duanling Tian couldn't help but ask curiously, Tianwu, do you know who the young Master Wei Yi and Crown Prince they speak of are? Feng Tianwu nodded and then said, that young Master Wei Yi is the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Zhao clan, Zhao Wei Yi. As for the Crown Prince, he's instead the current Crown Prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Yong. Zhao Wei Yi, Lu Yong, the widely known strongest experts of the Darming dynasty's younger generation. Their strengths surpass our Dar Han dynasty's Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao, and Bai He. The reason Feng Tianwu used Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao, and Bai He as a comparison was because they were the most famous young geniuses in the Darkhan dynasty before the dynasty martial competition of the Darkhan dynasty, whereas no matter if it was Duanling Tian, Zishang, or Bai Hao, all of them could be considered to be black horses. Not long after, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. After they saw Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu, the two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the stairway to the 7th floor couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Obviously, they'd never imagined that there would actually be two young people that ascended the 7th floor. If these two young people had seniors following by their side, then the guards wouldn't have been surprised. But the problem was that there was no one following by the side of the two young people. In other words, there was at least a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist amongst them, whereas their arrival to the stairway obviously meant that they wanted to ascend the 7th floor. 7th level of the void initiation stage? The two middle-aged men looked at each other and saw astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Right when they felt surprised because of this, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu had already passed through the entrance to the stairway. Just like Duanling Tian had guessed, the inscription formation here required a cultivation at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Two clear sounds resounding out caused the two middle-aged men to seem as if they'd awoken from a dream. In the next moment, the astonishment on their faces grew deeper, and their eyes that were filled with disbelief flashed up and down from Duanling Tian to Feng Tianwu while being covered in shock. Never had they imagined that the truth would actually be more terrifying than their imaginations. It wasn't just one young person amongst the two that was at the 7th level of the void initiation stage, but both of them. One looks to be around 25, the other is even more exaggerated and looks to be only a little over 20. When did such monsters appear in our Darming dynasty? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but send a voice transmission to his companion. If they're members of our Darming dynasty, do you think they would be people that are unknown to the public? The other middle-aged man seemed to have guessed something.
What you mean is, they're from another dynasty?
Don't forget that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is starting in a few months, and there are 3 dynasties that have to pass through our Darming dynasty to head to the northern desert. No matter what the 2 middle-aged men exchanged in private, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu had already walked into the hall on the 7th floor. Even though the 7th floor's hall wasn't as spacious as the 6th floor, yet it wasn't cramped. Presently, there were a few customers scattered across the 7th floor's hall, and they were quietly savoring the wine in their cups and weren't paying the slightest bit of attention to everything in their surroundings. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu's appearance didn't draw too much attention. Big brother Duan, follow me. Under Feng Tianwu's lead, Duanling Tian arrived and sat down at a nearby table, and the table here was extremely different from the table in an ordinary restaurant. Firstly, the bottom of the table was sealed up tightly as if something was stored within it.
Secondly, there were actually 10 small holes that circled together on the surface of the table, and they looked to be extremely unique.
After they sat down, Feng Tianwu smiled. Big brother Duan, let's drink 2 cups of wine here first. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded, and then he raised his head and looked around for a while before frowning while shouting out. Hey, attendant, where's the attendant? Attendant?
Duanling Tian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere in the entire 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to freeze up slightly, whereas
Duanling Tian's voice wasn't soft, and it entered into the ears of the 2 middle-aged men that were on guard at the stairway.
He hasn't come to our Ice Flame Pavilion in the past? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Probably. The other middle-aged man spoke stiffly. After Duanling Tian shouted out, he noticed that the gazes of all the customers in the 7th floor couldn't help but descend onto him. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he noticed the gazes of all these people was slightly strange.
Is there something on my face? It's still the first time I've seen someone call out for an attendant on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. A nearby old man laughed. It's probably his first time here, but I presume they were able to come here because a senior of theirs brought them here. But could it be that their seniors didn't tell them that the Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't have attendants? Another person laughed. Their seniors are really something to actually leave them here and disregard them. Their seniors probably sent them here before leaving. Numerous voices entered into Duanling Tian's ears, and they caused Duanling Tian to feel his face go hot. There's no attendants? How do we drink when there are no attendants? Big brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu spoke out, and her beautiful face was flushed red as she'd never thought that Duanling Tian would shout out for an attendant in the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Earlier, she even wasn't in time to warn Duanling Tian.
Tianwu, there are no attendants here. So how do we drink wine? Duanling Tian couldn't help but ask in a light voice. Feng Tianwu didn't answer Duanling Tian but instead directly withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones from her spatial ring, and with a raise of her hand, she placed the origin stones into the 10 small holes on the surface of the table. In the next moment, Duanling Tian noticed a strand of a familiar aura being emitted. An inscription formation. At this moment, Duanling Tian flashed through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor and finally realized what was going on.
In the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, some restaurants in the foreign lands didn't have attendants, and if one wanted to drink wine, then one must place origin stones into the small holes on the surface of the table to activate the inscription formation inscribed on the table. After the inscription formation was activated, the wine would be sent up from the center of the table.
It was similar to vending machines from the earth in his previous life, as it would automatically send out the drink one wanted after money was put in. Of course, the earth of his previous life relied on science, whereas this world relied on inscription formations instead. All methods lead to the same end and their objectives were similar. No wonder they would say that. I've really made a fool of myself. Duanling Tian was embarrassed to the point of being ashamed to show his face after he found out what was going on, and he wished for nothing more than to drill a hole in the ground and hide there. Whoosh! Meanwhile, a faint layer of a light barrier appeared at the center of the 10 origin stones that formed a circle on the table, and half of the light barrier was blue in color, the other was red. Big brother Duan, I'll give you a jug of blazer wine first. Feng Tianwu spoke as she pressed her hand onto the red side of the light barrier. Instantly, the barrier vanished and the 10 origin stones were swallowed into the table. Subsequently, a light sound was emitted from the center of the table, and a tray that had a jug and wine cup on it slowly ascended to appear before Duanling Tian's eyes. Blazer wine. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed before he started to search the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and he quickly found out what sort of wine this was. Drinking down blazer wine was like swallowing a ball of flames, causing one's entire body, including one's flesh, bones, and meridians to feel as if it was blazed by scorching flames at that moment. That feeling was extremely powerful and satisfying. Big Brother Duan, this blazer wine contains extremely dense spirit energy within it, and it possesses a similar effect as spirit fruits, yet is inferior to spirit fruits. Of course, the greatest effect of the blazer wine is to temper one's origin energy, and it's capable of making one's origin energy become even purer. Feng Tianwu didn't know that Duanling Tian already knew the details of the blazer wine, and she introduced it to Duanling Tian as she pushed the tray towards Duanling Tian. At the same time, she placed down another 10 origin stones and bought another jug of blazer wine as well. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, this blazer wine must be savored carefully. If it's directly poured into the stomach, then it will cause a heavy injury to one's body. However, during the second lifetime of the rebirth martial emperor, he discovered a method that can avoid the heavy injury caused by directly pouring the blazer wine into the stomach. Moreover, according to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, only by pouring it all down in one go would the blazer wine be strong enough and satisfying enough. Duanling Tian grabbed up the wine cup and poured a full cup of blazer wine for himself. The blazer wine had a crimson-red appearance, and when it was poured within a cup, it was actually still boiling, as if it was roiling lava. A dense and restrained fragrance of wine entered into Duanling Tian's nose in the first possible moment. What a nice wine! Duanling Tian's gaze lit up. Even though he couldn't be considered to be a person that liked drinking, yet he was able to judge how extraordinary the blazer wine was from its fragrance. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu poured a cup of blazer wine for herself as well, and then she held up her wine cup and smiled lightly. Big Brother Duan, try it. As she spoke, Feng Tianwu held up the wine cup to her mouth and lightly took a sip, and it was precisely the sip that caused Feng Tianwu's face to go slightly rosy, as if it was tainted with blood. Not only that, Feng Tianwu's neck that was white like jade was slightly rosy at this moment as well. Duanling Tian nodded, and then he held up the wine cup and placed it at the side of his mouth. Even though he was able to gain an understanding of the blazer wine from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, but it was only limited to an understanding, and he would only know the feeling of drinking down the blazer wine after he truly drank it. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and sucked the fragrance of the blazer wine into his nose before raising his hand and completely pouring the wine in the cup into his mouth. He drank it all in a single gulp. Gulp! Duanling Tian's throat trembled as he directly swallowed the wine into his stomach, and at this instant, he felt as if he'd swallowed a ball of flames. Not only did his throat feel as if it was burned by flames, even his internal organs became scorching hot. In the next moment, Duanling Tian's face went red, yet his heart was as clear as a mirror instead. Sure enough, it's like what was recorded in the rebirth martial emperor's memories. If this blazer wine is swallowed down in one go, it's indeed extremely satisfying. If it wasn't for him utilizing the method the rebirth martial emperor discovered and had used his origin energy to silently protect his internal organs and meridians, just that cup of blazer wine from before was sufficient to cause his internal organs to suffer a heavy injury. Who? Duanling Tian's body trembled for no reason or rhyme as he felt the blazer wine's energy sweep through the meridians, flesh, and bones in his body, and then he fiercely heaved out a breath of air that was filled with the smell of wine. This is absolutely the strongest wine I've had in my lifetime. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu, who sat opposite Duanling Tian, was completely dumbstruck since the moment she saw Duanling Tian swallow the blazer wine with a single gulp. Big Brother Duan, are you okay? Feng Tianwu spoke with a slightly dull expression. After Duanling Tian swallowed down a cup of blazer wine and spoke such casual words, the gazes of many of the customers on the 7th floor became slightly strange.
This fellow is actually comparing the blazer wine with other wines.
Moreover, he dared to swallow it in one go?
After all, with the strength of the blazer wine and its special burning property, even an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist didn't dare swallow it directly. Truly an ignorant fellow. He actually dares to swallow down a cup of blazer wine in one go.
He's simply courting death. An azure-clothed middle-aged man that sat at a tablet nearby Duan Ling Tian laughed in ridicule when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, and he couldn't refrain from mocking.
Based on my estimations, his internal organs have surely suffered a heavy injury now, and he's only forcefully enduring before that woman and doesn't dare reveal it. Truly an idiot that values his face over his life. Another blue-clothed middle-aged man that sat with the azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but add on. The gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian was filled with contempt, and his face even had an expression that said, "Kid, stop acting. I've seen through you since long ago. Big brother Duan, have you really been injured?" Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to get angry when she heard the sarcastic ridicule of the two middle-aged men and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a worried expression as she spoke anxiously. "Big brother Duan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault.
If only I told you how the blazer wine ought to be drunk since the beginning. It's all my fault."
Duan Ling Tian's gaze that was slightly cold and indifferent flashed past the two middle-aged men, and when it moved onto Feng Tianwu, it transformed into a warm gaze. "Don't worry, I'm fine.
Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, there's another wine that can be ordered here. That wine is called the glaze wine, right?" Duan Ling Tian recalled the other blue-colored half of the light barrier that appeared when the inscription formation was activated. Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Duan Ling Tian was fine, and she couldn't help but be slightly shocked when she heard what Duan Ling Tian had said. "Big brother Duan, you. How do you know? Could it be that you've come to this Ice Flame Pavilion before?"
Feng Tianwu knew that her question was unnecessary right after she spoke of it.
Based on Duan Ling Tian's appearance earlier, it indicated that he'd utterly not come to this Ice Flame Pavilion in the past.
"Give me a jug of glazed wine." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded. Then she withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones before placing them into the small holes, and along with the 10 origin stones flickering with a white light, the inscription formation was activated once more. The light barrier that was half red and half blue appeared once more. This time, Feng Tianwu pressed her hand down onto the blue side of the barrier.
Instantly, another tray that carried a wine jug and wine cup arose from the center of the table, and then it was pushed by Feng Tianwu to stop before Duan Ling Tian.
"Big brother Duan, this glazed wine and blazer wine are two extremes. Its strength isn't inferior to the blazer wine, so you must not drink it like before," Feng Tianwu warned hurriedly.
Duan Ling Tian smiled and didn't reply.
He naturally knew that the strength of the glazed wine wasn't inferior to the blazer wine. The glazed wine was similar to the blazer wine and contained a medicinal effect that was similar to a spirit fruit, yet was inferior to a spirit fruit. If drinking down the blazer wine was said to be like swallowing a ball of scorching flames, then drinking down the glazed wine was undoubtedly like swallowing a mouthful of bone-piercingly cold water. Moreover, the extremely cold water was different to ordinary ice water. Duan Ling Tian grabbed up the wine jug and poured a cup of glazed wine for himself.
The glazed wine was so clear that the bottom of the cup was visible, yet it emitted cold air that was sufficient to cause one to feel fear from the bottom of one's heart. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian finished drinking the glazed wine in one gulp. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's crimson-red face was covered in a layer of frost.
Duan Ling Tian's cheek instantly tensed up. At that moment, he felt cold energy pour into his body, and it was icy cold to the bone as if he'd been frozen into a popsicle. His internal organs, flesh, blood, and meridians were almost frozen into ice.
Duan Ling Tian didn't dare dally and hurriedly used the special method in the Memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor to utilize his origin energy to protect his internal organs, flesh, and meridians. But even then, when the glazed wine converged with the blazer wine in his stomach, it seemed to have caused a type of reaction, causing it to surge.
Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt as if blades were slicing up his stomach, and his body even couldn't refrain from trembling as cold sweat broke out from his forehead.
Only when his origin energy poured in and covered the glaze wine and blazer wine according to the method within the rebirth martial emperor's memories did Duan Tian feel the pain in his stomach ease up. At that instant earlier, even though it was satisfying, but it felt like he was playing with his life at the end. I was careless. If I used the rebirth martial emperor's method right at the beginning and then drank the wine, there would surely not be any problems. Duan Tian returned to his senses and thought in his heart. Big brother Duan, are you alright? Feng Tianwu was stunned when she saw Duan Tian swallowing the glazed wine in one go once again, and she asked anxiously. She was unable to wrap her head around it as she'd already specially warned Duan Tian. Yet why didn't Duan Tian listen to her? Isn't he just playing with his own body's health?
I'm fine. Duan Tian smiled. But his extremely unsightly expression that hadn't eased up and was covered in both a red and pale color caused others to find it difficult to believe he was fine. I can be said to have widened my knowledge today. I truly never imagined that there's actually such an idiot in this world.
For the sake of showing off before a woman, he actually doesn't care about being injured. The azure-clothed middle-aged man that ridiculed Duan Tian earlier spoke out once more. Kid, watch out, perhaps you'll lose your life before you get the girl.
At that time, you can't even die happily before a woman. Ha ha ha. The other blue-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but burst out in laughter as he finished mocking. Big brother Duan, are you really all right? Feng Tianwu asked once more.
Duan Tian's expression that was unsightly to the extreme at this moment caused her to be unable to help from feeling nervous and perturbed.
I'm really fine. Duan Tian withdrew his cold and indifferent gaze from the two middle-aged men, and then he smiled to Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, his expression finally recovered slowly. Kid, you're still acting at a time like this? Perhaps this woman by your side is unable to see through those little tricks of yours, but I've seen through it since long ago. The azure-clothed middle-aged man seemed to oppose Duan Tian as he ridiculed a step further. Idiot, if I were you, I'd find an empty place without people to spit out the blood. Otherwise, if you delay for some time longer, it'll be useless even if you consume a grade 4 great recovery pill. The blue-clothed middle-aged man echoed with the azure-clothed middle-aged man and ridiculed.
Feng Tianwu was the closest to Duan Tian, and when she saw Duan Tian's expression recover, she knew that Duan Tian was fine as he'd said, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. When she heard the two middle-aged man ridicule Duan Tian once more, her beautiful face was instantly covered with rage, as she instantly stood up to glare angrily at the two people. You too. But Feng Tianwu hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Duan Tian. Tianwu, sit down and drink your wine. Probably, they're just two clowns. There's no need to be so angry with them. Duan Tian's words caused the 7th floor to become quiet. Subsequently, it was like a fuse had been lit, causing the two middle-aged men to completely explode out. Kid, say it one more time if you dare. Who did you call a clown? Kid, it looks to me that you feel your life is too long and you don't want to live anymore.
The two middle-aged men were completely enraged, and the robes they wore fluttered without any wind as if they were ready to teach Duan Tian a lesson at any moment. Duan Tian paid no attention to them instead, and he slowly stood up before raising up the wine jug that held the glazed wine and directly opened its cover.
Under the gazes that were filled with curiosity from the crowd including Feng Tianwu, Duan Tian opened the cover of the wine jug that held the blazer wine, and then under the numerous dumbstruck gazes from the surroundings, Duan Tian directly poured the glazed wine in the jug into the jug that contained the blazer wine. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, the two types of wine that were mixed together had undergone a strange reaction, causing them to boil. They didn't combine together and instead occupied half of the wine jug and didn't give in to the other. A scorching aura and icy cold aura soared up and caused the people present to feel a chill run down their spines. Since the Ice Flame Pavilion was established, it wasn't that there was no one that drank wine like this, but they mostly paid the price of a heavy injury. Even a void interpretation stage expert wouldn't dare rashly try drinking like this. Big brother Duan. At the beginning, Feng Tianwu hadn't discerned what Duanling Tian wanted to do when she saw Duanling Tian holding up the wine jug that contained two types of strong wines that were mixed together, and when she reacted to it, it was already too late. She saw Duanling Tian alight the wine jugs opening with his mouth with a raise of his hand. Subsequently, Duanling Tian directly swallowed the two types of wines that were combined together into his stomach. The blazer wine that was scorching like flames and the glaze wine that was icy cold to the extreme underwent a union of ice and flame within Duanling Tian's body. At this moment, even if Duanling Tian was prepared since long ago and utilized the method the rebirth martial emperor had discovered to protect his internal organs, flesh, and meridians, he still felt his meridians shake. Subsequently, his internal organs started throbbing as well. All of this caused Duanling Tian's face to flush red once more. And then Duanling Tian's face underwent a change and seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, causing it to be extremely pale. Red and white flickered indeterminately and unceasingly on Duanling Tian's face. Gulp! Gulp! For a time, only the sound of Duanling Tian swallowing down mouthfuls of the blazer wine and glaze wine that was mixed together remained in the extremely quiet 7th floor, whereas the origin energy in Duanling Tian's body that protected his internal organs and meridians were resisting the baptism of the vast strength of the wines now. At this moment, at the same time that the insides of Duanling Tian's body shook, he could clearly feel that his origin energy was being ceaselessly tempered to the point of becoming extremely pure. It's worthy of being a wine that contains a medicinal strength similar to a spirit fruit, as it has allowed my origin energy to become even purer. But unfortunately, my origin energy is already at the limits of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, I could obtain a certain extent of improvement. At this moment, Duanling Tian was instead slightly enjoying it. Because of the rebirth martial emperor's method to utilize origin energy to protect his internal organs, it allowed him to happily swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine. Even if the two types of wines were mixed together to form a union of ice and flame, he was similarly not affected much. Gulp! Gulp! Duanling Tian continued to swallow the wine within the wine jug in his hand with large gulps, and if one didn't know what he was drinking, one would think that he was drinking water and not wine. Including Feng Tianwu, the pupils of everyone in the 7th floor constricted when they saw Duanling Tian's face that flickered between a red and white color was gradually returning to normal. Hiss! 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 Some of them even couldn't refrain from gasping, whereas those two middle-aged men that were ridiculing Duanling Tian earlier were completely dumbstruck at this moment, and their expressions were unusually brilliant to look at. Finally, Duanling Tian finished drinking the entire contents of the wine jug in his hand. Satisfying! A bright light flashed within Duanling Tian's eyes as he burped and emitted a mouthful of air that was densely filled with the smell of wine. Instantly, a wave of scorching air that carried icy coldness assaulted the face of Feng Tianwu, who sat opposite Duanling Tian, and it slapped onto her beautiful face like two gusts of winds that were of two extreme elements had blew past her. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was stunned. Never had she imagined that Duanling Tian was so formidable to directly swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine that were mixed together. Moreover, he drank an entire jug full of it. It wasn't only Feng Tianwu. The other customers in the 7th floor were dumbstruck at this moment as well, and all of them looked at Duanling Tian with flabbergasted expressions. Exactly what sort of monster is this fellow? That was blazer wine and glaze wine, not a normal strong wine. On the other hand, the gaze of those two middle-aged men that had ridiculed Duanling Tian repeatedly earlier flashed as they glanced at each other, and then they turned around and didn't dare look at Duanling Tian again, let alone speak out with ridicule. Even though they felt their strengths weren't weak, yet not to mention drinking the blazer wine and glaze wine that was mixed together like Duanling Tian had done earlier, even if they were asked to choose only a single type to drink, they would probably suffer a heavy injury. At the same time that they were speechless when looking at Duanling Tian's appearance of enjoyment, they realized a problem, and it was that since the young man dared act like this, it undoubtedly indicated that the young man's strength was stronger than them. Both of them glanced at each other and arrived at a mutual view. Subsequently, both of them quietly stood up and glanced at Duanling Tian with a slightly perturbed expression, and then they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before walking towards the exit when they noticed Duanling Tian seemed to be not paying attention to them. Meanwhile, they even didn't want the remaining wine on their table that was worth 10 mid-grade origin stones. Presently, they were only thinking of leaving as soon as possible, as who knew if the violet-clothed young man who'd been repeatedly ridiculed by them earlier would want to get even with them. The movements of the two were extremely light as they were deeply afraid of alarming the others. Bang! A light sound resounded out, shocking the two of them to the point their countenance went ghastly pale, and at the same time they glanced at each other, their heartbeats sped up and couldn't calm down for a long time. The sound was emitted from Duan Tian casually placing the wine jug back onto the table. The two of them were like little children that had stolen candy. And they glanced at Duan Tian once more to confirm Duan Tian's back was facing them before being unable to help but heave a sigh of relief and continuing to walk toward the exit with light movements. When they saw they were about to walk out of the hall, their faces revealed pleasantly surprised expressions as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Stop! But a sudden voice entered clearly into their ears, causing them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and they stood on the spot as if they were petrified. The two of them realized that they'd been noticed, and for a time, their hearts were filled with nervousness. Isn't it unfriendly if you leave without saying goodbye? At this moment, Duan Tian seemed as if he had eyes on the back of his body and spoke slowly. If both of you give me face, then please sit down, otherwise, I can only personally invite both of you back to your seats. The threat, an undisguised threat. At the same time, the other people on the 7th floor noticed that the two middle-aged men that ridiculed Duan Tian earlier actually wanted to flee. The gazes of most people contained a feeling of taking pleasure in their misfortune. Who asked you two to offend him? Now you know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right? Duan Tian's words caused the two middle-aged men's bodies to tremble slightly, and then they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yet they didn't dare leave and obediently returned to their seats. Both of you seem to be enjoying yourselves earlier. Duan Tian looked at the two middle-aged men as his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed within, and it just happened to be noticed by the two middle-aged men, causing their expressions to go pale. Shouldn't both of you give me an explanation? Even though Duan Tian spoke slowly, yet it carried an undisputable tone, and it seemed to have transformed into two sledgehammers that smashed fiercely onto the chests of the two middle-aged men. The expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim as their breathing hurried and their chests rose and fell, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Brother, we... The azure-clothed middle-aged man looked at Duan Tian and was just about to speak when he was coldly interrupted by Duan Tian. Brother? Who's your brother? The azure-clothed middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed, and even though he was angry in his heart, yet he didn't dare display it. Sir. The other blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to Duan Tian, We were only warning you kindly earlier. The blazer wine and glaze wine shouldn't be drunk like how you did earlier, and it should instead be savored in small sips so that one can enjoy the endless aftertaste it contains. Duan Tian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed brilliantly. This caused the two middle-aged men to become even more nervous as they didn't know what Duan Tian was thinking. Even though Duan Tian hadn't made a move now, since he dared drink the blazer wine and glaze wine like that and was fine right after, it undoubtedly indicated that Duan Tian's strength was extremely strong. At the very least, he wasn't someone they could go against. If Duan Tian wanted to kill them, they would really be unable to resist. Right when the two of them felt nervous, Duan Tian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, who sat opposite of him. Tianwu, give me 20 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu didn't say anything when she heard this and passed over the origin stones to Duan Tian when she heard him. Since it's like this, then I hope both of you can teach me the correct method of drinking blazer wine and glaze wine. After he obtained the 20 origin stones, Duan Tian walked over to the table the two middle-aged men sat at as he spoke slowly, and it caused the expressions of the middle-aged men to instantly go pale. Sir, it's us who didn't know our limitations and have eyes but couldn't recognize empty tie. Sir, your way of drinking blazer wine and glaze wine is correct. It was us who were wrong, it was us who were wrong. Never had the blue-clothed middle-aged man imagined that the violet-clothed young man would reply to his words in such a way, and he explained in panic. Really? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was already standing before the table the two middle-aged men sat at, and with a raise of his hand, he placed 10 origin stones into the 10 small holes on the table. In next to no time, a jug of blazer wine appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. Yes, yes. How could the two middle-aged men dare deny it, so they hurriedly agreed. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian took the wine jug that contained the blazer wine from the tray before raising his hand once more and placing the remaining 10 origin stones into the 10 small holes. In next to no time, another jug of glazed wine appeared. The scene before them caused the two middle-aged men to be stunned, and they who had tensed nerves were unable to react to what Duanling Tian wanted to do for some time due to their minds being frozen stiff. On the other hand, everyone including Feng Tianwu were able to guess something, and they looked at the two middle-aged men with gazes of pity. Both of you are sure that my method of drinking wine is correct? Both of you didn't say it for the sake of making me happy and deceiving me, right? Duanling Tian held up the wine jug that was full of wine as he looked at the two middle-aged men with narrowed eyes, and then he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm it once more. No, no. Both of them spoke out hurriedly, and they were on the verge of crying from nervousness. That's good. Duanling Tian nodded with satisfaction, and then he placed the wine jug that contained blazer wine before the azure-clothed middle-aged man before placing the wine jug that contained glazed wine before the blue-clothed middle-aged man. Since both of you think my method of drinking is correct, then please drink these 2 jugs of wine in one go just like what I did earlier. How about it? Duanling Tian's face was covered in a smile. Yet this smile was no different to the smile of a devil when it entered the eyes of the two middle-aged men. After the two of them reacted to what had happened, their expressions went ghastly pale as their pupils constricted, and their bodies trembled intensely from fear. Now, they really wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. Drink just like how this violet-clothed young man did earlier? Wouldn't that kill us? What? Both of you think that only a single type of wine is too dull? If it's like this, then I'll help both of you add ingredients onto it. Tianwu, give me another 20. Duanling Tian spoke as he looked at Feng Tianwu. But he hadn't finished speaking when the two middle-aged men hurriedly interrupted him. We'll drink. We'll drink right now. What a joke. Even if it was only one type of wine, if they drank it by gulping it all down in one go, it would be more than enough to heavily injure them. If they were to drink 2 types of wine that were mixed together, then the charge from the union of ice and flame would most probably kill them. So they didn't dare hesitate and made a choice. Both of them stretched out their hands and held onto a wine jug before opening the jug's cover. But after they opened the cover, their expression flickered between an ashen and livid expression, and the hand they held the wine jug with started to tremble, yet they didn't have the courage to drink it down. What? Both of you want to drink the wine with extra ingredients? When he saw both of them hesitating, Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as killing intent shot up into the sky from his body, and then it swept out to envelop the two middle-aged men, causing them to feel as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. Because of the slaughters he'd committed in his previous life, Duanling Tian had developed a terrifying killing intent. Presently, when this killing intent was coupled with his aura at the 9th level of the Void initiation stage, even if it was the other unrelated people that were slightly affected, they felt strands of coldness arise from the depths of their hearts.